Oh, I just need to pee really quickly and grab water. It'll take me 2 minutes. May I do that?
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club. Meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title.
That's your 2022 FIDE Candidate Champion, and just an absolutely stunning performance from Jan.
The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him. Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Liren has secured second place here.
Amazing. What a big last round win for Ding.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
A table, a chessboard, and 2 chairs grace the elegant ballroom of the St. Regis Hotel in Astana, Kazakhstan, where exactly 12 minutes from now, at 3 p.m. local time, the 2023 FIDE World Championship will commence. And for the first time in 10 years, Magnus Carlsen will not be sitting in one of these chairs. Welcome to our coverage of this momentous event. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today is a great honor to welcome world number 6 Super Grandmaster Anish Giri. Anish, good morning to you. I can't believe we're here.
Good morning, Danya. I'm very excited. I can only imagine how nervous the players must be feeling. Even I'm extremely excited, and I'm nowhere near Astana, Kazakhstan. What are your thoughts?
Neither am I. I was nervous this morning. I'm going to admit I'm feeling nervous. I'm feeling honored to just be sitting in the commentator's chair. We'll talk about how terrified the players must feel. But first, we need to talk about the players themselves. Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi are contesting the 2023 World Championship. And this is, by all metrics, one of the most, if not the most, evenly matched World Championship match in history. From the age perspective, from the rating perspective, 7 points set them apart. And from the perspective of their head-to-head in both classical and rapid. Anish, no matter how you slice it, this match is incredibly unpredictable.
Of course, now that Magnus Carlsen is no longer there, who is dominating chess for the past decade, the match is close as ever. At the same time, you see that every little line has Nepo having a small edge. That's a nice little fun fact. Doesn't disrupt the balance much, but still. Also, the last event that they both played, Jan did just quite a bit better. So somehow. And also, I keep hearing these comments from experienced players, experienced people, grandmasters, other experts and pundits. All give, or most of them give Nepo a small extra edge. That's definitely there.
I've picked up on that as well, Anish. Of course, the only experience that Nepo has over Ding, which might be a negative, is his previous experience sitting in the World Championship chair against Magnus Carlsen. Where would you put that on the spectrum between positive and negative, Anish? Is this going to impact his mentality in a good way? Hey, I've been here before. I know what this is like. Or I've been here before. It didn't go too well.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I guess it depends on how it goes. Any experience is useful for sure. But imagine if he loses game 6. I mean, somehow, just imagine. 5 draws and he loses the game 6. It's going to bring some really bad flashbacks. So that can work both ways, certainly.
What if he loses it in, I'm trying to remember the number of moves, 137 moves? Well, he lost it to a guy named Magnus Carlsen. This is an individual that we have named a lot in reference to World Championship matches. He has won exactly 5 of them for the first time in 2013, crushing Vishy Anand, defending his title 4 times after that. He's won matches in the classical portion. He's won matches in the rapid portion. The Magnus era was fun while it lasted, Anish. I can't believe I'm saying this, but after 10 years, for the time being, the Magnus era is going to come to an end after this World Championship match concludes.
Yeah, indeed, and that's just remarkable. I should though add that these matches, although Magnus won all of them, and he's really been by far world number one. There's no debate there throughout all these years. Some of these matches were a lot closer than you would think. The 2016 match, he was trailing near the end, and he just edged out at the very end in the tiebreak. With Fabiano Caruana was a very close match as well. It hasn't all been easy, but somehow he's got this champion's character. This always, what champions need, and he's always been able to edge ahead. And now, indeed, he stepped down voluntarily, and we will, for the first time in many years, we for sure will have a new world champion.
Indeed, we will. One of the most dominant stretches of chess comes to an end. Not the most dominant. That honor belongs to Emanuel Lasker, who defended his title 6 times and was world champion over the course of 27 years. But for now, it's time for the world number 2 and world number 3 players to take the spotlight. And there is quite a bit at stake here other than the world champion title. There is a massive prize pool. The champion earns 1.2 million euros, and the runner-up gets a pretty decent payday as well, 800K. I think they'll take it. And of course, the world champion automatically earns the opportunity to defend their title in 2024. So, Anish, and we really don't have to belabor this point. This is massive.
Yeah, of course. It's huge. World championship title. It's a dream of every child. I guess you as well, me. We all start chess. Who do you want to become? A little Danya there, 6-year-old, or I don't know however old you were. I want to be a world champion. We're all like that, aren't we?
We are indeed, and some of us, only some of us have managed to achieve this incredible honor. And we don't want to sugarcoat it, Anish. It's disappointing that Magnus Carlsen is not sitting in one of those chairs. We're not here to pretend like that is a good thing, but we are here not to pretend, but to claim that this is going to be just an incredible match. World number 2, world number 3. So let's enjoy the moment. What happened has happened. Right now, we have a world championship match in front of us, and we have a match that has a pretty interesting format. There are a couple of changes from the previous world championship match, so listen very carefully. Of course, there's 1 point assigned per win and half a point per draw, as is standard. The players swap colors each game. That is a change from the previous world championship match, where there were 2 consecutive whites. A draw cannot be offered before move 40. Of course, a repetition of moves is allowed, and the most important bullet point there, the first to 7.5 points wins the championship, also known as a best of 14. Anish, I think best of 14 is a nice balance between what we've had throughout chess history. We had a best of 24 in Capablanca Lasker. We've also had best of 10. I think this represents a happy medium. What do you think?
Yeah, agreed. Things moving faster with the times. You can no longer sit there for over a month and debate who is the best player in the world. That's just not in spirit of the times. That said, you do want a substantial number of games so that you feel free to take risks at the start. Even if you lose, you have enough time to come back. You don't have to be nervous. You don't have to play all too safe. And so I think, 14 games, that's what everybody sort of have, the consensus that has been established. And I think it's a fair number.
And I think a big part of this consensus is the negative experience that was had in 1984 between Kasparov and Karpov, when matches used to be first to 6 wins. Of course, we know what can happen there, an endless number of draws. That match lasted for 5 months before it was canceled by FIDE president Magnus. So we're not doing that anymore. We're doing a set number of games. And as we've been speaking, the players have assumed their seats for the first time. They have chosen their chairs carefully. And we're 5 minutes away from the start of the 2023 World Championship. Anish, I think now is the time to talk about how the players are feeling. Do we even need to talk about how the players are feeling? Is that up for debate?
No, I mean, Jan is trying to to pretend like he's all chill, but I mean, it's quite obvious. The pressure is huge. Especially, I can tell you, at least from my perspective as a player, how I feel. these minutes before the game, these are the peak of your tenseness. The once the game starts, somehow the old habits kick in, and you just focus on the process really. But now you've got nothing to do. There are 5 minutes to go, and okay, you're twirling in your chair, everything, trying to look cool, but no, the nerves are high, and I'm sure both players are very, 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 very nervous right now.
It's a relatable feeling. I mean, each player knows that hundreds of thousands of fans, family, friends, coaches, supporters, seconds, teammates, I mean, classmates, everybody is watching this match. Everybody's eyes are trained on Jan, on Ding, and they will be trained on the pieces in front of them. Anish, Jan has the white pieces in game one. Does that add a certain amount of pressure? Does he have to assert himself, or are you expecting a kind of slow roll? Okay, let me get settled into this match. Let me make sure I don't lose game one kind of thing.
Yeah, I was thinking about it as well, actually, and there are just two ways to go about it, really. You could indeed, and as most players traditionally have done, from what I remember so far, the first game, white players treating it as something, as a warm up, but that gives a small edge to the player with the black pieces, because maybe the second game is no longer a warm up and he's got one more white. I do think it could be interesting to really go all out in the first game, just try to apply the most psychological pressure on Ding before he settles in. That's an interesting approach. That's a little bit unusual. I haven't seen people take that in the World Championship matches recently, not the ones that I watched. But I do think that's an interesting one. Maybe.
And I think it's safe to say, Anish, that that decision as to whether to take risks or not is influenced by who you bring to the World Championship match with you. And of course, there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of talk about the teams that these two players have assembled. Jan is known for having a very vast team of grandmasters and seconds and supporters. Ding really on the opposite side of the map. But of course, breaking news was made by Mike Klein a couple of days ago that Ding has brought Richard Rapport to Astana with him. What do you make of that piece of news?
Just very surprising. I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it if you give me 10 guesses and there are 11 names with rapport in there. I just wouldn't be able. I mean, he's one of the greatest players of our generation, Richard, and a top player, very knowledgeable, but somehow I just don't see the connection. Ding there in China, Richard from Hungary, currently in Romanian, represents Romanian chess, and just the openings don't really match. Ding has a very, very clear cut, solid repertoire. Richard's jumping all over the place with crazy ideas. Perhaps Ding wanted that something extra, that something unusual to add to his very consistent and narrow style. So maybe that's something new, some special extra ingredient that he needs.
And the World Championship is a good opportunity to bring that extra something to the table. We saw Jan debuting his Petrov at the World Championship. That became a mainstay of his repertoire. Ding is perennially an E4, E5 player, but we saw Ding make some pretty crazy changes at Tata Steel. He was playing E4, but probably that would be associated with the fact that he had to hide his preparation. There was a handshake. I don't think the players are shaking hands just yet. These are the dignitaries, the officials, the arbiters who surround the board. This is a production, Anish. These aren't just two players. There is a village that's behind this, and the first move is about to be made.
Yeah, let's see what happens there. Sometimes these moves they can be taken back, so they could go like one e4 and take it back and then play d4. So it doesn't mean much what happened just now. So, but let's see for Jan to make his first move.
Yeah, some players like to troll and order the dignitary to play h4, and then they retract it and play a more normal move. Sometimes the move does indeed correspond to the one that they want to play. And already an unknown to start the match. What move is Jan going to play? Anish, quickly, what's your call?
e4.
Did you say e4?
I said. Let me see what I said.
You're gonna watch. So you're gonna see what he played. The game has started. It is in fact e4. That's what I heard.
Okay. No, dodge the bullet there. No, e4 is Jan's favorite throughout his career. He's especially recently he's broadened his repertoire a lot. He also plays one c4, also the d4, the Catalan, all sorts of different openings. But I guess for the first game, it's so important. Yeah, you stick to your comfort zone, to what you know best. That's one e4.
And Ding taking a couple of seconds to just settle in. And he has that couple of seconds to spare. The time control in the World Championship is vast. You've got 2 hours, 40 moves, and then 60 minutes for the next 20 moves, and then another 15 minutes after move 60 is made. And there's a 30-second increment. And that, Anish, was not a surprise. E4, E5 is on the board.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about taking these 50 seconds? Maybe not only to settle in, but to make it look like he has options, and to make Jan for the next time sort of think that, you have to also be ready for other first moves. So the E5 is not the default. I'm choosing E5. I have options. Maybe that's the thought.
That's such a great point. Wait a second. Should I play the Sicilian or should I save that for game 3?
Exactly.
And knight f3, knight c6 is on the board. So no Petrov, Ding sticking to his guns, and a Rui Lopez by Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish.
Yeah, that's what Jan plays as his main weapon. He played that against Magnus Carlsen as well. I do think in this match we will see at some point the Italian, the third move bishop c4 as well. Another very, very big direction where e4 players are looking into. But for the first game, I think Spanish makes sense. He just wants to see as well, does Ding play the Marshall that he always plays, that is a6 first, or does he go perhaps for the Berlin, which is another very solid opening that Ding sometimes plays as well. That is 3 knight f6.
And your earlier point, Anish, is well taken. Ding, again, takes, 30, 45 seconds there. No Berlin. He will play a6. And there is an intermediate question before the ultimate bigger question of whether Ding will play the Marshall. Of course, Jan can also deviate with an early d3, for example. There have been some changes in Rui Lopez fashion over the last couple of years, but historically, Jan has been a mainline Rui Lopez player.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess within the Rui Lopez, there are other openings. There is this open Spanish so-called knight takes e4 after a short castle. And there is also these Arkhangelsk variations where the bishop comes to c5. But I do think these Marshall setups are by far the most likely ones, and I expect them to happen today. Let's see knight f6. Jan can play d3 already here, or he can castle first.
Still following the main line, he castles, carefully adjusting his rook and presses the clock. The player's executing the opening moves fairly quickly now that they've gotten into the routine. You can almost feel, Anish, the tension subsiding just a little bit. Your point, I think, is very well taken. The jitters have subsided just a bit. They've settled in. Here they are. They're just playing a regular chess game at this point. Bishop e7 on the board, still following the main line.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. As I told you, yeah, once at some point the instincts sort of take over, and sitting there moving the pieces. That's our comfort zone. That's what all chess players have grew up doing. Still. Okay, nice. It's I know the
Deferred
system.
exchange.
You know who played it against Ding?
I don't. Enlighten me.
Okay, take a guess.
Is it someone named Anish Giri?
Someone named Anish Giri did, and
I've heard of him vaguely, but I don't really remember what he's known for. Yeah, he didn't really win
but
any tournaments
amongst others,
recently.
CEO of chess.com, of course, but amongst others, Rookie One. Okay, I have actually managed to beat Ding in the candidates. Not the last one, the one before. In this very system, I played d3. Rookie One. That is a small twist. Point being that you wait for the d pawn. Perhaps it will take a two-step approach and go to d4 at some point. So.
And the deferred exchange, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a specialist in this line. From White's perspective, is first of all very different from the regular exchange where you take on c6 immediately on in response to a6. This is a different type of structure. It's been it's been played for many, many decades. So this isn't exactly a new line, but I think people have to understand in the early going that you can find new ideas, a new wine in old bottles. You can re-enliven old lines that have existed for a very long time. And that's been happening quite a bit more in recent years as players try to search for relatively unexplored territory.
Yeah, indeed. It's really hard to reinvent the wheel in chess, like to come up with an entirely new opening as early as move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be really difficult. It almost doesn't exist. What you do now, indeed, is you go for directions that are explored, and then within those, try to find a surprise. And I have to say that this already is a really big surprise by Jan. I have looked at this move at some point, and surely so did Ding, but it is really a sideline within a sideline, very well hidden, far from what you expect, definitely in the first game. So I think very unusual start and a very interesting start to the match. Ding already taking his time. He might take quite a moment here. It's an important moment as well. E5 pawn is hanging. Bishop g4 is very principled. Then you have to deal with h3 g4 ideas. Well, a lot of things to consider here.
I want to ask about your insight as to what exactly he's thinking about. But before we do that, of course, it should be pointed out, as you did earlier, that blind adherence to chess principles would dictate that d3 is automatic. I mean, you're supposed to defend pawns with a pawn if possible. He defends it with a rook. And I think you've made a very important point that he now reserves the possibility of pushing the pawn 2 squares to d4. Um, are there any lines off the top of your head where that move can be played, maybe in response to knight d7?
Yeah, very much so, very much so. Let's say knight d7, and now definitely d4 makes sense. Sometimes c3 d4 also makes sense. You want to support the pawn so that after e takes d4, you recapture towards the center, create these strong central pawns. That is also an idea. Certainly, there is logic behind move rook e1. Of course, the downside is that the bishop is even further from getting developed now that the pawn is blocking its way. I actually had this idea of going rook e1, and yeah, it's already here, very crucial. Bishop g4 is extremely tempting, especially that these pieces are not well developed yet. Then h3, you usually don't want to give up the bishop, right? You go here. g4 comes to mind.
It gets tactical very, very quickly, doesn't it?
You can sack a knight here very often. It's a typical
Imagine
idea.
if that happens in game 1 of the World Championship. How crazy would that be?
And imagine how uncomfortable Ding would be feeling here, facing Jan's World Championship level preparation here. That would be insane. Bishop g6 is also a very common move. Sometimes you can even sacrifice this pawn. Here, e4 sort of hangs.
E5.
I'm not sure I can take here because bishop takes his g5. Knight takes his knight g6, so maybe I cannot take. What they sometimes do in these kind of positions, sometimes they sort of play pawn down, because if let's say I take here, you get some ideas. Okay, knight is probably bad. You want the queen out and castle long. All this stuff could happen. Bishop g4 is definitely the sharpest option. We'll see.
But yeah, I think you make a good point that the e5 pawn could potentially be sacrificed. So people should not be shocked if in a certain position Ding sacks the e5 pawn and gains development or weakens White's kingside in return. But let me return, Anish, if I may, to the question of what exactly he's thinking about. He's now taken a good chunk of time, 4 minutes and counting, is Ding Liren spending on this move. Is he trying to remember existing analysis, or is there any likelihood, Anish, that he hasn't looked at this? Would you assign that a likelihood of 0?
No, not zero, not zero. There is a chance. So Ding, he is, of course, well prepared. Everybody's well prepared at the top, but I know players that are even more meticulous and more of a sort of a control freak types. Ding, even when I took and played d3 in that candidates tournament, that afterwards he confessed took him sort of by surprise already. You could certainly see him patching up this line and forgetting about the option of rook e1. So I do assign this probability of, let's say, 20%. Much more likely is that he had looked at it. What happened a lot with Ding, in my experience, and also the games of him that I watched, very often he takes, I think it's around 10 minutes usually, 10 minutes after he's sort of surprised. And then he starts playing the variation, that is sort of some forcing variation, without thinking. So he wants to recollect the entire line before showing it on the board, and that takes him usually around 10 minutes. That could be happening. So we could see like a 10-minute pause, and then both players are starting to blitz.
Interesting. So the way I'm seeing it, there's almost 2 levels of surprise to what Jan is doing. The first, of course, is bishop takes c6, avoiding the main line rule Lopez, and presumably avoiding Ding's famed martial preparation. And then the second one, within one surprise, there is another, like the Russian doll, Jan playing rook to e1, avoiding the main line with d3, and posing black with an entirely new set of problems. Anish, what is the main move for black after d3? Maybe we can compare specifically the virtues of rook e1 in contrast to d3 as we pull up an analysis board.
Yeah, so I should also mention that this position is very similar to the one arising from the anti-Berlin, and I think it's relevant to bring that up as well, just so we compare, because there it's a lot more common. So this is the Berlin, this is the anti-Berlin, not letting the pawn getting captured. Bishop comes to c5 very often, and now White can take here, takes castle.
I've seen this once or twice.
Yeah, you definitely did. It's a very, very, very common system. Now, there are a few differences. First of all, in the Spanish we have, black has played a6.
Mm-hmm.
Now that comes with advantages and disadvantages, very, very tiny ones. And the other difference is the bishop there is on e7 and here is on c5. Now, if the bishop comes back to d6, it's going to be the same thing. But it could not, and then there are differences. So in this position, there are a few approaches. So knight d7 is always possible, just defending the pawn. Bishop d6 is also possible, and this bishop g4 move, that's sort of always the most principled yet the most risky one, as I mentioned, because of h3 g4. In this particular position, queen e7 also is a possibility. Now in the position we have in the game, if Jan had played d3, queen e7 is out of the picture. Bishop d6 or knight d7 are the most solid moves, and there is the wicked bishop g4. There is also sometimes the move queen d6. A little clumsy, but possible. If white goes for knight d2, then black can choose between b5 or bishop e6. This also exists. I think the most popular move is knight d7, but in that game that I played against Ding, he played bishop to d6. I can go on. Yes.
Just really quickly, from what you're saying, Rookie 1 almost combats 3 moves at once. Queen d6 is met with d4, bishop d6 is met with d4, and knight d7 can be met with d4. Please continue.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is the point. So looking at this sort of logically, you could say that bishop g4 here is extremely tempting. Now, when you say is met with d4, of course, this is not the end of the variation. Bishop d6, d4 does look particularly nice for white, I have to say. But already, let's say the move like queen d6, that is... one second.
Instead of bishop d6.
Yeah, d4. It's not the end of the world. Of course, you don't want to take and allow the fork. But there are options here. I'm wondering if bishop g4 is a possibility. I think it is. Knight d7 also is one. But bishop g4 looks
and if pawn takes pawn, then black takes the queen and recaptures on e4 with an extremely favorable endgame.
Very much so, very much so. So d4 is far from a collapse for black. Also, knight d7 is not like d4 is necessarily better than d3. It's sort of an assumption we make that now we can play and we will play d4 after c3 or directly. Did he just play knight d7 as well?
He did. Knight d7 has just been played after a pretty long think, right around 10 minutes. Ding has indeed played knight d7. You called it, Anish. He took exactly the amount of time that he tends to take when he gets surprised, kind of recollecting his analysis. And knight d7 is on the board, and now the ball passed right back to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Will we see d4? Will we see a sort of flexible move like knight c3? Or will we see a transposition back into mainstream with d3? That's the least likely option. And we get our answer. d4 is on the board.
Yeah, Jan doesn't do these little tricks where he takes a moment or two. He just, when he's prepped, you know. He announces it. I was prepared for this stuff. I've come prepared. I have something in mind, and I'm going to play it right away. I remember everything. I don't need to think. And he just played d4 directly. I like this. Much more confusing is the approach that some other players take, like Magnus Carlsen. I think he stole it from Grishuk. Grishuk was the OG. He was the OG of this approach of knowing what you're supposed to play, yet taking a lot of time. Sometimes to remember, but more often than not, sort of confuse your opponent. Because imagine you take 5 minutes for a move you know, and then at some point 5 minutes for the move that you no longer know, and the opponent just doesn't know where did the prep end. Is it still prep? It's already move 30, or was it never prep? But how could it be never prep? He knew I'm playing this, and then you're just going crazy behind the board thinking that the prep is lasting forever. That's an approach.
And when you're particularly eager to drag your opponent into certain territory, let's say you've prepared an incredibly dangerous tactical line, you want your opponent to not smell a rat and go into the main line confidently. Hey, clearly he's not prepared. That's where I think that method is at its most effective. Here, Ding knows that Jan didn't just pick Rookie 1 and that move fell from the sky. He just decided to play it. So I agree with Jan's approach. There's no need to play games. Jan is not one to play games. Pawn takes d4, and game 1 has reached move 9. The queen recaptures, attacking the pawn on g7. And will Ding castle short? That seems to be the only feasible option, Anish. Maybe knight f6 is a possibility. What do we think is going to happen here?
Yeah, I mean, castle is very tempting. Like, generally, a good rule of thumb is when you can castle, you should castle. And it's really rare in chess in the opening that when castle is possible, it also defends the pawn on g7. You would look for an alternative. Like you mentioned, of course, there are options, especially knight f6 is probably the in alternative. And it's definitely not losing by no means. Doesn't even look terrible, but I guess our instinct is right here, just castling, right? That's what he does as well.
He castles, he doesn't belabor the point, he plays quickly, and now it's right back to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who continues to blitz out his moves. The bishop comes out to f4, which one could argue is less natural, Anish, than knight to c3, but this is a let's get down to business kind of move because it immediately hits the pawn on c7 and maybe discourages black for that reason from moving the knight, let's say, to f6.
Yeah, black is quite cramped. You could see that this bishop is sort of blocked by the knight. And now the upside of this knight d7 setup in general is that when white took on c6, what happened is white has given up the bishop pair in return for a better pawn structure. Now black has got these two bishops as their main asset. Now when you play knight d7, the bishop is sort of hidden on c8. At the same time, it's nicely hidden from the enemy. So you preserve the bishop pair with this knight d7 approach to later develop this bishop pair and use and utilize the advantage in your position. Now that said, still the short term, black has to find a way to somehow regroup his pieces because this is not harmonious right now. The sort of the back rank, the pieces are all disconnected. The rook on a8, the rooks should belong to the center files. The bishop belongs somewhere out there. So black has to somehow reshuffle their pieces. Move like knight c5 comes to mind. I don't know what else. What do you think, Daniel? Maybe rook e8 or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the bishop, the light squared bishop, can be deployed. Of course, one could suggest a move like b6, but that seems incredibly cumbersome because once you fianchetto, then the knight on d7 is also weakened, Anish. So maybe b6 could be met with knight c3. Then the rook comes out to d1 very quickly. That doesn't seem appetizing to me in the least.
Yes, indeed. I want to briefly discuss and pick your brain on why Jan played bishop f4 before developing the knight. Usually there was a rule, I believe it's attributed to Lasker, developing the knight before bishops, right? That was the rule.
Yep.
Certainly
I
before
believe
queens,
it is
by the way.
attributed to Lasker.
But I have come up with an alternative rule in the openings that I believe the queen can be developed to the center as long as it can't be targeted by the knight in this fashion with knight c6. I think the queen does stand pretty well here. Now the question is, why did Jan play bishop f4 and not knight c3? Now the answer is because the computer said so, but the question is, why did the computer say so?
Why did the computer say so?
Yeah, I guess I think I understand why. So after knight c5, trading queens is the most natural, and now black can recapture with the rook, activating the rook. And in the case of bishop f4 first, if now you do the same, the c7 pawn is going to fall. And so you have to do this less harmonious recapture with the bishop where the rook is still passive. So probably that's the reason.
And one could say, well, is that really important? The queens are off the board. It kind of is because c7 is a very troublesome point. You want the d8 square for your rook. So now in order to change hands, you have to go knight e6, and that blocks the light squared bishop. So, it's when you're operating in a cramped space, you put a piece on one square, it hurts another piece. So Jan could be aiming for a small but enduring edge in the endgame, which Anish would be very consistent with the type of strategy that we predicted. This is kind of the ideal scenario. You settle into the match with, I don't want to call this a 2-result game, right? I don't want to jump the gun, but a position where Jan would feel very confident that he's unlikely to lose.
Yeah, at the same time, the more I look at this, the more I realize that maybe when you asked me how big a deal is that, I was thinking, yeah, maybe not such a big deal because you will develop the bishop eventually. Maybe knight comes to e6. And what I realized, the other point that bishop f4 has, and that's maybe the more relevant one even, is that after bishop f4, knight c5, I can now tuck my queen away very nicely on e3, just behind this bishop, because if I had done it after knight c3, it would have blocked this bishop. So maybe besides having an option of going to the endgame, maybe the point is to go queen e3, and I think we'll see that shortly. I think queen e3 is the more natural move, and Ding just played knight c5 already. So,
and I believe that Jan is away from the board. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a move already. There's no way that knight c5 was not anticipated by Mr. Nepomniachtchi. So an early, exciting moment. Will we see a queen trade? Will we see the queens remain on the board? Queen e3. I like the look of that. It keeps aiming at the knight. Black, it just feels a little bit awkward. And white wants to go knight c3, rook 81, very active, easy play in the center. Guess what? Queen e3. Ding was taking a rest there. Queen e3 is already on the board. And up from the chair again.
Yeah, and I have to say, one thing is clear to me, that Ding is prepared. Knight c5 is not an it's a obvious move, but there are options here. You could consider maybe c5, maybe rook e8 in a situation with so much so much tension and such an important one as well so early in the match. Unless you know knight c5, you don't play it this fast. So I can tell you that Ding is still in his preparation. The question is how far the preparation goes, how deeply he knows the subtleties after knight c5, queen e3. Jan certainly better prepared for this game. In what sense? Perhaps their files are identical, but Jan knew that this is coming today, whereas Ding had no idea. So Jan has rehearsed and delved into the details much more recently and knows them much better. So in any case, Jan is better prepared for this battle today. But maybe Ding also remembers things quite well. We'll see here, depending on how quickly he responds.
Not to take our attention away from your excellent insights over the board, but Ding is not currently at the board. He was resting on a very plush chair in the rest area. He, of course, is aware that a move has been made. Or is he? I think there must be a monitor there that alerts him to the move. That's usually the setup. What do you think? Do you think that he is resting? Is he relaxed? Is he thinking? I'm sure you've played tournaments where you have this kind of setup. You have the option of sitting away from the board and resting.
Yeah, you do. So that is a normal setup. Certainly at stakes this high event, this well organized, there's going to be a monitor. And I believe Ding is looking at that monitor thinking. And I think we had seen the same thing in the previous match. Jan was doing this a lot. You might as well think in front of the monitor. Now that with all the online chess being so popular, it's a normal kind of situation. Yeah, looking at the monitor thinking, trying to recollect. No need to be there at the board. Now, what I do wonder is if Ding is aware that there's camera in that room. I hope for him he is, because I remember that once in the match when Magnus played, he was in a very strange position in his chair, definitely not aware of the fact that he's being filmed.
Well, for now, Ding, hands in his pockets. He's kind of sitting pretty much motionless. Hope he's not asleep. It is 3:23 p.m. over in Astana. Of course, it goes without saying that the pre-tournament routine, the pre-match routine is essential, particularly in the last couple of days. The players have to arrive with boundless energy, and he's particularly given the time control. So I don't want to overstate the case here. He's not asleep. He's thinking. He's trying to remember his file. And I'm with you. Sometimes it's easier to remember a file that you created on the monitor. It's easier to remember it on the monitor.
That is true. Now I wonder if he's able to flip the colors and change the board scheme as well to make it even more familiar.
Yep. And make it more like chess base, and put in a little stockfish on the bottom. A little stockfish 15.
Point one. No,
nice.
that's not. Yeah, that's not. That's not. I see also some food there. I guess it's always nice, these restrooms. It's a little bit. There's always a little bit of food, a little bit of drinks, a nice couch. Always a nice place to be in. But Ding, yeah, quite motionless. What moves come to mind here, Danya? What do you think?
What moves come to mind after Queen e3? It's move 11. It's Black's turn. He's 20 minutes down. If I would go with my intuition, well, there's obviously Bishop g4, developing the bishop, maybe walking into knight e5, but knight e5 isn't necessarily all that great because that creates some problems for white as well. Then there is, of course, knight back to e6, which we've mentioned in several different positions. Then maybe you could revert back to the plan of b6, bishop b7. Once you fianchetto the bishop, you vacate an escape square for the queen, because presumably white will go rook 81 at some point. So that's a problem that Black will eventually have to solve. So that's what I'd say comes to my mind. Anish, bishop g4, knight e6, and maybe a nondescript move like rook e8, although I think Ding has much bigger fish to fry right now than worrying about his rook.
Yeah, I agree. My instinct also was bishop g4. I honestly don't quite recollect this position. Maybe it is in my file as well somewhere, but I don't quite recollect it. Like you, I totally agree with what you said. We could add, by the way, that there is sometimes the idea of going f5 at some point. That's sort of a theme, maybe somewhere you could consider going for F5, but I'm not sure if if that feels way too premature here, frankly. Bishop G4 followed by 96 or 96 first, and then developing the bishop to B7. That's a tough one, and I hope Ding knows what to do. At the same time, even if he doesn't, this kind of position, how wrong can it go? It's a playable position. Ding is not going to lose out of the opening, but he could get under pressure. That could happen.
And that was exactly the scenario that I wanted to attempt to illustrate. If I may show a very rough sample line, we could ask ourselves, okay, what is the worst case scenario for black? Well, the worst case scenario is he plays queen d6 here. I don't think that's going to happen. Let's say he goes bishop g4. What is white's ideal setup? Well, I would imagine that white's ideal setup involves bringing the knight to c3, putting the rook on d1. But before you solve that problem, you have to decide whether or not you're playing knight to e5. The downside of knight to e5 is that black now controls the d1 square. But to just complete the topic of white's ideal setup, after bishop 2, g4, white plays knight c3. Let's make a random move for black. White plays rook a d1 and gets everything assembled in the center. If we assess, Anish, how good this is, how impressive this is, I gotta say, I think black is still solid, even if Jan makes all the quote-unquote ideal moves. What do you think about that?
No, certainly. I mean, rook on d file, it is not impressing anybody too much. I'm not even sure. Indeed, if white is better here now. Currently, what bugs me, frankly, the only thing that bothers me here is the rook on a8. If had it already been on d8, I think black would have been perfectly fine. We would be able to trade rooks on the open d file, and even long term, if we speak really long term, if we ever get to an end game with a bishop pair, black could even take over the initiative. But with the rook on a8, yeah, that's frankly what bugs me here, and white could exploit it. Maybe even do something ambitious with. Maybe with even h3, g4, I dare say.
Would be consistent with Jan's style.
Certainly, yes. And after bishop g4, I also had the thought, I'm not sure it's good, to chase this bishop with a move like queen h3. Trying to get rid of the bishop pair. Now, if you go bishop g6, which seems to me like probably the only sensible move, I could start with knight c3 and then bring the rook and then later get rid of the bishop pair. Now, if we trade the knight for a bishop, and white loses this issue of not having the bishop pair, and then positions should be one-sided, pretty much. Although even so, these doubled pawns, as we know from various openings, such as the Berlin endgame and so on, this is not the end of the world for black. Of course, with this pawn structure, we have to always realize if we enter a pawn endgame one day, white will be winning. But as long as there is a pair of light pieces on the board, it's no longer so easily winning. And in the long run, you could push all these pawns forward, and even though they're doubled, still you could generate some counterplay and sometimes undouble them later on and so on. So very subtle position. Ding, meanwhile, has played bishop g4, hasn't he?
G4. All right, bishop g4 is on the board, and I think you brought up a great point about the pawn endgame. Some people, they hear that, they think, well, we're very far from a pawn endgame, but it's super important to have a general roadmap when you're playing. You have to be aware in rough terms of who benefits in the event of a queen trade, who benefits in the event of a heavy piece trade, queens and both rooks, because that helps you make decisions later down the line. Queen trade is not available right now, but it could be in a couple of moves. So next big decision for Jan. He has adopted the kind of pose, Anish, of one who is still in his preparation, or is he?
His body language suggests to me that bishop g4 is suboptimal. He's giving that look of, I probably had seen that move, but it wasn't so good. Now let me try to remember what to do against it.
How to refute it. Of course, the age-old question that has plagued Super Grandmasters forever. I know I looked at this move. I know it's not in the top two options, but I don't remember what to do against it. It's actually an infuriating feeling, Anish, at my, pitiful low level. I imagine that when you're playing someone of Jan's caliber and you know that you have an opportunity to punish a suboptimal move, but you don't remember how, that's got to be a frustrating sensation.
Yeah, that said, in this particular position, since it's so sort of slow and non too concrete, you know, it's not the case of white having to necessarily find that one killer blow,
Mhm.
right? There's nothing forcing. You don't have to sacrifice any piece. You don't have to go for checkmate. I mean, frankly, you could choose between knight c3 or knight e5, and whatever you choose, it looks kind of nice for white for the time being. Both of these moves clearly don't win by force. Black's position is extremely solid. There's not that much pressure on Jan, but of course, it would be nicer if he remembered what to do and go for the position with the with the best chances.
I assume the answer to this is no. Is there any case to be made for knight bd2, or is knight c3 basically automatic?
Yeah, I don't know. I think knight d2 would make sense if black intended to take so that you could recapture with a knight. I don't think black ever wants to take. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I
where's the
guess
knight
knight.
going?
Yeah, I mean, it
Mhm.
could go to c4 or to f1 g3. But first of all, to g3, it could go via e2 as well.
Mhm.
And on c4, I think if the bishop was on d6, you would be sort of targeting that bishop. But given that the bishop is already on e7, I'm not sure knight on c4 is such a great piece. Also, you should keep in mind that there is this rule. It's not a rule you have to live by, but there is this rule that knights that defend each other are not great.
Mhm.
They should sort of not really be doing that. And the point is that somehow there's one square less for each of them that they sort of control because they control each other, if you see what I mean. This is
Mhm.
not a rule that always works, but it's a rule, and I think it could apply here somewhat. Knight c3, I guess to you as well, it feels more natural. He played
Whoa.
the third move.
Knight
Knight.
f3 to d4 has been played in a relatively short span of time. Wow.
Yeah, for
What do
sure,
we
he
make
for
of
sure
this?
remembers. Yeah, he for sure remembers this move because it doesn't come to mind so quickly. If you don't know this move, you might just not come up with it. It's
Knight
a little bit
d4.
odd, but it certainly makes sense. But it's just a little bit odd. Knight c3 is certainly more logical to begin with, but I guess it's prep.
Hmm. So, what exactly is the purpose? Well, first of all, white is preventing the option of bishop takes f3, which arguably was not a huge problem. That's sort of the direct thing that this move accomplishes. The knight on d4 could be used as a vehicle for middle game tactics in the event that black plays bishop f6. There could be some knight takes c6 ideas, not immediately, because b2 will hang there, and then you'll lose the rook in the corner. So, to me, bishop f6 is the move I'd play in a bullet game, and I play a lot of those. So maybe we can take this move to just really tease out some of the finer points of knight d4. What do you think is going to be white's response here? Is it going to be e5 or something like c3?
I have to say, I like the. I mean, I always like your instincts, your bullet instincts. I'm a big fan. I think
Thank
if
you.
you just played your bullet instincts in a classical game, you would also become grandmaster. They're really really good.
I
And I
appreciate
like
it.
this move, bishop of 6, a lot because provoking e5. That's a very clever strategic idea because now it weakens these light squares. And the only thing I have going for e5 is that maybe here, because black wastes so much time, we have good development and perhaps can exploit some short-term factors, such as the fact that the rooks are not connected here. But bishop f6 is definitely a move that comes to mind. As you mentioned, knight c6 just doesn't work
Mm-hmm.
because at the end of the tactic there is there's a little issue there. c3, it weakens the d3 square a bit and it doesn't gain us time, unlike e5. So I guess at this point I'm thinking by elimination e5 must sort of be the way to go. And yeah, things get very interesting. Now the question is what are the alternatives? Now the first move that came to my miserable mind is knight e6. My horrendous instincts to try and trade all the pieces as fast as possible are kicking in.
No, it makes sense. Trade white's strongest piece. Takes, and maybe white can try. Yeah, maybe knight c3, rook d1. Along standard lines.
Yeah, I would indeed start with that. And what I like for white is that at some point I'm going to make this move queen g3, targeting the c7 pawn and also creating some chances here on the king side. At least I just like this for white. It just looks slightly better to me. I mean, I like this configuration of the queen here, bishop here, this queen g3 coming in with the one. 96 a little bit of a It's not too bad, but it's a little bit passive, a little bit unprincipled. There is also
Hmm.
a possibility now, perhaps more than ever, the rook e8
Rookie
makes
8.
sense. Makes a lot of sense here now. And after rook e8, I assume knight c3, like knight d4 very often can be followed by the move f3,
Hmm.
reinforcing the pawn, right, and hitting the bishop. But I would guess knight c3 first, still more logical. And here we could go bishop f6, and after e5, now we don't have to directly retreat
There's also
the
knight
bishop.
c6, I think, now that the
Oh,
knight's
that
on
was
c3.
that was exactly, yes. This is the moment where it works. Good point. Now
Right.
it
No
works.
bishop
Yeah,
takes b2.
yeah. So rook e8 probably just not a good move. Yeah, honestly, besides bishop f6 and knight 96, I mean, there's always this move like queen to d7, bringing the rook to d8. Maybe that's not so stupid. Queen d7.
I think that's totally reasonable. This is a problem you had been highlighting for a while, where the
Mm-hmm.
queen interrupts the natural coordination of black's rooks. You play queen d7, you reinforce the f5 square. Knight takes c6 doesn't come with tempo anymore. So there's a couple positive byproducts of this move. And after knight c3, rook d8, white doesn't have rook d1. That is a drawback of the move knight d4. You will have to chase the bishop out of g4 to enable the move rook a d1. So here it seems like white will have to act very accurately.
Yeah, after queen d7, perhaps f3 or h3, and then I could do this intermezzo with rook d8. Yeah, so let's say something like, it's hard to say f3 or h. Let's say, just for argument's sake, what I meant is after h3, I could
Mhm.
consider rook a d8, if that makes sense.
It does. Knight takes c6 is still, I said it's impossible now, but black gets this big development advantage. Maybe the
Yeah,
knight drops back to e6 at the end. Doesn't feel like it.
yeah, no, it feels a bit wrong. You sort of helped me develop a lot, and now I'm taking over the initiative to an extent.
Hmm.
Yeah, big moment. Now it's interesting, this is like it's one of these positions that is on one hand completely random, because I don't recall any high level games here. I don't think there are. We could check in the Opening Explorer at some point, but I don't recollect, and certainly nothing recent. At the same time, it could sort of be a large tabia within Nepo's preparation. He could have spent hours and hours on this.
Hmm.
So it happens a lot in modern chess. There are these positions that are, on one hand, obscure and random because nobody played them. On the other hand, there are big tabias because people have big analysis on them in their opening files. This looks like one
Hmm.
of those. Like, it's a very rich, important position for Jan's World Championship match. But people have, other than Jan and maybe Ding and maybe a couple more in the world, maybe Fabiano, I don't know. But people have just never seen it, you know?
It blows my mind. It's a very primitive point, but how rich and expansive of a game chess is. We're 12 moves into one of the most well-known openings, an opening that has existed since the 16th century. Ruy Lopez himself authored one of the very first chess manuscripts where he introduced the opening that is now named after him. We're 12 moves into a line, bishop takes c6, deferred exchange that's been known for many decades. And we're basically in completely new territory, not just in terms of the position, but also ideationally in terms of the ideas available for both sides. In the meantime, just wanted to bring your attention, Anish, to the fact that Ding, he's been taking a good chunk of time. He's already 33 minutes into his 2 hours that are allocated for the first 40 moves. He was snuggled up on that favorite chair of his in the rest area with a hoodie on. So he's getting real comfortable, but maybe not as comfortable on the board as he was on that couch.
I have to say, I don't really like that. This being in, staying in the sort of in your restroom. That's also what Jan did a lot last time. I don't know. I mean, I'm used to. Like, I want to see players sitting there. I don't know if that's the spectator in me, but even as a player, this is just a bit. It's a little weird. I mean, I think you're supposed to sit at the board, and that's where the magic happens, if you play over the board chess. It's not over the restroom chess, right? So I don't know, it's a little unusual, and I'm hoping we won't see too much of that, but maybe that's the new world championship way of playing. Yeah, you just sit at the restroom, think in front of your screen. I don't know.
I would bet a silver dollar that Ding has spent more time in on that chair than he has at the board, and I'm getting justified with every second that he's spending there. Now, Ding has spent many, many years trying to get to where he is today. He's had an incredible chess career, but a very topsy turvy ride that ultimately has brought him to Astana. Let's take a somewhat deeper dive into Ding Liren's incredible path to the World Championship. Ding Liren's unpredictable path to this year's FIDE World Championship was born from the right combination of good fortune and persistent gameplay. Ding's journey to Kazakhstan almost never got started. Travel restrictions in China prevented him from qualifying for the Candidates, the gateway tournament to the World Championship. But when a spot unexpectedly opened up, Ding ground away to earn the vacated seat and punch his ticket to Madrid. His foot in the candidate's door, Ding struggled in the first half of the tournament, failing to earn a win and falling to the eventual winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi. But that's when the magic began. In the second half, Ding began to turn things around, starting with a resounding win over Jan Krzysztof Duda.
We have a victory for Ding Liren, and his candidate's chances are not gone at this time.
Ding then continued his momentum with back-to-back wins over Richard Rapport and Fabiano Caruana. In his final match of the tournament, Ding squared off with Hikaru Nakamura in a battle for second place. With rumors suggesting Magnus Carlsen might step down as champion, second place at the Candidates now had an entirely new meaning. Needing a win, Ding took advantage of a missed opportunity by Hikaru on move 38 and worked steadily from there to secure the victory and second place.
The second half of the tournament has been his 4 wins in 7 games.
While his runner-up finish at the Candidates was certainly an accomplishment, Ding left Madrid without a seat at the World Championship. That all changed later that summer when Magnus announced he would not be defending his title. With the 5-time champion out of the mix, Ding's second place finish at the Candidates suddenly became a golden ticket to Kazakhstan, with the rare opportunity to cement his name amongst the distinguished list of FIDE World Champions. Much like his opponent, Ding chose to skip most of the high-profile classical events over the past few months, and instead selected to immerse himself in his preparation to face Nepomniachtchi. Time will tell if that approach and Ding's string of good luck and competitiveness will earn him the most famous title in classical chess. While Ding is a consummate professional, he is extremely well-liked by everybody. Even Jan fans have to admit that Ding is just one of the most wholesome figures in chess. It just feels great that he's finally been able to earn himself a spot to potentially achieve the biggest, most prestigious title in chess, World Champion. But that title is very far away. Anish, as we take a quick look at Ding Liren's career overview, Queen D7, by the way, has been played by Ding. We will get to that move very shortly. But Anish, your insight, of course, is incredibly valuable. You've played Ding countless times. What comes to mind when you look at this short resume?
Yeah, certainly one of the greatest players of our generation, been high rated for a consistent period of time, for many, many years. Currently number 3, but was number 2 for a long time. Has beaten Carlsen at various occasions, famously at the Sinquefield Cup. Once they played a tiebreak, and at that point, Magnus has had an incredible record in tiebreaks. He's won all of them since 2006 or whatever it was. For decades, he was winning all the tiebreaks, and then Ding managed to overcome him and win that Sinquefield Cup. It was a prestigious event. So Ding definitely a world championship challenger already for many years when it comes to his level. And his rise recently, it's been sort of a combination of bad luck, because he got stuck in China due to the pandemic, couldn't travel very much, but also this unexpected good luck where he somehow got all these opportunities. He got into the Candidates thanks to the rating spot, where somehow the things just came together and he played just enough games in China to get eligible for that. And then finishing second, which usually doesn't bring you anything, and now just was good enough. So the combination of sort of having a bad luck and then having good luck somehow propelled him to the world top. But he's always been at that world top for many years, and one of the greatest players. And especially when he is at his best, some of the games that I played against him when he was at his best, it felt like playing against the computer, and afterwards I looked at the games, and I've lost a couple of games against him. And it's just like you face the computer. They were perfect. I didn't play bad. I didn't play too badly, but he was just so accurate, and his understanding of the opening was so deep. But that certainly comes through all the hard work. It's a hardworking player that he is. So definitely a very impressive player.
One of the most just memorable experiences that I had commentating the candidates in Madrid was just watching Ding share his analysis after his win against Richard Report. The way that he demystified a position that we could not grapple with at all. He just seemed to know which lines to calculate. He calculated them with machine-like precision, and that is indeed the Ding Liren that we have come to know. And the Ding Liren that will have to show up here in Astana if he wants to deal Jan Nepomniachtchi his second World Championship match loss. And as we mentioned that, we also need to mention that Queen D7 is the latest move played here in Game 1. 12 moves have been played, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has adjusted his sitting position. He's actually at the board, Anish, which is a pretty big step for these players thus far.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Now, I had a chance to peek, when we were watching this marvelous video about Ding, I peeked into my files. I was also curious. I couldn't resist.
Ooh.
And I can tell you
right.
with a little more insight of what actually happened there in the opening.
Yes, please.
Now, indeed, I have a file on the Move Rookie 1, and there are indeed a bunch of options, 97 being one of them. And again, there were all the options we mentioned, C3, knight C3, all possible. D4 also one of them. ED, Queen D4, Castle, Bishop F4. Actually, reasonably known, very few games. In fact, this Move Rookie 1, it hasn't been played at high level at all, apart from one recent game by Vasif Drarbayli, a Azerbaijani player. Not quite a top player, but a very known
2600. Competent, strong GM.
Very competent, certainly a very strong GM. Just not a top 10 player or anything like that. But definitely. But there was just one game of him, a very obscure variation. So no reason why this would come up in your preparation as something urgent. But the computers say this is possible. It's more or less equal. And the new move came here. Indeed, Bishop G4 is very rare. It's not been played at all. In fact, the 6 to 10 games that have occurred here went 96. And in my file, one of the variations goes 96. And then the what you mentioned, not B6, but even B5. That's what computer prefers.
Ooh.
B5, a little bit more active, and then developing the bishop here. That is estimated by the computer as sort of roughly equal, and that is also what the games suggested. Bishop G4 is playable, but a little suboptimal according to the computer, and just no games here after Bishop G4. And after Knight D4, I peeked. I have to tell you, the line here is very beautiful and very difficult as well. Everything would have been okay for black if not for a nice little trick. And I will let you spot it after H3.
Uh-oh.
Rook A8. In fact, okay, I'll let you spot it here.
In this position?
Yeah, I'll let you spot
White
it here.
has the move in this position. Is it bishop takes C7?
It's slightly, it's a tricky one because it's not a trick just yet. You have to set up a trick.
You have to set up a trick, okay.
Yeah, you have to set up a trick.
I can sense, I look at this position, I can just smell it. I can smell that there's something. All right, give me a second.
It's a difficult one. I'm curious if you find it, because I don't think I would have found it if I knew not known it existed. But the computer pointed it out to me, so it's a nice one. Also for our viewers, the more advanced ones, to try and find the best move.
My excuse is still 549, but please continue.
Yeah, certainly G Queen D4 is sort of the normal way to proceed, but that will be more or less equal. Bishop D7, Bishop 7 you mentioned as well, as we have pointed out before in some versions. I guess black just has a lot of activity here for the pawn. But yeah,
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Is it knight B3 and queen takes B3, queen B7?
No, that's greedy again. No, this okay. It's
I'm
really
trying
hard.
to go for the pawns.
I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm really sorry because it's just very hard.
Bishop E5 was an idea that I had. Knight C3. Knight C3. That did not. I mean, I saw that this existed. Queen D4.
And now
you get an advantage in the endgame, or no? Queen G3.
No, but you could start with HG, right? Then, if you wanted the endgame. Here is the trick. And now you will spot it. Now you will spot it. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Knight D5.
Knight D5.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really difficult stuff. I mean, I just didn't see it coming. It's incredible. But that's important. In fact, the computer even starts with Knight C3 for some subtle reason. And after Rook A8, now H3. intending queen d4, knight
It's
d5.
insane.
And that is the reason why white is better. And Jan maybe doesn't know it because queen d7 is not liked because of it. And if he doesn't know
There's
it,
no way he
wow.
finds this. None.
I don't know. No, I mean, possible. Well, he knows that this is good for white, and he's got a lot of time. So, he's a world championship challenger, so he might find it, but it's not going to be easy at all.
And you know what the issue is? You mentioned the bishop c7 suboptimal. I feel like when there are these red herrings, it actually makes it much, much harder. If there wasn't the option of winning a pawn two different ways, I think the likelihood he would find this increases tremendously. I hate the situation where you know that you can win a pawn, but you don't know if it's the refutation. So what are the facts you know? You know that this is suboptimal for black. You know that there exists some sort of punishment, but you don't know what form this punishment takes. Do you win the pawn, or is this more tactical? Is it more positional? We talked about it. It's an infuriating feeling.
Yeah, and knight c3 is actually none of the above. It's positional based on the tactical. It's just really hard. And you made a very good point. I mean, if you know that there is refutation, and I told you that there is something as well. Bishop c7 indeed comes to mind. The winning the pawn, but it's also hard for a human to judge. Does black have enough compensation? Because if I get knight to d2 and pawn to c3, it will not be enough. But I guess what comes to mind here is takes a knight e6. Maybe that is the way to regain the pawn.
That's a really pretty idea, because you seem to give white control of the center, but it's very concrete. White just doesn't have the horsepower, literally, to defend the d4 pawn. Because the horse is not on d2 yet.
The horse is a bit far from the power. Yeah, exactly. No, Jan doesn't know this. That makes it actually very, very exciting, because I will be hugely impressed. And if he finds that h3 I would think that he might even have it in the file. And I don't know if he should have it in the file. Now I should mention how many options black has before the move bishop g4. There is even the option, like the incredibly beautiful one I had in my file here. There's some g5 move here. It makes sense apparently as well.
No way.
Why? I mean, it's a bishop g3 and g4 or something. I mean, it's pushing the pieces back, and then I guess then knight 5. But that's also in my file, and that's probably in Jan's file as well. There's all sorts of options. And instead of knight d7, every move is possible there. As we mentioned, queen d6 and bishop g4 are very valid, and the trio of variations becomes very wide, and the file is very big, and both sides have a lot of options. And from all these different trees, there is a small branch which goes. This is still a big branch, but then there is the small branch of bishop g4, within which knight d4, within which there is another suboptimal move, queen d7. Could be in that huge file, but could be not. Could be in the file, but not in Jan's head, because often what I experience when I have these huge files from my seconds, I don't have the time or the energy to go through the entire file. I go through the things that I find most relevant, and this is a sideline of a sideline. He might just not have clicked through it. And now, the pressure is on him to find this incredible idea of knight c3, h3, and knight to d5.
To quote my high school physics teacher, remembering a line like this is like trying to find a fly in a cathedral. And I think a lot of viewers, they tend to assume that top players are immune to human influences like, memory loss and the inability to remember 8 million different lines and subvariations. Absolutely not. They spend much more time than, your average grandmaster, even reviewing, studying, memorizing. I'm sure you can co-sign this point, Anish, but, that does not mean that they will automatically remember everything, even in a world championship match. And I think it's safe to say Jan is going to invest a good deal of time to try to figure out the proper way to squeeze the most out of this position. It's an incredibly exciting moment. The stakes could not be higher. Will he find this beautiful idea with knight d5? That remains to be seen. And folks, this is a good opportunity for us to take our first break. You are watching the 2023 FIDE World Championship between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. This is game one. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with more World Championship action on the other side of this short break. Sorry, Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Championship. This is game one of this incredibly exciting match between world number 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 3, Liren. And yes, if you're just joining us, if you're new to the chess scene, Magnus Carlsen, for the first time in 10 years, is not participating in the World Championship match. He has abdicated the throne to one of these two players. GM Anish Giri, GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today as the game enters its second hour. Anish, we left, Jan was thinking. We arrive, Jan is still thinking. But it's not a surprise because the idea that he has to find if he wants to squeeze the most out of this position is beyond complex.
Yeah, we
Can
mentioned
we
this
show it
idea.
again?
Yeah. Let's just show it again. Knight c3, rook d8, h3 in some order. I think after h3 first. Ding certainly intends rook a d8 as well. This queen d7 rook d8 idea I really liked, as you did as well. When we first found it. And now this incredible tactical resource, knight c3, queen d4, and knight d5 intermezzo, disrupting the connection between the rook and the queen. And if takes, you've got this intermediate check, knight d7 check,
and then you recapture with a bishop, and that actually is a crucial cog in the machine because now Black has two minor pieces hanging at the same time.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. Now, I was wondering now, okay, so let's suppose Jan doesn't see it, which is normal because a human doesn't see it. Now, what things come to mind here? And I was thinking, I kind of wanted to disrupt this diagonal because I want my rook on d1. So one thought was f3, the other thought was knight 1 to d2 and knight to f3, perhaps?
Yeah, if I may, before I get to that, just wanted to clarify one very small point, which is that after, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you are the one with the incredible file. After knight c3, rook a d8, h3, one would wonder, what happens if Black just goes bishop h5? I just wanted to show that White does have the incredibly nasty knight f5, putting huge pressure on Black's bishop, the g7 pawn, etc. Sorry, that's just what I wanted to clarify. That's why queen takes d4 is just kind of obligatory if you want to, keep the flames of White's initiative at bay, except you don't.
Yeah, I also noticed this move bishop h3. I assume the idea here is the same, gh and knight d5. I guess, or maybe not.
Is there some sort of
bishop f6
sacrifice here?
Bishop f6 maybe is the point.
Knight f6, and if bishop g5, there's queen g6. Oof.
Yeah, the g pawn is kind of missing.
You win the bishop back.
Queen c5, yeah, I win it back. Yeah, with a move like h6 in the worst case. Yeah. But man, the computer was not happy with something, so there was some refutation here. Let's see.
Could it be rook a d1?
Could be
setting
bishop
up
g4, bishop g4 f3, yeah? Bishop g4 f3 I've got. And then I got knight f5 discovery. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, all these once knight f5 comes.
Not obvious, when you don't have the bar on the left telling you that it's all good. It's not obvious. You have to think about all these things. Really not easy. Yeah, I'm wondering what Jan is thinking about here. So, how bad is this move f3?
I was thinking there might be knight e6. I forget if we already discussed this.
Not in this particular version, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense here. And then now when I take you,
I just feel like the initiative loses its luster once once the knights are traded. Maybe a minuscule little something for White, but I feel like Ding would hold this position.
Very little for two reasons. First of all, compared to a position we looked at earlier today, first of all, Black got the rook in, so the queen is now nicely tucked away. And the other thing is that this pawn on f3 actually disrupts this queen g3 idea, which was really nice. Not sure it's a good version for White. Indeed, f3, yeah, f3 just doesn't feel very nice. Knight 1, d2, that's also, I don't know, I'm not impressed with that move. Possible,
yeah,
though.
So process of elimination would dictate. I feel like he's going to play h3.
You think so, yeah? I mean, knight d2 and knight to f3, you see the engine, the eval bar also doesn't hate it. Maybe it's a move to consider. It feels a little bit, I don't know, a little bit off, a little bit wrong, perhaps. Not the most ambitious. But yeah, h3, okay. But h3, I mean, he knows the rook a8 is coming. That is because bishop h5, as you mentioned, knight f5. So he knows rook a8 is coming. And you play h3 if you have something in mind for rook a8. Better be something good like that, because the other things are bishop c7, as we saw, was nothing thrilling. We discussed the line, queen takes c7, and at the very least, maybe Black has other ways, but at the very least, forced line, you just regain the pawn, looks kind of equal on the the first eye test, let's say. And otherwise, this hg move was not too impressive, right? Queen d4, You take, okay, you can go
Yeah,
for this endgame. You can, by the way, you
takes.
can play this endgame. You can play this endgame. Knight c3 maybe now, or
Yeah, I think the former world champion would, salivate at the prospect of a position like this with white.
and with black.
Yeah, exactly. You would win this with either color.
Yeah. It was salivate, just either way, just because he's very good at everything. But in terms of computer didn't like knight c3. Yeah? The bar went down. I'm thinking, is that something to do with some sort of
Yeah, rook
direct
b4 is what I was
before?
thinking. Some tactics with
Yeah,
rook takes
probably.
b2, maybe.
Yeah, because you can never play e5 because of rook takes f4, probably. And not obvious. I mean, knight c3 is by far the most natural move. So what does the bar want me to play? Does it want me to play f3
I think it is probably.
or knight
What was the
d2
bar
maybe?
giving an advantage to white?
Not really. I mean, you can see the lines here. And okay, knight d2 is the one with the small, or yeah. This is really far from impressive now. Black has got a slightly worse pawn structure, of course, but so active. The knight's nice, the rooks on the
Yeah,
d file are nice. I wouldn't be scared
and
at all.
you could lose control of such a position with white. Like some knight a4 move could come, and then bishop f6. This just doesn't feel like it has the
Played knight
weight,
c3.
of something he's going to choose. Knight c3 has been
He
played.
played knight c3. Yeah, and he
Ooh.
that is even the right order, by the way. That's even the right move order, in fact. That's what the engine
But
suggested to me.
but let's, as the expression goes, count the chickens when they've hatched, because after rook a d8, from our
No other
perspective,
chickens.
h3, no other chickens, no knight
There's the only chicken
b3.
here. There's no other chickens here after rook a8.
So they've already hatched. Knight b3 here. Is there any case to be made for that? I don't
Come
think
on.
so.
Now, of course,
No,
I
not
mean,
Jan.
Jan doesn't
Maybe
play
knight
it.
f3.
No, but this is
I think knight
miserable.
f3 maybe is
No.
appealing to him because of
No,
knight
it's
e5
miserable.
now.
It's miserable. Knight
Yeah.
came from f3 to d4, remember? And now it went back
Yeah.
to
Oh
f3?
yeah.
It's
Makes no
ridiculous.
sense.
Makes no sense at all. No. The chickens have hatched. The game is on.
Wow.
Because Jan has spotted the idea. What is really possible, I tell you that. It is in the file. And he was thinking. What happens a lot to me personally. So I'm thinking, I think I've never seen it before. And I calculate. Suddenly I think, oh my God, I'm a genius. Knight c3, rook d8, h3, queen d4, knight d5 occurs to me. Okay, I'm a genius. And then I'm like, wait a second, I've seen this before. Wasn't it yesterday
Where did I
evening
see
that
it?
yeah, wasn't it yesterday evening that I'd seen it before? Am I such a genius? And they're like, oh yeah, this was actually in my file. This probably what happened, very likely what happened to Jan as well. It takes you sometimes 10, 20 minutes, but then it comes back to you as you calculate, and at the same time, your calculation and memory, they sort of click together. And that's beautiful, because that's what you want. You don't want memory to be separate from calculation. You want that your memory calculation to be clicked. You're like a cyborg that has the AI, in the prep and the human brain during the game, and you are that cyborg who is very mighty. And he played rook a8, not seeing h3 knight d5, I suspect.
Now, one more thing that I don't think we mentioned. After h3, could you dial it back with bishop e6? Could that be a form of damage control?
Or knight.
Oh, or knight e6. Yeah.
Maybe even better, because bishop e6 allows rook a to d1.
Whoa.
The bar just went
+4. I mean, because white is it's just crushing in the center.
Yeah,
I guess.
also queen g3. Yeah. I mean, everything. We got everything. Your whole bishop g4 maneuver just the bishop never belonged on e6. So this is just really bad. The rook is protected, so there is some x-ray issue. There is queen g3 issue as well. I think the damage control move maybe is knight e6. In fact, could that be the damage control idea? Also not.
Yeah,
Bar is also not
a
happy.
little bit of damage control.
Yeah, but it's no. This a little bit, but queen g3 is still
g3.
very, very bad. Yeah. Too many threats here.
The point you made about f3 is really well taken, because we had a line where white had f3 included, and here we see how crucial the move queen g3 is to the success of white's strategy. You
Absolutely
can't get the advantage without it.
Absolutely, compared to the line where we had the pawn on f3 here, yeah, when we couldn't have swung here the queen. That was almost nothing, and here we are crushing. So, yeah, what would be the damage control move after h3? Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that's a nice one.
I think our reaction is one and the same.
That's
and that's prophylaxis against that defends the bishop.
Nice. No, this is high class. This is high class. Rook f to e8.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. And now after h queen d4, knight d5 no longer comes with the same effect, because we can take, and now the bishop is protected. Beautiful stuff.
Wow. I have a theory that... Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say that I think Ding will have to find that by elimination. I think he will, but it is really, really, really beautiful and hard.
But speaking of beautiful and hard, first of all, Nepo still has to play h3. He has the face of someone who is, he's literally salivating at the prospect, I think, of making this move as he looks to the side. Was this in my file? Is this actually what I looked at? Yes, Jan, it is. And we are fully expecting at this point the move h3. What a disappointment it would be, Anish. What a royal disappointment it would be if he didn't play it, if he played something like queen g3 or knight b3.
Yeah, I noticed knight f5, by the way. That is also an alternative. Takes. It doesn't look... that looks actually quite interesting. Maybe rook e8, maybe f6 or something.
Ooh.
I don't know. Your bullet instincts must be enjoying this whole...
oh yeah, this is the 30. Bishop f8, okay.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop f8 and complicated.
Complicated, but it is also tempting. But Jan, indeed, in this position, I think he realizes queen d4 knight d5 is a theme now. He has a position in front of him with the right move order as well. So, oh no, we thought too high.
It's your fault. You see, before you mentioned this move, he would have played h3, and then you put it into his mind, and knight f5 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was a really hard idea, and it probably wasn't in the file, or even if it was, he has never seen it, because if he had ever seen it, it would have come to him. Knight f5, yeah. When I opened the engine with the moves, the list of moves, I saw this knight f5 as one of the moves, and that is also a little bit better for white, and I was like, oh,
you got the feeling that this might be the one that he's attracted to.
Because it is nice as well. It is nice. If it wasn't nice, you would have no options. Because knight b3 that we suggested, knight f3, that was second-rate stuff. You don't want to play that. That's sad. Knight f5, that's also going forward. That's also exciting. That's something that you might be lured into, and then you just don't see this knight d5 idea. Well, I mean, good to see that everybody is human, and it wasn't really, really difficult. I mean, if you hadn't seen it, even knowing that it's there, it's logical that it doesn't occur to a player even like Jan. But this is still challenging. So the line we looked at, let's continue that.
Yeah, if we could bring him in an analysis board. This line looked really promising, actually. So bishop f6 not possible because you dropped the knight on c5. That's why f6 is so powerful. And gf, we should also point out that gf is maybe a reasonable candidate move, actually. But
by the way, yeah, I assume that it looks like it's mate, but it's actually not, because once the king is here, the rook is here. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, gf's possible. But of course, the classy move is bishop f8, right? That's the classy move. And then after queen g3, now you're thinking here. I mean, it doesn't impress too much, but it could get tempting for white. This could get tempting. I don't know, g6 or c7?
C7? Did you snap the pawn off on c7?
Yeah.
Probably that's his idea.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean...
that pawn was kind of dead weight anyway, though. So it's almost like black gets a tempo and can use this tempo. Queen d2 maybe, but probably the tactics fail there for black.
I'm wondering if I just play like that, this f6 pawn, I mean, if I had a queen on h6, delivering checkmate on g7, had bishop not been on f8, that would have been a huge asset. But if we actually trade stuff and bishop remains on f8, it's a weakness, and it's kind of doomed, I think, pretty much. I'm going to pick it up eventually. And then the situation will become very equal. So yeah, not sure this is too promising. Maybe f6 is a little rushed. Maybe there are some other ideas like queen g3 first, perhaps. Although 5 is hanging, by the way. I should not forget that 5 is hanging. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
It is, yeah? There's no tricks here. I don't see tricks.
No rook e7, no rook e5. Everything's protected. Bishop c7 is possible, but again, it's never impressive. If white has to resort to this move, you know that white is out of aggressive resources.
Yeah, I mean, trading the f pawn to the c pawn actually will what is the word, like symmetrize the structure again. It will go back to symmetry, which is not very not very impressive. And rook d1. Wait, rook d1. Can I play rook d1?
Rook d1. So now queen f5 impossible because of rook takes d8. But I think there might be bishop d6.
Yeah. It is possible. Bishop d6. Yeah, bishop d6. I was hoping for some kind of some kind of something.
Queen
But
c5, but no.
this definitely doesn't work. Even rook e1, unpinning the queen.
Yep.
And if I move the queen, yeah, where do I? Well, in fact, the problem is you will take on e1, and I will have to take back with the rook, and then there is no more pin on the bishop. So yeah, rook d1 was a mistake.
Yeah, I think f6. I think he's putting his eggs in the f6 basket.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, just move like queen h3 just doesn't make much sense. I'll go bishop to f6. I guess it's the f6 is the basket.
Now, as we
funny
look at
thought. Some queen sack. How ridiculous is the queen sack?
I was thinking about it briefly. Rook e3, gf first, of course, and then you, I assume, wanted to recapture the rook and go for some, or the bishop, and go for knight e4.
Recapture with the rook. Yeah. I'm wondering also if black wants to recapture with the rook or the king. Maybe the king, keeping the rook active. Okay, these are subtle things, but because if rook takes, like you said, maybe a rook takes.
Yeah, but even like I feel like knight e6, although that yields the 4 square, Yeah, there's some aggressive ideas here.
Some, but I don't think that this kind of stuff is more than equality for white, unless there's something concrete. Because material is just really not in white's favor. You've given a queen for only rook and the bishop. Even if you have a pawn, it's not quite enough. And black king is not that poor, especially once the pawn appears on f6. It's quite safe. Of course, you don't want to allow like the infiltration, but I don't know. I'm not sure this is like Nepo's idea. I think he sees it, but I don't think that is like the main point of his play.
Maybe in a rapid game, but it feels like a solvable problem with the amount of time that Ding has. I had a more general question, but I didn't, don't want to take us away from the analysis. Let me float it to you, and you can mull it over. I want to proceed very delicately because everybody, knows that I hold these players in the absolute highest of regards. But in terms of weaknesses and, the self-assessment conducted by these players, the so-called pundits have claimed throughout Jan's career that he can tend towards superficiality. Sometimes he's a very fast player. He's always played really fast. Do you think that there's any merit to the idea that that has cost him? Or is this what makes him Jan Nepomniachtchi? Or both?
Yeah, I guess it's always both, right? I mean, you notice that with in life, like everywhere, your weaknesses are extensions of your strength, and same with Jan. I mean, he puts so much pressure. He's so quick, but at the same time, the other side of the coin is that he is indeed sometimes too superficial. Well, what surprised both myself and Jan here, he made a visible surprise gesture
96.
after 96. He expected
He didn't
bishop
take the
f5.
knight.
I think Ding got somewhat scared, scared by this f6 business, and he went for knight e6, which is solid, but now white can sort of recapture the bishop. There no longer is a bishop pair on the board, and so white doesn't risk anything anymore. There's just the pawn majority. If I get to stabilize, I don't know. Will I be slightly better, or is that not enough?
It feels like black has maybe knight d4 and some piece activity.
Yeah,
kind of like the endgames that we looked at.
That's why I said if I get to stabilize, because right now indeed maybe you have some options. But I'm thinking, if I trade even everything, even the knight somehow, I will be slightly better because your c7 pawn will be doomed in the end. But I should keep the queens on the board. Now, if you imagine hypothetically, just for the argument's sake, I play f3, I trade the knights. I don't need to trade rooks, but I could even. But if I get like bishop to f4, queen to g3, king to h2, you'll never touch me, and I'll hit your c7 pawn, and that'll be very nice. So white has something to look forward to, I guess.
Question is, that looks very pleasant. I think the knight is the engine of black's counterplay here. You have to try knight d4, and you have to try to protect the knight from a trade. Maybe with c5, but then that yields the d5 square.
Yes. So once we establish that white wants something, then we know that black should try to put sticks into our wheels and try to disturb our long-term plan of trading all the right pieces. Indeed, 96. The question is, do I have to take right away? Now, unfortunately, I don't have that rook d1 tempo because the bishop is hitting that point. The clever intermezzo f3 is not so clever after bishop c5.
Yeah. The hunter
Yeah, this
becomes the
is
hunted.
yeah, very much. So into G into G3
Yeah,
allows
queen
takes
g3
and
occurred to
takes.
me, takes and takes. Right.
Yeah, it's just not very good. Yeah, just takes and takes, and then okay, this bishop is very strong. Mm.
And bishop e5, I thought was the other
Oh yeah, maybe that.
possibility.
That looks nice. That looks nice. I like it. I
Just
like it a
sort of
lot, by the
keeping the
way.
status quo.
Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure, doesn't it? F6 maybe, maybe F6.
Hmm.
Some clever
Ooh.
intermezzos here, maybe, or is
Wow.
not so
Things get
clever.
really tactical there. Bang,
Well,
bang,
just
bang,
lots of
bang.
trades, lots of takes, and
Logical.
logical. So not so much
Logical.
here. Not so much here going on. Any other tricks?
It looks like there are tactics here, but it's hard
Let
to
me
put your
just
finger on something.
yeah. I don't quite see it because if I go back, you allow bishop c5, so maybe I can take. Oh yeah, I can maybe
Take
take
now.
first. Yeah, and just
And say that
go
you've
back.
induced a small weakness.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's very hard to say if f6 is a weakness, or a slightly useful move. It's really hard to say. Yeah,
It's a double-sided coin, just like
yeah,
Jan's rapid play.
exactly. It's not too obvious. It's very subtle, but possible. Yeah. So I guess that's what Jan is choosing. So are we correct to say that Jan is basically choosing whether to take and go bishop g3 directly or induce f6? Is that the point here?
Yeah, so bishop, I think he also has to establish that after bishop e5 f6 there are no juicy tactics. So I think that that's probably step 1, is to look at all the queen g3s of the world and then to conclude, okay, I have to play knight e7. Then step 2 is, okay, do I induce f6 or do I play knight e7 immediately? This is world championship chess right here, ladies and gentlemen. Do I induce this tiny pawn move that could be good, it could be bad, it could decide the game, it could not? This is what Jan has to occupy his mind with. Well, Jan has been very occupied in the last year or so to get to where he is right now. This is his second appearance at the World Championship. He lost to Magnus in Dubai 2021, but he's got to keep that out of his head. And he's keeping his knight in his hand and he's capturing the bishop. No f6 induced.
Yeah, I just unfortunately sort of Jan played this move because just as I was about to prune the check whether the engine suggests that we miss some tactics, we actually missed a resource here. There's a beautiful idea of bishop h6, which is really cool.
Ooh, definitely
Very
analysis board needed for this.
yeah, just a very cool idea. If you go gh, I go knight h6, which is a double attack, and if you go bishop f5, I go ef, and now I target your knight as well. So this is very interesting option that is far from obvious to me and didn't probably occur to Jan, because if it did, he probably would spend more time, or maybe he dismissed it on the account of bishop f6. Either way, he just went for a solid small plus with knight e7, queen e7, and I told you I like that. I like that. Knight d4 you mentioned. Honestly,
Rook c1.
not scared too much. No, rook c1 and
Yeah, and
what? Let's
something
say.
queen b4, but that seems
Yeah.
like it
Okay,
it, it fires into thin air.
b3, let's say. Yeah. No, I see what you're trying. Also, c7 pawn was hanging, by the way. But let's say I didn't see the c7 pawn was hanging, and bishop c7, bishop e5 probably was very good. But even if I don't see it, I mean, yeah, it's very limited how much counterplay black gets. And after f3, okay, knight on d4 is nice, but I will try to trade it with knight e2. I anyway wanted to trade it.
No, white
Not,
setup is lovely, and the rook on e1 stops queen takes c3 here, which is kind of a nice detail.
yeah, I mean, I really like Jan's chances, but it's also because I am often biased towards positions where things are very one-sided, that are risk-free. So I tend to overestimate the risk-free advantages, which also comes back in my style. But I'd really like this a lot for white. It's just a very clean position. Everything is balanced apart from the pawn structure, which is to my advantage. So this is really lovely. Like everything's balanced. The only unbalance is in my favor. So just a slightly better position for white and nothing for black. And a very unpleasant start to the match for Ding. It's very unpleasant.
Yeah, I think for the first time we can state clearly that the position is unpleasant for one side, because before we didn't have sufficient clarity to be able to make that claim because it was all contingent on one side finding a certain move. Now we can say that Jan probably has more than one candidate move in each position. You pointed out f3. I think that's very likely to shut out the bishop and make the move knight c3 to e2. possible in response later on to knight to d4. Of course, you're going to have to defend the c2 pawn first, as we had discussed. So f3 is a clear candidate move. Anish, are there any other clear ways to improve your position?
Like you said, yeah, we've reached a position that's quite stable. We can delay f3. We can start with another move. Let's say h3. But in essence, I do think f3 is a good move to start. I think the danger for white is to sell the advantage a little too short. So in pursuit of trading all these pieces, you could by accident land in a situation where you have to also trade the queen somehow, or you somehow focus too much on trading all the right pieces that black at some point jumps to the queen side of the queen before and generates enough counterplay for a draw. So the danger for white is that you just might sell it too short and play slightly too inaccurate and give black good drawing chances. So you could try to be very subtle here with white to go for the maximum advantage that you have. But essentially, the price of a move is very low, and you can just do whatever you like. The only question is, what's the matter of choice, really? What you do? I would stay away from. The idea of f4, which is tempting. But I think this is how things can go wrong for white. So if you, let's say, you sort of spot that f5 is met by ef, which is very nice, but maybe you will allow a knight d4 first, right? And then f5, and then black gets to control these light squares, and the bishop gets shut off. So I would stay away from this. Other than that, I think, all the moves like f3, maybe h3 first, maybe b3 first, maybe rook c1 first are good. I wouldn't start with knight e2 because I don't think I want to allow this trade. I think the knight is a very good piece, and I think I want to keep the opposite color bishops. I want to trade the knights eventually and not give black the opportunity to keep the strong knight.
And why give black that option? And I just wanted to clarify that black's position is solid. We're not saying black isn't solid, but the position can be solid and unpleasant at the same time. You pointed out that the price of a move is pretty low for white. Guess what? It's relatively low for black as well. We're not expecting Jan to win this in 3 moves. We're not expecting him to win this in 33 moves. Maybe he won't win it at all. The only thing we're saying is that, comparatively, white's risk is very low, and white has a clear path toward improving his position. Better pawn structure. Objective metrics indicate that white is slightly better. And this is exactly what Jan Nepomniachtchi, what the doctor ordered for him in the first match game of his second World Championship. So speaking of his World Championship experience, let's take a listen to Jan Nepomniachtchi's path to getting to where he is right here in Astana. The story of Jan Nepomniachtchi's return to the FIDE World Championship and the mounting pressure that perhaps follows him in Kazakhstan began 2 years ago. It was then, at the 2021 FIDE World Championship, Nepomniachtchi faced Magnus Carlsen, who was in search of his 5th straight title in his prestigious event. Nepo gave Magnus plenty to handle through Game 6, which proved to be the longest game in event history, ultimately taken by Carlsen.
And that is Magnus Carlsen taking the 3.5, 2.5 lead.
After that, Nepo never recovered and failed to win a game for the rest of the match. Magnus had his 5th World Chess Championship, and Nepomniachtchi left Dubai with a bitter taste of unfinished business. His loss to Magnus behind him, Nepomniachtchi entered the 2022 Candidates Tournament last summer in Madrid with a renewed sense of purpose. With rumors bouncing about Magnus not wanting to defend, Nepo managed a steady and at times dominant performance.
We have a massive victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. What did you say, Almira? Catch me if you can.
With 4 wins under his belt from the first half, Nepomniachtchi cruised through the second half with another win over Firouzja and a string of useful draws to secure the bid as challenger. Undefeated in Madrid, Nepomniachtchi had earned his return trip to the World Championship without truly knowing who he would face or prepare for.
Who do you want to play in the World Chess Championship?
Literally, I don't care, yeah.
The question of who his opponent would be was answered later that summer when Magnus decided to step down as world champion. The door was now open for Nepomniachtchi to capture the most coveted title in classical chess. At the candidates, in a foreshadow of things to come, Nepomniachtchi squared off twice with Liren, drawing as white and winning in a dominant 32-move fashion as black. Nepomniachtchi has given Ding little to prepare off of. Nepo has played sparingly over the board since Madrid, dropping just one game at the Sinkfield Cup and playing in only one other major tournament. Fresh, rested, and with World Championship experience from his clash with Magnus 2 years ago, Nepomniachtchi is considered by many to be poised to become the first FIDE World Champion, not named Carlsen, in over a decade. Only time will tell. Well, the longest game in any World Championship match was 136 moves. That was the famous 6th match game of the last Carlsen-Nepo match. That's where the wheels really started to come off for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Anish, I think what's often missed in the conversation about Jan's first match, you might disagree with this, but before Game 6, he actually had some serious chances for advantages. We always seem to talk about this like it's deterministic. This is how things had to happen. But guess what? If Jan had saved the 6th game, do you think there's any merit to the idea that that match might have looked completely different?
Yeah, obviously, absolutely. And I feel there are two Jan Nepomniachtchis. There is the one that is playing incredible chess and is one of the best players in the world. The one that can challenge Magnus Carlsen on equal terms and put a lot of pressure. But then there is the one who collapses once things don't go his way. But you have to understand that things have to first not go his way for that to happen. So if the entire tournament or a match goes without any major issues for him, from start to finish, he might just play very well on sort of one breath. He's not known for his comebacks, but if there's nothing to come back from, he will just be there and he will just win. And that could have happened, yeah. That Game 6, in fact, if you remember, it was not just that he could save it. He had multiple opportunities in that game to even take over the advantage. At some point, he was even close to winning, or actually, objectively speaking, winning. So if he had won that game, I mean, Magnus is a great fighter, and who knows, obviously, but it would be a different Jan. And the energy as well. Like, you get tired, but positive emotions, they give so much energy, so much boost you can achieve by just having these positive emotions. And I think things could have gone very differently. It's a good point you bring to our attention.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean Magnus isn't the superior player. He obviously is. Magnus is the best player in the world. But we know that these matches, they can go in unexpected ways because there's so much more at play, no pun intended, than just the playing strength taken in a vacuum. In the meantime, F3 has been played by Jan, and Ding, he says, I like that idea. He plays the same type of move, F7, F6. Of course, the idea from Ding's perspective is different than the mirror image. Jan played F3 to open up the D1 square for his rook, to cut off Black's bishop on H5, which no longer controls D1, to create a pawn chain. Why did Ding play F6? And now Yepo plays H3. So some pawn play on the king side. What do we make of this?
Yeah, I liked it. As I told you before, this H3, King H2, I mean, I love the construction here. Nothing can ever touch the king. Jan doesn't rush with knight e2, knight e4, which feels right. I think H3 feels very good. Now, the move F6 is just a move. Not too much to say about it. I should mention we skipped an important moment here. This particular position. All moves are similar for Black, apart from one. There was the opportunity to go for F5, which is a very interesting idea. And after F3 or H3, there is F4, intermezzo.
Oh.
And okay, E5 would be a strategic mistake. Okay, also tactical mistake and a strategic mistake. Even if, let's say, you allowed White to go for F4, this would be really bad for White, since the knight on E6 is beautiful. His pawns are blocked now forever. What White probably would have done is taking on F5. Then you can take with the bishop and protect the knight. Have some counterplay against C2 pawn. Change the pawn
I'll tell you why I'm
structure.
laughing in a second. Because Ding just played H6, by the way, the same move that Nepo played. But please continue. This is obviously a very serious candidate move. That Ding probably didn't take too seriously given the speed with which he played Bishop H5.
Yeah, and I think that was a big moment. But once you skip that moment, once you choose not to go for F5, then yes, you can just make commentators happy and copycat each other's moves, or or not. Or I mean, it's a matter of taste. But with every it's there is something about this. There's an interesting point about this F3, F6, H3, H6 thing, and it's very instructive, in fact. So in positions where you have a long-term advantage, these small useful moves, they are not of equal value. So with every f3, f6, h3, h6, every little consolidation, consolidating move, white is gaining something. He's getting closer to consolidating the big long-term strategic advantage. So I'm pretty sure that when f3, f6, and h3, h6 happens, it is Jan that gets happier and happier with every such move. Because if you get king h2 and you go king h7, I go rook c1 and you go rook c8, you know, I go 92, 94. Like, I am coming closer to my end goal, to get my desired position, which is to trade the right pieces and establish a one-sided advantage. Whereas black is actually just standing and waiting, because black at some point runs out of ways to improve his position. So I think that this the fact that they copy each other doesn't mean that the position is equal. I think it gets nicer and nicer for Jan with every move, in fact.
Well, it's almost like, to make one of my usual awkward analogies, it's like Jan has more money, invested in the market, and then they each put the same additional amount in, but obviously that additional amount, it compounds because you had more money invested initially. So maybe that's one way to understand it. When you improve your position, the side that's better to begin with benefits more from that improvement. And King H2 has been played by Jan. So we have transferred the play completely from the center / queen side to the king side. And now 3 moves in a row, improving white's situation on the king side. F3 and H3, we kind of decoded. So H3, King H2, that's kind of one unit. What does that accomplish exactly? Is that to make the king safer? Is that to prepare something aggressive? Or is it just sort of one of those surface level moves that can't possibly hurt?
Yeah, I think I don't think it's a preparation for something concrete aggressive. I don't think f4 is really ever on cards. I'm not even sure, even if you get f4, f5, I don't think it improves your position at all. It only weakens your e4 pawn, if anything. So I think this is just a way to safeguard the king now, and look at how incredibly safe and untouchable this king is. If it was on g1, there would be some check, potential check opportunity. But on h2, there's just no way you can ever touch that king, and it's so wonderful because black cannot say the same, because after king h7, bishop g6, it's not quite the same. We have various ways to get to the king eventually. Now I think these moves were automatic so far, but it's the next one that will be of the next one that will actually determine what Jan wants to do. And I think he has the choice of either getting himself ready for a rook trade, or this knight trade, and I don't know which path he will choose, but either way, it's just very pleasant for white, I believe.
Is there any chance that black plays g5 in response to knight e2, or is that just way too drastic?
I think this g5 idea. Yeah. But let's say we inverse the move order just for argument's sake. I think that, I don't know about you. I guess it could be a matter of taste. The bar didn't flinch very much, but I personally think that this is an unnecessary further weakening, because you're not going to attack, right? Or you say that you could. Maybe you could.
Nah. Too many weaknesses to begin with, I feel like. Black is just operating from an unstable base.
Yeah, exactly.
And white can initiate too many trades really quickly with rook ad1.
Yes, and I feel that there is this sort of rule, don't play, which is also, by the way, very ambiguous, and you should not abide by it always, but there is this rule that says don't play on the side of the board where you're weaker, and I think this sort of probably applies here. But again, this is very abstract. Not sure. I think g5 is not going to happen. I don't think that's the approach. Maybe to go back to this f5 idea, g6 f5. I do like the fact that we would be able to target the c pawn. I think black should be happy to generate some sort of counterplay that has to do with something on the queen side. So I guess bishop g6. But then you wonder why he played f6. In fact, so that it was here. Yeah, you could play h6, h3, and bishop g6 if you're so pleased. So
if you had wanted to play f5.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why you play f6. But mainly, as we've said, the price of a move is not too high, and it's sort of a more slow, long-term game. But the one where white is definitely in control. Yeah, so it's Yeah, black
Yeah,
has
Ding.
options.
Ding's moves have been consistent with his sitting position, just sort of meditative, slow. And it's also easy to procrastinate when you're on the defending side because nothing's going to happen to you on the next move. So it's not, it maybe lowers the temptation of playing a move like F5 or executing an idea like that. When you're getting attacked, you know that you have to act immediately. Here, you're still solid. You still got your knight on E6. So it's suffering, but it's bearable suffering for the time being.
Yeah, it's hard to say if it's what's better. On one hand, there is indeed no pressing questions that you have to answer, and you know that you can't go much wrong right now. At the same time, you do know also that the problem with that is that sooner or later there will come a question, and it's going to be a hard question that you'll have to answer, and you just sort of delayed. The effect is delayed. You know you will suffer, not on this move, on one. You will suffer long.
It's
If not,
coming.
and at some point there's going to be a question. At some point, Jan will ask him a question like, "What do you play?" And Ding will have choice of 2, 3 moves, and he has to pick one, and it's only one will be right. But for now, yes, you can for now postpone that moment, and you can play rook to d7. You can, I don't know, put pawns b6 a5 or not, or put a king to h7 or not, or bishop to g6 or to f7. Or price of moves now is not high, but something at some point will happen to you, and so you shouldn't relax.
Yeah, the White Walkers. Winter is coming. The White Walkers have been spotted. And right now, the players kind of crossing their T's. No, I always get this expression wrong. It's dotting your I, yes, and crossing your T's. And presumably, they kind of will continue to do so for the next couple of moves. Many, many ways in which Black could try to build up a more robust defensive foundation. And we will take this opportunity, Ding, taking it to adopt his new usual sitting position in the rest area, kind of continuing to meditate on the best way to continue defending. Folks, we will take a short break. You're watching the FIDE World Championship 2023. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding Liren here in game one. We're almost 2 hours into the first game. Don't go anywhere because there's so much more action ahead. We'll be right back.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. But there's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square. They can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah, Okay, real quick shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIDE World Championship 2023. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi's second appearance here in the most prestigious event. He lost to Magnus Carlsen in 2021. This time, he tries to defeat Liren to take the chess throne. This is the first game, and we are only 19 moves in, so all of the action is still ahead. Grandmaster Anish Giri, world number 6, and GM Daniel Naroditsky, world number I don't even want to say, bringing you commentary today. We hope you're enjoying the show, folks. Once again, you got to keep your seatbelts fastened because it's only going to get more fascinating from here. Anish, I think you put it best during the break. It's almost like you can divide this game into phases, and I'm not talking opening, middle game, different types of phases, faster and slower. We've entered kind of a slower, more chill phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Not so much is happening. Not many forcing concrete lines. Both sides are. Black is mostly waiting. White is mostly choosing which pieces to trade, which slightly better position to go for, and eventually things will implode. But one thing I should mention now, especially for Dink, is I believe in a position like that, which is eventually going to get unpleasant. A mistake you could make is to spend too much time here, because no matter what move you make, you're not going to be able to equalize. So you shouldn't also get down on the clock. At the same time, you shouldn't play too quickly because that will set up a wrong habit of, get you out of the playing rhythm. But I think, especially playing against Jan, Dink should not overdo the time spending and just make some move. Maybe play Rook d7 and don't overthink it.
I had a more general question on the broad subject of overthinking. From your perch on, the Mount Olympus of chess, I think fans in general are really interested in the question of form and how top players decide and determine form. How early in a tournament would you say you feel pretty certain about whether your form is good, or is it something that you don't really introspect on until the tournament ends? Do you tell that to yourself during a tournament? Man, this isn't my tournament. I'm not in good form. I need to adjust my playing style. Or is that invalid?
Yeah, the question is really, really interesting. And I think so. One question is, what do I do? The other thing, what should I be doing? I think inevitably you notice that you are either in a good form or a bad form, or rather, you sort of think that you notice, and that impacts the way you play. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. I think it's more often than not isn't very good, because when you are thinking you are in a bad shape, it hurts your confidence. That means you start adjusting your otherwise pretty well tuned values. You start to be maybe more defensive, which is really could be really bad. Or you start to play slower because you double triple check stuff. You start to play more passive for some reason. You become even less ambitious. So I think generally realizing or thinking that you are in a bad shape, it's a big issue. But inevitably, I think players do. You just see how the game goes, and it just gets in your head. And it could happen as early as game one if the game one goes really well or really badly. It could also happen much later if the games are pretty neutral. If let's say today Ding will defend pretty well, he will think that okay, he's in a fine shape. Opening didn't go well, but everything is okay. Whereas if Ding loses, he will think that okay, it's just well, I mean, even if you are in a good shape, if you lost, it's a problem. So losing is bad news. Yeah, when it happens after round one, or it just depends. Sometimes you have games not like this one where just not much happens. Somehow the players meet each other in some theoretical battle, and then they somehow don't make big mistakes, and the game sort of peters into some sort of a draw. And that could happen for 1, 2, 3, 4 games, and then nobody knows who is in good shape. I mean, you can only tell that okay, the memory works, some basic instincts are there, but nobody's in a great shape. Whereas today, I think we will see. We will see today actually who is in what kind of shape, because the game is already imbalanced. So if Jan will ruin his small advantage, then it's a bad sign for him. If Ding will not defend this position, it's a bad sign for him. So already something will come out. There will be some feedback based on today's game, because things are already imbalanced, and Jan is in a very good position.
Yeah, I think compared to some of the previous World Championship game ones that we've had, and decisive results were not uncommon throughout World Championship history. In the 80s and 90s, 9 out of 16 matches featured a decisive game one. So we might see a reprise of some of the old school matches where the players just went after each other. But one player who's not going after anybody is, of course, Magnus Carlsen. And I said this at the beginning of the show. We're not here to to say things that everybody knows is untrue. It's a disappointment that Magnus Carlsen is not playing in this match. I think it's safe to say that it's an objective negative. It doesn't mean that this match is anything less than absolutely fascinating and that the title is anything less than legitimate. It is, and it is. But as we look at the Magnus machine and his 10-year reign of the World Championship title, and it still sometimes doesn't add up in my head that no, Magnus is not going to be the world champion after this match concludes.
Yeah, we'll have to get used to that, and that's been the case before in history. It's not the first time. We don't have to look too far back. The last time that happened is when Magnus was world number one already for a few years, and the world champion was still Vishy Anand, who is a legend of chess, a great player. Certainly was the world number one at some point at various points probably in his career. But towards the end of his reign as world champion, Magnus was growing up, both in terms of his rating, but also literally growing up. He was quite early at the party, and he was maturing as a player. And already it was clear by the time we speak year 2010, 11, 12, Vishy was the world champion. Magnus was the world number one, and everybody knew that, best player in the world, probably Magnus. He was winning most of the tournaments. He had by far a high rating. But Vishy was a world champion. He was a legitimate world champion. And world number one and the world champion were two slightly different, slightly different. I mean, entirely different people. And that is okay. That happened. And in history before, it happened many times. In fact, even when Kramnik has beaten Kasparov, he has proven that he is a legitimate world champion. He literally beat Kasparov in an incredible match. Still, following that, played many tournaments. Kasparov remained world number one. He won most of the tournaments. He was the best player in the world by all these objective metrics. But it was Kramnik who has beaten him and became the world champion. So such things occur in history. And we also had the case of Fischer, who walked away from chess entirely while being at the peak. So nothing entirely new, but certainly something we'll have to get used to, because indeed, for the past 10 years, we've had the best player in the world and the highest rated player in the world all in one, and the one with the best haircut as well. So it was just Magnus all over, and now we have to get used to some other people running the show.
Bishop F7 has been played, and we'll get to the move in a moment. I just wanted to ask you: do you remember the first game that you played against Magnus? Is that something that you'll put in your memoirs years down the line?
Certainly, it was a very memorable game for me because I actually won that game, and I haven't beaten Magnus since that until just January this year in Vaikanze, and I think it was 12 years in between these two. So first of all, I'm really grateful that you bring back these memories. So we can talk about this topic for a long time. And it's a very important topic in chess history as well. But yeah, no, it was Vaikanze. Both times it was a Tata Steel tournament. It was my first year in the Masters group. It was called Group A at the time, and I was a player rated 2670. I think that is somewhere in the world, maybe top 70 or something like that. And I played Magnus in round 3 with the black pieces, so nothing was nothing was suspicious about that. He was world number 1. I was playing black, so nobody expected me to do well there. Certainly not to win the game, but somehow things really went my way. I was extremely fortunate with everything. The opening went my way, and then he blundered inexplicably, blundered the piece like around move 20 and resigned around move 23 or something. So it was an incredible day for me, and I won that game. And testament to Magnus' strength is that I haven't beaten him after that for years and years until I managed to beat him this year in Vaikanze again. And that took 12 years. So certainly, my relations with Magnus goes way back. And for the most part, it's been painful for me, of course, as he is the best player in the world. He has a plus score against, I think, everybody at this point. And I had a plus score for a long time because after I beaten him, I managed to make a lot of draws after that, not losing a game. I was lucky in multiple of those games. I was losing in many, but I didn't lose any. But of course, finally, the fact that he's a better player, eventually, it was you cannot be lucky forever. And sooner or later, I lost a bunch of games to him, and he's got this big plus score against me as well. And now, of course, there's no doubt that he's proven to be the best player in the world for so many years. But in this event, he's not there.
Well, your most recent game against Magnus and Tata Steel is, of course, what everybody remembers, but everybody will remember the 10-year streak that is now over, and it will be replaced by either the Nepomniachtchi era or the Liren era. Will it be an era, or will it be, a little segment, just like a year or two? That remains to be seen, and the result of the first game also remains to be seen. We've had a couple of moves played in the meantime, still very slow, nothing really changing, but we have had something concrete happen, something actually in the center, Anish, happened. So they've shifted finally away from the king side, again toward the center. A rook trade has been offered. So presumably Ding is seriously evaluating the prospect of taking on D1 and then putting the other rook on D8.
Yeah, let's look at it at the analysis board here after takes and rook D8. Now, indeed, this is a decision first by Jan to allow it, and then will be by Ding whether to go for it. I think, so one thing is clear, white should not trade everything but the bishops. Because if you do that, even if you win the c7 pawn, it's well known the opposite color bishop's endgame is a draw. As long as you keep some pieces on the board, it could be just queens or even just rooks, white will be significantly better. And whether the trade of rooks is I don't know which side it necessarily benefits. It's so hard to say. I think probably both sides don't mind it.
Yeah.
My instinct
mutually beneficial.
Yeah, I mean it's just a natural follow. I mean, there is what's very common is when you have an open file, the rooks get traded there. It's just like it's like a gun that's there in the play, and it will eventually shoot. That's kind of the thing. Like the file is there, the rooks will get traded, and doesn't benefit anybody, but it just will happen. I had this, I don't know, my instinct was to go for the knight trade maybe first, but I'm not sure if that's the correct instinct. And also having traded one pair, Jan could not trade the second. And it's often very smart. Like one of the things we learned, there is this famous example of Vasily Ivanchuk in a game, and then also a few examples by AlphaZero.
You're talking about the game with Kasparov?
Ivanchuk's, I think Ivanchuk's example I have in mind is against Levon Aronian in position with the isolated pawn. At some point, there's one open c file, and so it goes like rook takes c1, rook takes c1, rook c8, like in this case, trade a pair of rooks, and then another rook to d8, and then there is one open file, and suddenly Vasily just moves the rook to like b1, like behind a pawn, where it's extremely passive, but he does so just to keep these rooks on the board, to reactivate it later. And we had seen the same in many of the games of AlphaZero, because previously the old Stockfish was programmed by humans, and humans input open files are good. So the engine is like, okay, open file is good, I bring the rook there. But AlphaZero has figured out, because it's self-learning, that open files are not always crucial, and sometimes you can give up the open file because nothing will happen there, and it's much more important to keep more pieces. So there are cases, I'm not sure this is the one, but there are cases where it's beneficial for the side that's putting the pressure to just walk out of the trade. And in the meantime, this rook is better than this one. But in the future, as I regroup, I will eventually manage to activate my rook. So this could be a thing. But most likely here, the rooks will just get traded. And then, yeah, it's a question how the play will proceed. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, you brought up some amazing points about AlphaZero and Stockfish, which, there's a great philosophical discussion to be had. We're not going to have it right now, just about the sort of notion of spatial advantages. We think of an open file as an inherently good thing, but you could almost say that an open file is an illusion. It's just space. It's a square cannot be good inherently. You can, if you fast forward everything, why would a square be good? Well, it's because you're attacking something when you reach that square. So, you always have to kind of deconstruct your assumptions, right? You assume that an open file is good. You assume that squares in the center are good, but you always have to tie down those general considerations to the concrete, the specifics of the position. But my thoughts on whether the rook trades are going to happen, I think the answer is likely yes. There's just such a pull to take on d1 and play rook d8. It's just such an automatic thing that you do, as you're saying. If black doesn't take on d1, the question would be, is there a move that keeps the status quo and slightly improves the position? Maybe b6, as you're pointing out, to prevent queen a7. Is that something to consider?
So one thing indeed, maybe there is a queen a7 somewhere, maybe. And the other thing I was thinking about, it happens also a lot in these kind of showdowns or stand downs, whatever the word is, between the rooks. Now, especially when that happens, when both sides don't mind the trade, you might wait for a move. So you could take with black and play rook d8, but maybe if you choose to make a useful waiting move like b6, maybe white will take and play rook d1. And then you had gained 2 tempi. It's not worth much because nothing's happening anyway, but it is nice. So maybe Ding is thinking, we will trade the rooks, but let's do it on my terms. Or at least let's wait. So what's likely to happen is that we will have waiting moves from both sides. Let's say black plays b6, white also plays knight e2, black also plays king h7. Both sides are waiting. Who doesn't want to lose the tempo on the trade? And that is certainly likely scenario.
Yeah, that's an intense situation. Normally, you could also make what's called a collinear move, where 2 rooks or 2 bishops are staring at each other on a file or a diagonal. It's a move that's on that file, but it's not a capture. So rook d2 and rook d3. I mean, rook d4, it would be a collinear move, not a very good one. But those types of moves are very common when you're trying to wrest control of the open file. Here, I think it's highly ineffective to try to play rook d2, for example, because black it's going to have the opposite effect. Black's going to take and play rook d8, and you don't want to occupy an open file with a queen typically, because it can just get chased away with a rook.
But you do bring a very important point, and it is not relevant right here because of rook d2 indeed it takes rook d8, but after knight e2 that I suggested, then it's actually very relevant. Then you could play rook d7, because now after takes, there is no rook d1, because knight is not on c3. So you bring indeed a good point. So when this square is not protected, this, I didn't even know that word you used, what it was?
Collinear, and I didn't know it either until I read an article. Okay. I read some collinear, yeah.
Because I thought it was like
maybe it's
colonial,
not as common as
okay.
Similar.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm well aware of your of the breadth of your vocabulary, so I'm here to learn. I'm ready for it. But yeah, indeed, this idea is a way to fight for the open file. There are multiple cool gimmicks. Like there's also this famous idea of Anatoly Karpov, where he had a rook on a1 and a file and some other file. Black had the rook on the a file, and somewhere he made this move. The a file was open, so these pawns were not here. And white played this move bishop to a7 in front of this rook to then comfortably double the rooks and then retract the bishop back and get that file. So there are all these nice little gimmicks and tricks to do with open files. And meanwhile, Ding just made a waiting move, and it's now up to Jan. I don't know if a3 is...
oh, God. Are we going to do the same thing on the queen side that we did on the king side?
Yeah, I'm not sure if a3 is useful. Short term for sure, because you want to not see the queen appear here. But like if you think very long term, how do you want to position these pawns? Hard to say, because if you want to position them on the dark squares, they will be never attacked by the bishop. But then the bishop has this b3 square in the future that will control the d file, let's say. So b3, on the other hand, it kind of is like a granite for this f7 bishop. But at the same time, it might later get challenged by c4. So these are these abstract thoughts that you should be having here, because there's nothing short-term going on. I mean, a3 or b3, nothing like queen b4 or queen a3 is not a big deal. But just long-term, you have to think like, how do I want my pawns? What are the consequences? Just a very slow, abstract stuff, basically.
And Jan, speaking of abstract stuff, he is deep in some sort of meditation, 30 moves into the line that he's calculating, kind of leaning back in his chair. Ding has not been at the board, virtually at all. I mean, he has made a home at the rest area. So the players, kind of revealing their habits early on in the match. It will be interesting to see how their habits change. But right now, big decision for Jan. Does he roll up his sleeves? Is this the time to play knight e2? Or does he keep playing the waiting game? At some point, he's the one who's going to have to press the button, because Ding is more than happy to screw around for a little while and make some improving moves. He's kind of waiting for Jan to press on the gas pedal and get on with it, start the tension.
Yeah, and when we were talking about waiting moves, I had an interesting thought. Okay, I don't think it's good here, but somewhere the move queen to g1 could make sense to reconnect with the rooks. I mean, here it allows queen b4, but let's say in a scenario like this, knight e2 takes rook d8. Here, most likely move probably is rook d2, using that same idea. But also queen g1 comes to mind. And in case of rook d7, yeah, then this move queen g1, it sort of might make sense. You could also consider taking and then going knight c3 back. Now you again fight for the file. But essentially, it's just a way to get a trade of rooks in a favorable version, pretty much. I don't know. I want this knight to knight e4, but it's my instinct to trade off the only piece that could potentially jump. Again, it doesn't mean it's a good move. It's just my instinct is to trade off this knight. I had a game recently against the Gukesh, was very similar, opposite color bishops, and I traded his knight as well. I gave a lecture after that saying it's a great idea. I'm not sure it was, but this is how I treat these positions. But maybe there are other ways.
Well, it's clear that c7 is much easier to attack in the absence of the knight. So we can start with that basic fact. Also, just operating on in the center, maybe e4, e5. If you trade the knights with the heavy pieces still on the board, maybe there will be some attacking chances on the king. And that's the interesting thing about opposite colored bishops, is the famous kind of double-sided nature of them. Take the queens off, take the heavy pieces off, very, very drawish. Put the queens back on, you have a lot of famous games. There's a Kasparov-Karpov game where opposite colored bishops favored the attacker, obviously, because you have access to a whole uncontested set of squares. So the queen-bishop battery with opposite colored bishops is tremendously effective. Exactly,
and even rook bishop against rook bishop, and I'd noticed a lot of it in this AlphaZero game in the book by Matthew Sadler, I believe. He looked at these games, and there's a chapter there, I think, about the opposite color bishops and how many times and how many games rook bishop against rook bishop is actually not drawish at all, and how many of them were won by the side that is pressing. Even when the side is not the upper pawn, like here, it just has a better pawn structure. And I had a game with Gukesh, that one I mentioned, and I also reached a position with rook bishop against rook bishop. And I thought I was better, of course. I didn't manage to win, but I never could imagine I was winning. at any point. And when I analyzed the game later with the engine, I realized I missed a win. And to my surprise, there were positions there where material is equal. We have rook bishop against rook bishop opposite colors, and I have this deep tendency to believe that it has to be drawish because of this opposite color bishop thing, because you cannot trade rooks. But sometimes you'll just never trade rooks. And so not only queen bishop, but even the rook bishop can often be really, really huge for the side that's pressing. So I would not at all be bothered with white to trade the knights, because of course if you keep the knights on, the drawish tendency is a lot less. But I think trading knights is a safe bet here. I think trading knights would have gone better in the combination with keeping the rooks on the board. So more conceptually speaking, I think my dream scenario would have been to trade the knights only. Get the bishop to f4, queen to g3, as I told you a long time ago. I don't need the d file. I think I don't need the d file. I think I prefer rooks just to have them. I think my maximum for white would be to just trade the knights and keep the rooks. And as the game is progressing, I think they will trade rooks. I think it only makes it a little bit more drawish. But still, yeah, even if you trade rooks and the knights and get the queen to g3, hard to say. Even let's say we have to imagine I win the c7 pawn. We keep queen and the bishop. We go b5. I win c7 pawn. You will probably go f5 somewhere. We probably trade these two. Am I going to win that position?
So what are the constraints again?
So we trade knight. Okay, let's just
trade knights.
Do it. Let's just do it for fun.
I also wanted to look at knight d5, which is a tactical attempt, but let's look at this first.
Yeah. Because that's an attempt. That's an attempt that sort of is.
And a3 has been played in the meantime.
Yeah.
Good call
so
by
that's
you.
skipped. Yeah. Because knight d5 is an accidental thing. Let's say this is sort of a more conceptual. Let's just say, okay, I'll make some bad moves just for argument's sake. I will just make all these bad moves. I lose this pawn. Okay, this position. Are you going to win it with white?
I would call this like a classic 50-50 position.
Yeah,
maybe even less. Maybe 70-30 in favor of black.
Yeah, I would go with that. I mean, I played enough games with Hikaru to tell you that this is not a 50-50 situation. I mean, I haven't...
With white, I would be playing for a draw against Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, this is a typical Hikaru position. I don't know why, but I had like a lot of games with Hikaru, which are like that. And he never loses. Just never. I don't know why, but position is just very drawish. And I think if we imagined rooks here, rook e3, e1, let's say, e2, e1, let's say, and black rook somewhere here. Oh, that is a winning position for sure.
Completely, yeah, because e5 is possible and attacks.
So I think, I don't know what the engine is saying here, what are the short-term considerations, but I think long-term considerations are such that I think the trading rooks probably does not favor white because of this reasoning.
But by that reasoning, black should take on d1.
Yeah, but I think that will eventually anyway happen, so they're not... Look,
not rushing with it.
He moved the rook. Or not? Oh no, he didn't move. No, it's still there. He played a3. He just played a3. Yeah. No, I think but the question is, of course, maybe white will not trade the second rook.
And then play rook e1 or Ivanchik style rook c1.
Yeah.
But rook.
Yeah, because that scenario that we discussed, one pair of rooks is enough to make it a winning position for white.
Right.
I believe. Two even better, but one is enough. Yeah, you have a rook on e1. I have a rook on e8. I think I'll win this position with the rook somehow, because the rook will eventually
have many more chances.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I would estimate the position with the rooks on the board. I would say it's a winning. It's technically winning position. So yeah, I think black conceptually wants to trade both rooks, and then the situation is just very drawish.
Plus, something like a6, a5 would be consistent with what Ding has been doing thus far on the king side, which is to basically keep the ball in Jan's court and say, listen, if you make these, tiny improving moves, I'm going to do the same. But the fact that he's thinking, I think if he wanted to play a5, if he was set on it, he would play it immediately. So he's clearly thinking about the rook trade. My guess would be he's either going rook takes d1 or a5. I don't know why I'm so set on a5. It's not like white wants b4. Maybe it's a bad move. Maybe it's weakening.
I don't like a5 because in that position we discussed, remember when I took the pawn on c7?
Oh, it's on a dark square.
Yeah, you could go b5 there, and now you would have to also get a4 in somehow. So I'm like hesitant. I'm not sure a5 is an automatic. I'm not sure it's an automatic. I think you don't. It's far from given. So I agree that he might do a waiting move, but maybe that move is a move like king h7, maybe king h8, because king h7 there is some ghost of a check somewhere. Maybe on h8 just to wait, or even rook fe8. You could wait. Not a useful move, but just a waiting move.
And maybe just prevents knight d5.
Yeah, so is this knight d5 thing? Knight d5 thing. Let's talk about the knight d5 thing. Is that here? It's not a thing, yeah.
Yeah, here the rook is undefended.
Yeah, so I can, the worst case, I can just move the queen and it's over. Yeah.
I was thinking instead of a3, to be honest, and I actually couldn't, off the top of my head, figure out how to equalize after CD ed.
If just rook fe8, just give back the thing.
A5 has been played, by the way.
Sorry, this is a blunder. But there is here, I can play king h8, I think.
Then I take e6.
Yeah, and then I think I can just... Oh, no, c7 is thinking. Wait. But there is some move here. I think there's some move here.
Yeah, there must be some way to equalize. By the way, Ding has played a5 in the meantime, but
let's see.
We'll get to that in a moment.
You played a5, yeah?
Maybe rook d6. Maybe rook d6. I don't know.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm jumping too much. Let's just discuss that because that was actually interesting. Rook d6, bishop d6, queen d6. That's brilliant.
But king can move.
King h1, yeah. King h1, yeah. No, but here, okay, come on. This has to be some. There has to be clean. Rook d8, b bishop e6 is an option.
What about say that a rook d8?
Rook, which one?
What about queen c5?
d6 and queen e3 doesn't work. Doesn't work for white, yeah.
Because I take with the king on f7.
Yeah.
This gets ridiculously complicated.
Why is black not winning here? Because I have rook
because of rook takes d8.
Queen
oh my
c5.
Gosh!
But it's not good complicated for. Okay, I guess ef rook d7 is a draw, and rook e7.
Or maybe whites are playing for a win. This just gets tactical over instantly.
Why are we talking about
let's go back to the game because
but it's interesting.
Forever remain behind the scenes.
Yeah, but actually relevant, by the way. It could have happened. Knight d5 was relevant. There should be some clean thing. Let me think here.
I mean,
just so curious.
You suggested moving the king, but that doesn't seem to, because the c7 pawn ultimately is a big weakness.
Yeah. That's not terrible, but I'll lose a pawn, so I'll have to suffer there. So the threat is de, rook d1, ef.
Check, right?
Yeah,
but
check. Yeah.
Solving the problem of that being check is still not enough because
So
because
rook, how bad is rook d8? Yeah, I'm worried about some move like queen c3. Because d bishop e6 is okay. I mean, the thing is, it's anyway very little. Even if you win the c pawn, like just for argument's sake, even if I play king h8, which is bad, even if I do this, it's little. I mean, it's
even though rooks are on the board.
Yeah, but this kind of pawn structure is somehow not dangerous for black. And yeah, well, the king side is super safe. The queen side, you just have a one passed pawn. This is not the dangerous one. The dangerous one is if white has the pawn on e4.
Right. No, because here the rook gets to c2 and black gets really active.
Yeah, this is just nothing. So the knight d5 was nothing anyway. And he just played the slow waiting move. And he did play a5. Yeah, okay. I mean, you could see like I'm thinking much more I'm thinking kind of very long term, yeah. The players are a bit more concrete maybe, but somehow long term I am both skeptical about the rook trade and about this move a5. Maybe I'm reading too much into the position. And maybe while I'm thinking about some long term things, short term there will something concrete will happen somewhere. We'll see.
I mean, once you pointed out that the pawn on a5, imagine a white bishop on c7, black might lose a second pawn. I started to understand the drawbacks of a5, and not to keep coming back to this knight d5 idea, but all of the lines we just looked at with knight d5, that endgame that we ended with maybe is a little bit more promising for white. Probably still a draw, but I agree with that pawn on a5. It's a little bit more exciting. Even a rook trade could potentially be possible because with two extra pawns on the queen side, even an opposite colored bishop endgame without the rooks, pure OCB endgame, might be winning.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, I just realized when we were talking about that, okay, the pawn on a6, it's kind of in the air. So if I ever attacked it with queen e2 or something, it would probably anyway have to go to a5, or maybe you could go b5. Yeah, I don't know. Move b6 also is not actually ideal in that sense, but b6 I guess was played to prevent queen a7. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he did put 2 pawns on dark squares.
Yeah, this theme of, by the way, these pawns being potentially weak, it plays itself in a Berlin endgame. Sometimes you have this pawn on a7, and you get this Berlin endgame structure. White has a pawn on e5, and black has a pawn on f7. And then white plays a4. Black responds naturally with a5. And then white goes e6, gives up this pawn, and takes c7, and collects pawn here on the queen side. So this a5 being a weakness is actually an existing theme. So it could really be a weakness. Yeah, we'll see about this eventually. It's one of these moves that you make, and then okay, 92.
Yeah, finally. So Nepo, he gets down to business. 92 is on the board, aiming for the knight trade and choosing this opportunity to do so, clearly trying to punish Ding for a5, right? He waited for that move. Now he's trying to get, as you're showing, the ideal construction after knight f4, queen f4. I think the point I just made, Anish, about the queen's coming off the board, it would be an unquestionable draw with the pawn on a6. Now, who knows? Maybe it's still a draw. There's positions down 3 pawns where you have a blockade, unlimited number of pawns. But here, absolutely impossible to evaluate with certainty. I would,
I mean, I would say 90% winning for white. Yeah, 90%.
Yeah, because the kingside pawns are also on dark squares.
Yeah. This I would be shocked if this is not lost. But speaking more concrete, in this position, black can play a move like a4, and this is no longer an issue. So this a6 pawn could sort of jump through a5 to a4, and then again it's all fine. This is again fine. So it could work out all right.
Wow.
I think Ding will trade rooks. Yeah, I mean, what else? Why not? Let's trade rooks.
Now is as good of a time as any. I think after knight e2, white obviously threatening knight f4, going after the c7 pawn, but trading rooks is a committal decision. So that probably means a little bit more time spent for Ding, who has burned through over half of his clock, and they still have 18 more moves to make. So we will leave Ding to this very important moment. We might see a mass trade. Nepo is pushing for the win. This is basically a 2-result game. And we will take this opportunity to go on another short break. Folks, you're watching the World Championship 2023. It's Nepo. It's Ding. It's super hype. This is game 1. And a lot of the action is still ahead. We will be back with more action from Nepo Ding in just a couple of moments.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench here, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. We are here and excited to be collaborating and partnering with WorldQuant as an official partner of the Champions Tour in the year 2023. I'm now speaking with Chief Strategy Officer for WorldQuant, Natish Maini. The people have met us, and now time for the big questions. Jumping right into the basics, tell everybody a little more about WorldQuant and what exactly is it that WorldQuant does?
Thank you for having me, Danny. And you already introduced me. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at WorldQuant. WorldQuant is a global asset management organization. It was founded by Igor Tulchinsky in 2007. WorldQuant today has over 850 employees who are working towards designing investment strategies in multiple asset class across global markets. WorldQuant believes in empowering the ideas of the talent across the globe, and we have 23 offices in 13 countries today.
Amazing stuff. So tell us now a little bit more about this project called WorldQuant Brain.
So WorldQuant is built on the belief that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And we strive to take this opportunity to everyone around the globe. WorldQuant Brain has been designed as a tool which empowers us to take that opportunity to anyone.
That's fantastic. Seriously, that's amazing. I had no idea about that, learning about this along with our viewers, and obviously as a website and a company with a mission to also connect global communities and increase the opportunity for chess, that makes it even more of a natural partnership. Tell me a little bit more from WorldQuant's perspective why you guys run the IQC.
So WorldQuant has this mission of democratizing quantitative finance. And International Quant Championship is one of the tools we have to spread the message about this opportunity which World Quant is offering to everyone to be a quant in the world of in the quantitative space. And International Quant Championship empowers the individuals to utilize their ideas and show that they can do it, and gives us an opportunity to take this message to them wherever they are.
That's great. Now, you said the finals will be in person. Was I right that it'll be in the Bahamas? That sounds like a pretty great location. Can I come?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And
I can? Okay. So I don't know that I'm qualified to be in the IQC, but tell everybody a little more. So the finals are going to be in the Bahamas. What will that be like for those who make it?
yes, so the finals, as you said, is planned to be in Bahamas for the IQC. So World Quant celebrated its 15th anniversary last year in 2022. To celebrate that occasion, we are getting the whole World Quant organization together in Bahamas this year. And we decided that we will organize the finals of IQC at that event. So this will give an opportunity to our finalists to meet the World Quant team in person. It will give them an opportunity to watch the culture and rigor of the organization. And we are very excited that everybody will be able to get together at that event in Bahamas.
Well, this has been awesome. Nitish, thank you so much. This is where I remind everybody it's their chance to get involved in the IQC, the International Quant Championship. You can use the command IQC. You can visit the World Quant Brain website. We encourage you to do so ASAP. Registration is open until May, so it's time to jump in. And maybe you'll get to meet the CSO and others in the Bahamas. Maybe I'll be there. If I'm lucky. I don't know, but it sounds like a great time either way. And Nitish, the Chess World and the Champions Chess Tour, thanks World Quant for their partnership. And we're looking forward to the rest of the year together.
Thank you, Danny, and good luck to the community for participating in IQC.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Championship. World Quant is an official partner of the chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship that you are currently watching. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists, because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head to go.chess.com/IQC or use !IQC in chat. Thank you to World Quant for being an official partner of this broadcast. We are Grandmaster Anish Giri and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of Game 1 of the World Championship between Nepo and Ding. The game has slowed down considerably. Anish, that has given us the space to talk about a lot of different things, to really look at the position from many, many different perspectives. But I feel like things are finally beginning to head in a somewhat, shall we say, more concrete direction.
Yeah, possibly, because now as the trade of knights is on the menu, at some point things get concrete, and you want to not lose the c7 pawn under bad circumstances as black. And I was thinking actually a little bit about what I said before, because I was sort of making a point of not trading rooks. But then I was thinking, okay, why did Jan not do it? And I realized that it was not so simple. So just perhaps it's interesting, because it is a big decision. So maybe we could sort of discuss what would happen if that wouldn't be the case. So let's say I go a3 first, b6, and now knight e2. Now black has the opportunity here to double on the d file, which does two things. First of all, it's just nice, because then rook maybe one day can penetrate. But the other thing is that after knight f4, if we do get this kind of position I was talking about, which is nice, I'm not going to lose the c7 pawn any longer, simply. So I'm just never losing
permanently defended.
Yeah, exactly. So that was like a dream scenario I was talking about, that I would not trade rooks and win the pawn, but it just doesn't happen. So that was one thing. The other thing I realized is that with the rook controlling the d file, black has this idea of knight d4, which you wouldn't have if the rooks are gone. So while it was sort of idealistic to try not trade rooks, I do understand why Jan was open for that. And yeah, to be honest, I do like his position, but I do think now the draw is sort of a more likely outcome, because if we speak about concrete lines, let's say, I don't know, what is your thought here? Knight d4 or rook d8? What is the idea?
I think the sort of kind of stock execution of the idea is to play rook takes d8, queen takes d8, knight f4, but there actually might be something like queen d4, and White's initiative ends before it even begins, I think. I mean, you're not even getting to the c7 pawn here.
Yeah, if you indeed, if we look at it from a concrete sense, that's the case. And also just taking, honestly,
your idea, a4, yeah. Or
yeah,
whatever,
queen f4, a4. Probably you should take with the bishop here, in fact, and then do this. And probably I will lose that pawn. So let's say a4, queen f2. Let's say queen d7. Let's say king h7, and we've got this situation that I was talking about. The pawn a6, even better on a4 actually. Yeah, this pawn chain now only has one weakness, this c6 pawn. I think this is nice for White. I will play this forever, but I think draw is more likely here. So Dink indeed does take on d1.
Here they go. And rook to d8 is the immediate follow-up, offering a trade of the second pair of rooks. And my guess is that Jan, he's going to invest a little bit of time thinking about, Ivanchik's name really stuck in my head as an example of moving a rook away from an open file. I remember my former coach, Gregory Kaidanov, at a U.S. chess school lecture. He told an entire lecture on moves that involved forcibly moving a rook voluntarily away from an open file. Very hard thing to do psychologically, but could allow for more winning chances. There's that collinear move, though, that we had mentioned earlier. It seems to make more sense here. Rook d3 on the board.
Yeah, very interesting. I noticed it as well. I was actually thinking about it. I am wondering, after rook d3, is the point to just grab the file, which is like very little relevance here? Is that the point? Or does he want to change the pawn structure with CD?
Spicy.
Yeah, as spicy as things get in this position.
c5 to clamp down on the d4 is why this was bad earlier, but now there's a knight on e2, which maybe makes this more palatable for White. Maybe f4.
Yeah, but I'm not impressed with this for White. f4 maybe because you get f5. Yeah, I just need to somehow defend this pawn because you're threatening f5 and queen f4. I need to reroute my knight to some square. Maybe that's like c6 e5, something like this, like knight d8.
Positionally, bishop h5 made sense, but actually, even though the knight gets to d4, I feel like White might be able to attack c7. Like f5, bishop e2.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move. I think that's good. I didn't see it. f5, bishop e2. Yeah.
But and then still,
it's fine for black, no? I think more or less. You mean here and then back to? But at some point, I can also push the pawns a little bit.
c6, b5, a4.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Here. Also, I've got knight to maybe h4. Queen f4.
Yeah, with such a knight, you shouldn't be losing here.
I have queen d7, queen f4, knight e2 idea. Yeah,
nice.
it looks like black's position has improved tremendously. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm thinking maybe he just wants to recapture with a queen. Actually, maybe that's that thought.
And kind of make it hard for black to make a move. Obviously, queen d8 is impossible because you lose all of your queenside pawns.
Yeah,
that queen infiltration of the queen side, right? The queen used to be on e3, threatening to go to a7. Black played b6. Now it's on d3. Maybe black plays b5. I don't think so. I'm just, drawing a parallel.
Yeah. No, it's possible. I mean, queen a6 is not near as annoying as queen a7 because queen a7 was targeting the pawn. Now the pawns are protected. But there is this idea of going queen a8 and then maybe queen c8 and then maybe trading the knights like that, or after c3, knight d4, and then getting to the c7 pawn under more favorable circumstances with the queen on c8 instead of g3. So this is all possible. I think Jan has sort of taken a very stable route to a very small advantage. And it's understandable. His first game, he doesn't want to do anything crazy. He just wants this very small edge that he got. I think he's happy with the rook trade as well, and he will try to milk it a little bit. Yeah, I do like that.
We haven't talked about the time situation all game. We remind you that the time control in the World Championship is very expansive. You've got 2 hours to 40 40 moves, then another hour is at a tier clock, then another 30 minutes after move 60. But 34 minutes right now, it's only move 24. Black hasn't made his 24th move yet. Do you think the time situation is going to play a role, or is the position too simplified for that to happen?
I think it might play a role because we have no increment, right? And no increment, that is always very stressful, as you know better than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Playing so much no increment chess online, you can just lose on time. So that always brings that extra element, something to worry about. And
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't have much questions to answer right now. But by the time we approach move 30, 35, and by the time his clock approaches 10 minutes, maybe, that's when he will have to perhaps take a certain decision with black. He will be asked a question. C7 pawn will get attacked, and yeah, time situation could play some role here. But as things go, I was very enthusiastic at first because white got an advantage. But now that I've sort of calmed down a little bit, and I look at how big is the damage that black has endured, I think I've liked white's position probably a little too much, and now I would fine tune my evaluation to just better for white. But I think black is very solid, and that prospect of losing the c7 pawn, yet keeping opposite color bishops and the queens on the board, I think that is just still quite solid. And I think, yeah, with accurate play, Ding should eventually make it. But time is one of the factors potentially.
Quick correction, I misspoke. I said 30 minutes. It's 15 minutes added after move 60, and the increment only starts on move 60. So from move 60 onwards, there is an increment, and that is done in order to avoid flat out crazy flagging. The 30-second increment is implemented past move 60, but flagging, very possible. You can't do what you do with an increment, which is you can leave yourself, with 30 seconds to make the last 5 or 6 moves. If you believe the position is simple enough, very commonly happens. Here, can't do that. And will we see any crazy flagging fests in any of these games? I mean, I won't complain, but you already know that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen in this game, but it is likely to happen eventually. And one other thing I wanted to mention, just sort of why we are here and why the game got kind of unbalanced, why Jan got an advantage. And I think compared to his match against Magnus, his approach is just very different. I think he's just much more confident because there, deep inside, he and his team, they knew that if they get a playable position that is roughly balanced, yeah, the odds are not in his favor because Magnus is the better player. But here, he was much more comfortable going for a position that is little explored and full of life. So I think he allows himself more risk in the opening in this tournament, in this match, because this is just game one, and already he allowed all these options, went for this position that is far from being forced. And I think that is a good sign for us looking ahead in the match in general. I think we're going to see Jan taking more risks than against Magnus, and I think that is correct, both what he did there and what he did here. And I think that there's just one extra reason to look forward to the rest of the match, because I think we'll see a lot of very interesting games as Jan is ready to go for more open fights after the opening and doesn't feel the need to be as constrained as he was against Magnus.
We talked a little bit at the start of the show about Ding's choice to bring Richard Rapport with him as a second. Who would have guessed, right? But we haven't talked as much about Nepo's team. Nepo's team is known to be vast. It's expansive. He's worked with Grandmaster Vladimir Potkin. He's worked with a lot of different grandmasters in various capacities, and he's been open about it. Some of them more moral support, like Ildar Hayrulin, his close friend. Others more, serviceable. They do the work, they do the opening work, and they analyze with him. I've also heard, Anish, that Nikita Vitugov, who's one of the strongest Russian GMs, recently joined Nepo's team. What do you think about Nepo's choice to have as expansive of a team of seconds as he does? Does that impact directly his decisions in the early going of this match?
Well, yeah, it's definitely it's a positive sign that you can afford to have a big team with a lot of knowledgeable players. You mentioned indeed. So let's name the names of the people that we sort of know that have been spotted as part of his team throughout the year. So there was, of course, Potkin, his head coach, matching against Magnus. Vitigov is here as well. Hyrulin, you mentioned, I saw him at the tournament with Jan. There was Evgeny Tomashevsky and some picture, a strong Russian grandmaster. I saw Maxim Matlakov at the tournament as well with Jan. And Peter Liko has been involved in the team as well. So that is already a lot of names. I guess not all of them are with him now, but certainly some of them remained. Some are new, as he said himself in the press conference. Said, okay, things changed. So definitely some changes to his team. But yeah, it's of course, if you have one training camp and you've got this many people, it might be a challenge to manage all of that. Also, the social aspect of it becomes like very loose. It might start to resembling a party more than a work environment.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean? Especially if everybody's friendly with each other.
Mhm.
While if you
Yeah, a
if you
lot
work
of-
in a so that is there. But I think if you manage that well, quantity can turn into quality. And I think having more people, it just means more hands on deck, more input, different input. And I think Jan has definitely done a great job so far as assembling such a big team and having worked with so many different players. And they all bring something different to his game. You know, he worked maybe half a year with Madlakov. I don't know if he did, but let's say he only worked half a year. Still, he's got Madlakov's vision on different openings, and he has Vitigov's vision on different openings. He's got Tomaszewski's vision, and all these people, they have different inputs. Maybe somebody told him there's something interesting in the Italian. Somebody told that there is some interesting in Spanish. Somebody told him, well, you know, there's an idea in the Catalan. So all these different people bring something new to him, and I think his team is one of his main strengths. And with Ding, we don't know as much. We only know a report, which was, as I mentioned earlier, very surprising. Like nothing like it's great, but nothing wrong with it, just surprising. I said, didn't know where that came from. But with Ding, we don't know. There might be also many people who knows.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be demystified as time goes on. Particularly if he wins, it's kind of traditional to reveal at least part of your team. In the meantime, c5 has been played, a move that we considered after rook takes d3. Ding decided to play it immediately, and Nepo responds with queen d2, which I think confirms, Anish, your theory about which piece he was planning to capture with. Now, obviously, after rook takes d3, it doesn't make any sense to recapture with the pawn. Then why did you tuck your queen away behind the pawns? He's going to take back with the queen. What do you make of this early c5 by Ding? Is this possibly overly committal? Are there any... I mean, it weakens the d5 square, and White's knight can decide to change its mind. I mean, maybe knight e2 to c3 is conceivable, especially if black plays a4. So I think a4 is inadvisable because the knight hasn't committed to f4 just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, another pawn on the dark square. We could start seeing disadvantages of that, but I think we should, not exaggerate these long-term factors. And okay, short-term, White is yet to trade the knight, and White is yet to attack the c7 pawn. And when it comes to d5 square, I mean, if you go by c3, you allow me to plant a knight on d4. So all that is quite abstract, and if ever White now attacks the c7 pawn, so in a hypothetical scenario, let's just make the moves just to illustrate the point I want to make. If this kind of thing happens, let's just, for argument's sake, I'll just make all the moves that I want to show. If this thing happens, I actually have an opportunity to save the pawn for now with c6. I mean, I might lose one later anyway, but I could, let's say, okay, just to illustrate even better, I could play a4 here, and here goes c6, and if I had my queen already on e8, I would be able to save all of my pawns, That's the point I'm trying to make. So nothing wrong with putting a pawn on c5. If anything, it could even save you that c-pawn. Not that it changes much. Anyway, it's a doubled useless pawn, but okay, it just shows that c5 is a very solid move. I think it's all right, yeah. And I think that the point of rook d3 was, never to take with the c-pawn. The point was just to get this sort of d-file and force black to take. Because if you wait now, I will take, you can no longer take with the queen. So I do get access to some squares, let's say.
And if you have to take with a knight, that's a huge concession. Then White's knight, the world opens up to white's knight, knight f4, knight c3. Both moves are now possible. And again, nothing happens too fast in a position like this, but this is how things start to go wrong for black, right? Knight gets to d5. It's clear that white has made progress compared to the position 3 or 4 moves ago. I think that's how you judge the trend of the game when you talk about tiny advantages. It's not, okay, white's still probably not much better, but white's better than he was, 2 or 3 moves ago.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of experience playing games where my position keeps improving, and then it ends in a draw anyway. But
yeah.
it happens a lot.
I totally get what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah, but
it's getting better. Oh, it's a game.
No, I have that a lot. Like my position keeps improving, and everything is great. And at some point, I realize, okay, so now we reached its peak. Now let's convert, and then I see, okay, well, there's nothing more to improve, and I've reached my peak. That's it. My position peaked. So that is a danger here for white. But in short term, yeah, I don't think knight takes d8 is what you want. I think you want to take on d3 here actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
but what now?
Yeah, there's nothing exciting. Nothing exciting. I mean, I don't know, some random move. I mean, I have to react as black. I don't need to do much. Okay, what is my waiting move? Let's say it's king h8. What is your move?
Yeah. So here, I was flirting briefly with the idea of e5, but it doesn't feel that dangerous. Maybe to generate some attacking chances, because black doesn't have f5, right? Earlier, black could play f5 and keep the blockade. Here, he doesn't have it. Maybe.
Yeah, I like that. I didn't see this actually, and that's because I was used to the idea of f5, and now it no longer is possible. And this could be this is a welcome change for white, because you get access to the pawn. It's a very long way to go. I mean, you still never beat Hikaru from this position, from my experience. But
absolutely.
But it's nice. It's nice. I could prevent that, by the way, if I wanted. Let me think how. So king h7, it's counterintuitive.
Ooh, I see what you want.
I didn't like that square, but surprisingly, after if I've checked now, I have bishop g6.
Mm-hmm.
Or even no, I think I stick to that.
And ef queen takes f6.
Yeah, you have ef
stable.
You have EF. But at least I activated my bishop, so it's just slightly better version of that. I could also prevent it entirely if you want. Let's go back bishop g6. Then I prevent e5 entirely.
Can I poke you with queen d5?
Yeah, I didn't like that you get some queens somewhere. I mean, maybe it's okay. Queen c6, maybe I'm okay. There's no threat, but I'm giving you some.
But again, it
territory.
Feels like the trend of the game is just a tiny bit starting to favor white here.
Yeah.
24 minutes, by the way, on Ding's clock. And, with every minute, we're starting to get into more concerning territory. He's got a lot of decisions to make. First of all, on this move, does he take on d3 or not? And then suddenly we're having a hard time finding a move that checks all the boxes.
Exactly. Now imagine that we land here somewhere, and knight c3 is coming. And now
it's
you have 10 minutes.
30.
Yes,
and it's
now
not
you
even
have 10
30
minutes.
here. It's 28. This is becoming problematic for Ding.
Yeah, and now suddenly there is a question, because knight c9 d5 is a question. There is no answer, and there are only 10 minutes, and there are 12 moves. Suddenly it all comes, and that's how you lose games. When somehow the question is asked at the wrong time, it's exactly how you lose this kind of games. Because I've lost some of those, like not many. I've won some, not many. But when you win or lose, that's how what happens. Somehow you get lucky that the question is asked at the right time. There is little time on the opponent's clock, and it all comes together. You get nervous because you see the clock, you see the position, and that's when you can, you can struggle. But we are not there yet. Maybe Ding will find a way to make a more favorable. Get a more favorable version. I think maybe e5 is not a big deal. Maybe we should have allowed e5 rather than allowed the queen to b7. Maybe. What are the alternatives? By the way, what is he thinking about? Because if not rook
that's
d3,
exactly
what
I was going to bring up. So all of what we were considering is after rook takes d3, we have established that white has a positional threat of rook takes d8, which would force black to compromise the position of his knight. Is there a way to circumvent that? I mean, c6 looks. Ugh.
I am not sure about that actually. So is that really such a big deal? Because I'm thinking maybe I want to reroute the knight to c6 e5. What do you play here?
Okay. So let's say, first of all, the bishop versus knight endgame has to be valid. So let's say I go knight f4 and I try to force you into that. Knight d5? Knight d5?
I don't have to. I kind of have to, because if I play queen d7, there is this.
There's knight f6, yeah.
Yeah, so if I have queen d8, you take with the tempo. So yeah, I have to take. You take with
And then I thought
what?
maybe queen
Queen.
d5, and I try to go for f4, e5. Try to get the passer.
Yeah, this changes the position a lot, but okay, I'll start with knight d4.
Mm-hmm. And then
This is
if
one of the
c3, you want to...
ways how Hikaru draws these games, by the way. One of the many ways. C3
And
or
then he wins. He gets his knight to e2 and his queen to g1, and then it's mate.
yes.
So let's say c3.
Yeah, C3. I'm thinking, if I switch to passive defense, okay, you'll definitely massage me here. No, I'm not.
For sure.
I'm not thrilled. By the way, I'm not thrilled with this. I never thought I'm equalizing here, and I don't like the look of it. And in fact, this drawing tendency is kind of gone because of the opposite color bishops being gone. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah.
Uh-oh. c5. So Ding's 24th move. Rather than taking on d3, he procrastinated one move. Why does c5 make things so much worse? Is it because of the d5 square? Why do I feel like with the pawn on c6, everything was fine, and now suddenly all of the lines are problematic? What is the nature of the difference?
By the way, just to because I was trying to go back indeed, as you mentioned, c5, and I realized that the reason he played a5 is actually that after takes rook d8, Jan of course wanted to go rook d3, and now in case of the same thing happening, pawn is hanging. Although I realize now I can play knight c5 and back. Maybe that would be maybe that is kind of the most solid way to defend.
Yeah, he tried to eliminate all of the problems, but when you're defending, you
e2.
close some doors, others open.
Yeah, it's always very hard. Queen e2, I'm threatening before. b5 is also committal. Maybe after all, you go a5 anyway. Yeah, okay, not sure. All these are such. That's the thing about these positions. It's all so little, but c5. Yeah, it's one thing is a plus, another thing is a minus. You regret each of your smallest decisions, and it's tough. It's tough. That's why that's why suffering is no fun. And okay, this is the position on the board. And yeah, some questions to be answered. Just one thing I wanted to point out, by the way. Just how terrible is this?
That has to be decided. Under 20 minutes, by the way, now for Ding. And
I think the reason it's terrible is because my pawns are on the dark color here, and I cannot get them to the light squares so easily. Because if I did, I think I would be happy to just give you this. I mean, with black at some point. Just okay to not have these dangers with queen b7, queen c6, knight d5, like all the stuff, just to give you this and say, okay, let's compromise. You get your pawn, I get my opposite color bishop drawing chances, and let's just play this out.
I get my defensive clarity, but you can go b5, but queen a7. It's like what they said about Mikhail Tal sacrifices. Like you can only take one piece at one time. Here you can only push one pawn at a time, and you can't push them all to the right squares fast enough.
Exactly. So it doesn't achieve the desired goal. It just gives the pawn, but it doesn't give me that clarity. So knight d4 is not the move yet, but it's an idea to keep in mind. So I think allowing e5 might be the way. Queen e8. Oh, maybe I like this. Maybe this queen e8 move. Maybe I don't know. Just nice move maybe.
So Ding has finally made a move. It took me a second to realize, Anish, what happened. He was not at the board again. He was thinking from his rest area, and c6, which I dismissed. Because in my mind, it weakened the d6 square, has been played.
It's just a very ugly move.
On the clock.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's bad. Probably, and we know why. We know why he got there. He had these issues with the d5 square, but it's just a move that is a little bit ugly. So you just sometimes not see it, happen.
So bishop d6 is possible, but
yeah, but then the rook is a bit lacking squares,
c4
right? So after
maybe becomes annoying. Yeah.
After I move the queen, the c4, these pieces are all cramped here, and somehow the rook lacks a little bit of space. You could go queen d1 though. You could do something like this, and c4 you have rook d2. It's possible, by the way. Not stupid at all.
Really nice prophylactic idea.
Bishop d6 not stupid at all, actually. Maybe I have knight d4 there, but no, then so let's say queen to, I don't know, e8 or b7. E8 maybe a bit more normal, yeah?
So let's say queen e8.
Queen d1,
queen d1, for instance. And then maybe black goes, knight d4.
Yes, sometimes,
bishop
c7? Yeah, you're right. You'll go bishop c7. Probably, yes.
Suddenly everything's collapsing. Like Ding has tried to put his pawns on the best squares. He's put his pawns on the worst squares.
But it was not easy for him. I mean, like, what do you want him to do? Magnus says.
No. I would.
It was not easy.
I
Yeah,
would
it
have
was
lost
not
this a
easy.
long time ago.
When a7 was coming, then after b6, the a6 pawn was hanging with queen being on d3. So it was not obvious. Then after this, now he's worried that after knight f4, he will lose these pawns, and this will fall. He doesn't want to go a4 because it's soft as well. So then he went c5 to be able to go c6. Then he went c6, and now he has a hole on d6 on it. So it all happened naturally, and I think it's just a consequence of having a unpleasant position that it eventually gets unpleasant. I'm not even sure we needed to go bishop d6. If we take, by the way, queen d8 is still not possible. We don't lose the pawn directly, but we lose it after
Bishop
bishop
c7.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And to borrow your terminology, now's the time to ask questions, because just to quickly clarify, for those just joining, Ding has 18 minutes to make 14 moves. That's less than a smidge over 1 minute per move, which is nothing at this level. Please continue.
Yeah.
Nepo takes the rook.
Okay, he... Queen f4, very tempting. Queen f4, queen b8, by the way. Queen f4, very tempting. I like this queen f4 move. Very nice.
Man.
He's gonna play. It's a Jan move. It's a Jan move. Jan likes infiltration with the queen. That's Jan's favorite topic.
And he likes to do it fast.
Yeah,
Jan move fast.
Yes.
He smells blood.
Watch this. I know this.
There
I know my man. I know my man. He loves queen f4, queen b8. This is how he beat Van Hao in some game. He loves this queen infiltrations and trying to be annoying from behind. That's his kind of style. Yeah, I'm not liking this at all.
I love what you said about the questions being asked at the right time. And Ding does not have the time to answer them. 18 minutes, queen b8 is threatened. You could end up losing 2 or even 3 pawns on the queen side in the blink of an eye. Does Black have a move here? Or are we now talking, are we in the territory of having to give up material?
I think not just yet. I think also we should not over dramatize the situation. 18 minutes, that's still something. And the question is not yet like unanswerable, but we are getting there, let's say. I think queen b7 would
c7?
be... Oh, I
c7
forgot.
Anyway?
Sorry, I forgot that queen c7 was a threat. I thought queen d6. Queen c7 is a huge thing, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm collapsing here. What about that completely? Wow. Okay, so wait, queen c7 is a threat actually.
Wow.
That is actually
even
the threat.
Stronger than queen b8.
Yeah, I didn't realize the idea was not queen b8 but queen c7. Okay, so maybe
so b5.
b5 only move, yeah. b5 is the only.
Then you
okay,
give
b5.
up a pawn. But
Which
White
one?
does not want to. I think White does not want to take a5 and allow knight d4.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both assume that knight b7 is not going to happen. Yeah, because that's awful.
Well, I missed it, but yes, I'm assuming it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you missed it, or you're just such a high class player. You don't even see such horrible moves. Okay.
Right. It doesn't even occur to me to put the knight on. You'd get kicked out of a Soviet schoolboy camp for putting a knight on such a square.
Yeah. No, that's the famous Jan Timman also. Whenever he would miss a move and it would not be good, he would just say that it's just my subconscious just sees that this is wrong.
Rejects moves of this low.
Yeah, no, I guess
caliber.
knight b7 not the end of the world, because I'll go c4 and the knight could eventually come out. It's a very ugly endgame, but that said, it's an endgame and it remains somewhat drawish.
Mm-hmm.
What are other... Okay, b5 I think is the only move, yeah? Simply the only move, not to lose material on the spot.
And is the Jan thing to do to go queen b8 quickly? To just keep as much tension on the board as possible?
Yeah, I thought that was the actual threat. And, okay, I have bishop d6 next. Bishop d7 is the bigger threat, so I guess you have to move the king. Now I can infiltrate here. Am I not just winning a pawn?
I believe you are.
Keeping
now
the
Black can
knights...
try... Or some counterplay, but
like this, but
yes.
Or queen d2 maybe is more what you meant, yeah.
That's queen d2, but I don't believe in it because the dark squares are under White's control. Maybe knight d4, but then knight e6.
Yeah, but that's another way how Hikaru holds these kind of positions. So we're back to there are resources there. If you're resourceful, you have time. There are resources in these kind of positions, such as this one. But it is very dicey because you lost the pawn without having traded the knights, so it is not as drawish as it was. Well, luckily you have this queen d2 thing. You probably forced trade of the knights, but maybe White could improve on this line. Maybe could delay bishop d6.
Yeah. And imperceptibly, I mean, as we're talking, bang, another 3 minutes off the clock. Now you basically have 1 minute per move. And Ding is going to have to take some more time because at this point, we're in the territory of high value of mistake. If you make one mistake, you're dead on the spot. That was not the case for Ding just a little while ago. And so, folks, we will likely get a time scramble, at least a one-sided time scramble as we head to move 30. So we're going to take this opportunity to take one more very quick break, folks. We promise we will be back very soon with Ding's attempt to save a position that has been getting worse and worse. Will we see a decisive game in round 1 of the FIDE World Championship? That remains to be seen, and we will continue to bring the action for you in just a couple of short minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Game 1 between Ding and Nepo is heating up in a very, very big way. It's a deja vu moment for Ding Liren because at the Candidates Tournament, round 1, there was a similar game arc where his position got worse and worse and Nepo ended up grinding him down. Will we see this happen again? Grandmaster Nishigiri, we called it. Queen to b8 has been played almost instantly by Nepo. He is accelerating the pace of his play. He is going to win a pawn on the queen side. I feel like that's not up for debate. The question is, how many is he going to win? Which one is he going to win? And will Ding be able to produce any kind of counterplay with this queen and knight?
Yeah, it's a good point. And actually, I'm getting quite excited here because the bishop d6 line we looked at seemed to give Black enough counterplay after queen d7 and queen to d2, followed by knight e6. This I felt is kind of reasonable for Black. But this move, bishop c7, that we didn't cover yet, that looks a lot more promising. Now after knight e6, bishop a5, your queen is not active at all. The only question I have is whether knight d4 perhaps is good enough. And it is very, very close. Now, first of all, queen e5 is never going to happen because pawn will afterwards be collected. Maybe if Black is in time to trade the d pawn, then I think it's drawish, although it changed from how it was. There is symmetry gone here a little bit. There is a potential for passed pawn now. And the other thing is, yeah, long term. And the other thing is, maybe I can even prevent d3 from happening somehow. I don't quite see how, but yeah, maybe I can. Like, no, not easy. Bishop b6.
Well, when you say d3, in which situation?
Yeah, I mean, like queen d7 and d3. Yeah.
Well, you could try to trade queens, but I think their Black has bishop a2, bishop b1.
Yeah, but even that. So just to show that, okay, I assume that is a draw. But even that, it is no longer trivial because I have a potential to, let's say hypothetical. Let's say I bring my king here, I go b3, a4. I have a passed pawn here, then I have a passed pawn here, and then I win. It's not easy because you do like bishop f1, you start bothering me everywhere. But it is possible. So I think situation is very, very dangerous for Ding, and I think he blundered. You know what? I think he blundered. I think what he missed is that I think he missed queen c7 as a threat. It's what I missed. I saw queen b8. I didn't see queen c7. I think he might have missed queen c7 because that explains why he thought so long here. He probably planned something like queen b7, queen d6, knight e6,
which would have fully defended if it were not for queen c7, because queen b8 is completely innocuous. Obviously, Black has the time to defend his pawns.
Yeah, I think
queen c7 is over.
I think he when he played c6, I think he missed queen c7. Somehow I also missed it. Because usually you think a queen trade without even winning a pawn is okay, but suddenly you win the b6 pawn, which is crucial. And so that's why he started thinking so long about the only moves that are b5.
Yep.
And then king h7, which is also absolutely obviously the only move. But he spent time because it was not planned. And he's thinking like, okay, how big is the damage? Like, what have I done? Am I still okay? Is there plan B? Like, I think he's in a very bad spot. Bishop c7, bishop a5 being a serious problem. And as you pointed out, there have been games before that Ding lost to Jan in this kind of fashion. Not feeling optimistic for him at all.
I mean, a confident Jan who smells blood, who has the time advantage. I mean, is a Jan to be reckoned with. And I don't mean to keep harping on this, but Ding is still not at the board. He is sticking to his guns. He is staying in that rest area section. You know, whatever it is about that spot that's conducive to thinking, but he might have to change up his routine soon enough. So the choice here, Anish, is between bishop d6 and bishop c7. We believe those to be the only two feasible candidate moves, but we're leaning toward bishop c7.
Yeah, I think this queen d2 infiltration was an issue. White maybe has other moves, but I don't think they're as good. I think you do want to take the pawn. The question is which one. Yeah, I think that position we discussed is extremely important. Bishop c7, knight e6 takes. I think if you don't go knight d4, you just lost the pawn. We keep the knights on the board, and you just lost the pawn. You didn't get any closer to the draw, and you'll have to suffer. And long term, there is not only you lost the pawn, you lost the wrong pawn, because I have the potential to create a passed a pawn here, right?
Could I try queen d7? Or is that, I mean, obviously it's I'm not hiding my intentions here, but queen d1 is not that easy to stop.
Even tempo down, yeah. In that line, you could even a tempo down. You still try to activate the queen. That is actually
it's super annoying. Actually, it's super annoying.
Queen d7 is very good. Yeah.
Thank you. And white would want to play queen d8. Unfortunately, that's not possible.
Yeah. So do we have to trade knights like that, or how else do? Maybe knight f4. Yeah, is what I do.
Right, and everything's nicely coordinated here. Black's queen doesn't have as much to attack with the knight on an invulnerable square, and when the knight's off the board.
Now we enter a situation where I would say, a reverse of what it was before. So I wouldn't say it's a 30-70 draw. 30-70 being white win, 70 draw, but I would say it's like a 70-30. I think it's more likely white wins and black draws because of the way the pawn structure on the queen side is. If the pawn on c5 was on a6, as in some lines we demonstrated earlier, I think it would be much more likely to be a draw. Now, because of the potential to create a passed pawn here and here, very long term, of course, there even the simplest bishop endgames are no longer obvious. They could even be lost already. So definitely unpleasant. And this queen d7 doesn't solve all the issues, nor does knight d4. I think Jan just should go for this pawn. Yeah, I think he will, because this other one's much less tempting, right? Queen d2. That's also, it's a wrong pawn to take, because now it's a symmetry here. It's just position. It's just a wrong pawn positionally. Yeah, it's just the wrong pawn to take. Not even if black played the move like a4, it's still a wrong pawn to. Although bar somehow shoots up, but I mean, conceptually speaking, I would still think that black is happier having these pawns than having the doubled c pawns, because white cannot create a passer here. So I think Jan is taking his time, but the a5 pawn should eventually be the one captured.
And there's no chance that there's some third Canada move he's contemplating. I thought briefly. Yeah. But that
we talked about?
Yeah, I think we talked about knight d7.
Yeah, but this endgame, by the way, is also juicy, because here I'm not up a pawn, but here black will never be able to trade the knights. So you just suffer.
The knight is stalemated by the bishop.
It's a juicy endgame. Yeah, I think this is the alternative. Yeah, I think that he's weighing his options, because this endgame is very juicy, I have to say.
Wow. And then you can...
I would have... Yeah.
No, it is juicy, but how... this is some of the hardest decisions to make, not just on the defensive end, but from Jan's perspective, it's just as agonizing to have to decide. Personally, in these types of situations, the moment I decide on one thing, I immediately start regretting it. The second the hand is released from the piece.
Yeah, it's the same. It's a I think it's our problem more than the problem of the game. We should stop regretting. But I also have that a lot. I mean, whenever you have a choice between two seemingly equal options, it's very easy to regret the move you made, and that's the wrong approach. But that said, look, if we zoom out, it's game one, and it's a risk-free position. I think agonizing is a big word.
Overstating it a little bit, yeah.
Overstating a little. I mean, Jan is in a much more comfortable. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Draw will be fine. It's okay. Afterwards he will say press conference. Yeah, I was better pressing. It's draw is okay. While for Ding, I mean, it's losing it first game. It's a big disaster. And he's down on the clock as well. So,
wow. I mean, big disaster indeed. And Grandmaster Nakesons in the chat made a good point that if he does lose the first game, we might see some early blood being spilled. We might see Ding kind of drastically change his routine, his openings. But we should point out that losing the first game of a World Championship match, that's obviously not necessarily a death sentence. The first World Championship match ever held in Havana in 1889, when Steinitz defeated Chigorin to become world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz got destroyed in the first game. Then he won the second. Then he lost the third. There was only one draw in that entire match. The first 16 games were all decisive.
Yeah, Daniel, I mean, you bring up that match. I mean, that was an entirely different time. If you look up the games between Chigorin and Steinitz, this was some wild stuff. I mean, it's different game they played. It was such a different time. They're blundering left and right, and was
The
crazy
amount
stuff.
of blunders is staggering, honestly, but it's
they were
how
making their
we
first
have
steps,
changed.
Yeah.
We
I mean, they
stand
were
on the shoulders
discovering
of giants.
exactly, and they were discovering the game pretty much at its like initial stages. It was a completely different time. The example that came to my mind as well was the one between Anand and Topalov. That's the match that I already followed. I
Slightly more
think that was
recent.
year, 2010. We speak here. I think 10 probably. I think 2010, 9 or 10. I think 10. Yeah,
Yep.
and there was a crushing opening defeat. Topalov crushed Vishy in game 1, and Vishy came back in game 2, and Vishy eventually ended up winning the match. It was a tense match. He won because he won in the last game, and he edged out there. But I think a lot depends on Dink's how much prep he's done with the white pieces, or rather not how much, but how successful it has been. Has he found certain interesting ideas with white? Because when you are down after game 1, I think what you want is you want to go back to your hotel room and feel like you have something ready. You want to have something ready for the next game, because if you don't, you're already in a bad mood that you lost, and there's nothing improving that mood. But if you have something to look forward to, some opening idea, it's okay. You'll think, okay, I'll come back tomorrow maybe.
And a feeling of comfort that you know what you're playing. You have to get excited about the ideas that you come up with. You can't be impartial to what you're playing. You got to bring your absolute best, what makes you happiest to the World Championship. And yes, I need to correct myself. Steinitz Chigorin was not the first World Championship match. That was Steinitz Sugertort, Tengi Hikaru in 1886. This was the first Steinitz Chigorin match, and there would be several, as Mikhail Chigorin never managed to take away the throne from Steinitz, despite some incredibly agonizing defeats.
Did Hikaru correct you on that?
He did.
So Hikaru is there backseating, yeah, and fact-checking our stream. Okay, that's good to know.
Good to have, personal fact-checker in the chat.
Yeah.
Speaking of facts, Nepo was spitting some facts in an interview that I conducted with him a couple of months ago. Let's listen into some of Nepo's amazing insights.
Here and there, but there are like 4 games, 6 games. It's not quite the same. It's not the same level of excitement, involvement, and preparation. So probably this will favor me.
About talking about the format of the match, he's confident, and his confidence, Anish, is something that I've noticed, I think, has increased since his match with Carlsen, when everybody was shoveling dirt on him. That's it. He's broken. He doesn't believe he can win a world championship match. Suddenly, all of those people are gone.
Yeah, I think Jan, one thing we have to give him, I think his confidence is unshattered, and he's always been very confident in himself, and for good reasons, obviously. Tremendous talent and a great player. And I think nothing can break him. If that match didn't break him, then nothing will. He is unbroken, and he knows that things could have gone differently. He attributes all the bad results to individual mistakes. He thinks there's nothing wrong with him. He even in the interviews afterwards, he said there's nothing wrong with his mindset, nothing wrong with his psychology. At times, maybe he's even too confident, and maybe he's even somewhat wrong with that. But that doesn't mean, doesn't change the reality that he is very good and very confident. And confidence, I think in chess they say it's better to be overconfident than underconfident, and I think that is true.
And we apologize for that. The little segment cut off. We promise that's not all Nepo had to say about his level of experience and how the Magnus match impacts his state of mind. Let's try that again. Here's Nepo.
I mean, every unsuccessful game is a lesson, and of course, the main thing I took away from this match was my experience, and experience was quite sad. But maybe that's why it was quite useful. Yeah, I mean, even like in the middle of the match, I would say, even until I started, let's say, like blundering everything in one move, I would say that I came to sort of the conclusion that okay, it's pretty much different comparing to what I have, to what I have expected. So now I'm like, in a way, can model, let's say, the match, how it goes, how it might go. So, for example, my general idea, all right. So to win candidates, you should win 3 or 4 games. To win match, you should win 1 game and lose 0. Yes. I mean, it's also quite quite a childish approach, I think. Yeah, so speaking of the upcoming match, it's, surely I think it's, I wouldn't say it's my only advantage comparing to Ding, but it's one of very important things that already, okay, I have more or less a bitter experience, but nevertheless, that's an experience. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's pretty much used to, this type of chess. Of course, he's playing some matches here and there, but there are 4 games, 6 games. It's not quite the same. It's not the same level of excitement, involvement, and preparation. So probably this will favor me.
A little bit more context about that, what 4 or 6 games refer to. So Nepo, he believes that his experience is a net positive. Right now, the way that the first game is going, his words have aged pretty well. Anish, bishop d6, though, is on the board. Big decision there, which is a move that we looked coldly upon compared to bishop c7, but you could double back. After queen d7, you do have the option to play queen c7 and go back to that endgame, which you call juicy.
Yeah, though when you play bishop d6, you probably don't intend to follow it up with queen c7. Because if anything, you give black maybe, more options, so to speak. I mean, queen c7 forces queen takes c7, right? Bishop d6, queen d7, queen c7, there is an option of bishop e8 or bishop e6. So and once you decided on bishop d6, also you get one step move closer to time control, which is not beneficial to you, who has more time and better position. So he doesn't intend queen c7, he will not do it. Unless he here really changes his mind, which he might now do, because he probably will realize that bishop c5, queen d2 is an issue. So I have to say that, yes, I liked both bishop c7 and queen c7. Bishop d6 is my least favorite of all 3, because I did not see a good follow-up after queen d2. I do not see a good follow-up here. I mean, knight to d4, knight e6. Just briefly thinking of some weird tactics, but I don't think they work. Something knight b7, but you can even move the bishop probably. This motif occurred to me. I don't know if it makes sense.
Perpetual.
Okay,
if the king goes to f1, you get mated.
Yeah, this is a draw because you can go to f1.
Yep.
But maybe bishop b6.
Wow. And then I guess c5 doesn't do anything because
the
queen defends f4.
Yeah, no, this is just pretty, but I guess knight e6, yeah, is the... I mean, this position I think is acceptable for black. I think this at this point, Ding is happy with that. I mean, very limited damage here. You put the pawn to a4, you bring... Okay, even if you were forced to bring the queen back, because white somehow, scared you with bishop f8 or something, it's okay. It's very drawish and it's very safe. And you are worse, you have to suffer, but it's okay. Draw is still within reach. But yeah, the same couldn't have been said about bishop c7 or queen c7. So I'm not sure what Jan missed. He definitely missed something, because queen c7 is the most...
He's thinking.
He's the only move, and now he realized that. He missed... I think from afar he might have thought about knight e6. When he wanted to do, let's say... I don't know, queen d6, let's say he planned. And now he suddenly realized he suddenly realized there's queen d2, and he maybe missed some detail somewhere down the road here. Maybe he missed some detail, and that's why he's thinking. Because of course it makes no sense to play bishop d6, and after the only move queen d7 to then think.
To start thinking. Because where did you expect him to go? Did you expect him to not move the queen d8? So it's clear, it's a clear tell when you make a move, your opponent responds in an only move fashion, and then you adjust your sitting position, you go into a deep think. Clearly, he knows queen c7 is an option. It's very hard to evaluate. That endgame, incredibly hard to evaluate whether it's winning technically or is it a technical draw. So very difficult decision now for Nepo. And Anish, correct me if I'm wrong, but psychologically, I think it's also hard to course correct. Well, we're saying that, right? Especially because then you're regretting not playing that in the previous move. Maybe that extra move would have been the difference between Ding making time control and drawing and making a mistake on move 40.
Yeah. Although we should also not exaggerate the importance of this one move, especially in an endgame like Queen C7. But I do think it is a small setback, small negative emotion there, because Jan probably anyway regrets even Queen C7. He probably thinks now that Bishop C7 was the best option. That's what he probably thinks. Maybe that is also the case. And so now he realizes that, okay, Bishop C5 is bad, but plan B Queen C7 is a compromise, but it's not what he had wanted. I'm not sure he regrets that extra move to the time control. I think he probably regrets not having gone Bishop C7. And when you are pressing like that, and I don't know if you have the same, but I definitely have that as well in classical chess, especially. Each time you have this negative emotion, you are upset that you've done something slightly wrong. Somehow, it just ruins the vibe, and somehow you want to play a perfect game. You understand? And so far, he thinks so far he maybe played the perfect game. And now he knows, okay, this was imperfect. He knows it's imperfect. And the first imperfection, that's a small psychological blow there to your winning chances as well, I think.
I experienced that, I think, in a slightly different way, in the sense that I will replay it constantly. It's like your tongue searching for, that space or the tooth fella. It's like I would constantly replay the scenario where I do go Bishop C7 and I would have won the game and I would have been happy. And then you keep adding on to that narrative. And it's sometimes hard to get that out of your mind, because you just keep telling yourself, all I had to do was trust my instincts and play that one move. Whereas you still have a game to play and you still have winning chances, but you're too busy exploring the alternate scenario. And obviously the regret just increases when you flesh that scenario out.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned is even...
what's happened.
Yeah. I think what you mentioned is even worse, because luckily I don't do that much. I don't go for alternative reality, because that is really, really harmful. But even that, just a negative feeling, I mean, I try to brush it away, but deep inside I know that it was there. Okay, something entirely different has been played.
Knight G3.
Okay, that's very interesting. It's just keeping the tension all together. Doesn't want to go for the pawn at all. It's a cool move.
I actually like that concept a lot.
Yeah, not what we thought about, because we were thinking more short term, grabbing some pawn, forcing some endgame. But also this move actually somewhat justifies the previous move, because Queen C7 is an admission of being wrong or having a different intent, and Knight G3 is kind of the principled way forward. He's like, no, this was the plan. I wanted to get the bishop to D6 and knight to G3.
Yep. Who needs pawns?
How good is this? Yes, how good is this? So knight to E6, I guess.
Yeah.
Knight to is knight F5. Is knight D4 possible?
And then
looks fine.
I was gonna suggest. I always want to suggest knight E7 because I'm used to that pattern. But there's a bishop on F7 guarding G8, so it's not effective.
I don't know. There's no also after Queen F8 I have Queen E8. Let's say I take, you take. You go here, there. Oh, sorry. This is hanging. This hang everything. Okay.
Oh, it's check. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, let's say you would go bishop c5 first. That doesn't work. So there's no point to knight on e7.
Too clunky.
Oh, maybe c3 first. Maybe c3. Just protect.
Prophylaxis.
Positional.
But then black can take the tempo and improve. Question is how? Maybe
c4 or...
I was thinking bishop g6 to take the sting out of knight f5, but maybe it has the opposite effect.
It's coming anyway, yeah?
But then maybe takes a knight. Ooh, knight where? Knight doesn't have too many options.
G5.
Knight g5.
Knight g5. Okay, it's rerouting. The queen's coming out. Hikaru's back.
I didn't realize the knight at f7. Maybe knight d8 also.
Oh yeah. Same effect. I'm not sure knight f5 was needed.
Now h4 can be thrown in. Maybe
is f4 a thing?
f4. It absolutely is a thing. I mean, black is almost out of squares for his minor pieces.
Yeah, you got to go back, I think. Or no. The engine shoots up. Not happy. First of all...
Is it f5 and you trap the knight?
Oh, h4. I just literally trapped the knight.
Knight d8, bishop c7.
Okay, I just didn't realize. We just literally trapped the knight suddenly. Yeah. Okay, now I understand what I've done. I should put bishop on e8. And then I would have f7 square
for the knight.
In either case. Yeah, I just completely forgot that somehow the knight could run out of squares.
It's incredible. Knight e6 has been played in the meantime. And also in the meantime, Nepo is down to 20 minutes himself, which is not time pressure. Again, not exaggerating. But listen, this is not the 45 minutes he had just a couple of moves ago. We remind you, for those just joining, once move 40 is made, 60 minutes are added to the players' clocks. Then after 20 more moves, after move 60, an additional 15 minutes added, and that's when the increment kicks in. There is no increment until move 60. All right.
Yeah,
here we go.
And psychologically, it's a very different situation. So, as you will probably agree, 20 minutes against 11 or 45 against 11, that's like Earth and night and day, Earth and basically, yeah, it's just a completely different story. And now it's sort of a mutual each time trouble. While if you are 10 minutes against 45, it felt like you're just getting crushed, to be honest, on the clock.
F4 has been played. He didn't
mark here on
play
the move.
C3.
Why is the question
And
mark?
why did we reject this? Did we consider F4 immediately?
No, we didn't consider F4 yet. Knight D4 could be one thing. Knight D4 at the very least is okay. Is that also why the bar is so happy? Bishop C5 and
Knight F.
Just Knight C2 simply. No, Knight F3. I was also thinking. I understand what you mean. Yeah, some pattern there. I don't think
it doesn't
that
work.
works.
King G1, King G2, and Bishop F2. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything already. This is the most solid. Yeah. Oh yeah, King G2. You're right, because Knight F1 is Bishop C4. But I think simply Knight C2 and Knight is not so bad. It's
wait a second. Queen D2, Knight E1 is checkmate. Hello.
Yeah. Hello there.
Maybe time for Queen D6 and a draw for there.
Yeah, you mean right here, yeah?
I mean,
this is very little. Oh, that's nothing actually.
Yeah, no.
Wait, 93? Okay, you have to be accurate.
Declined. Yeah, let's play on, Jan.
Yeah, okay, of course. No, White, of course, doesn't run any risk, but you have to be accurate. Yeah, let's say Queen A7 maybe is the one. Oh, also, that bar doesn't like it also.
And Ding is up from his chair. He's definitely surprised by this move.
Yeah, it's a clumsy thing. I mean, Jan clearly something's gone wrong here. Something's gone wrong. There were two great options, and somehow he missed something, and now he's just slightly lost the thread.
Now, I might have zoned out for a second. After Knight D4, if C3, what did we?
Yeah, we didn't look at it yet. Yeah.
Where does the knight make its home? It's actually hard to decide.
The default is B3, of course. That's the normal square. But I'm wondering if there is some resource that we are missing. But I think it's just B3, I guess.
And white can't make easy progress because anytime the bishop moves, the queen infiltrates, and bishop on F7 is an amazing defender. It's just holding all of the key squares.
Exactly. No, but the thing, when we pushed F4 in our line after C3, the point was not to just push F4. The point was that we are really going after the knight on E6 that had no squares. Now, the knight's kind of comfortable on the other side of the board. And F4 in itself is just a weakening of the light squares more than anything else. So I don't think you're like happy to push F4, although, of course, he will try to generate some kingside play. That's probably his idea. But whether that can work is a completely different question. And also, Knight D2 is coming. I can target your e-pawn. It could
backfire.
Yeah, I mean, to say that it's getting double-edged and like white has to worry about things is maybe overstating it. But, it does. It does a little bit.
And Jan could be tempted by Ding's clock. He could try to initiate complications, and then it truly will become, once again, a 3-result game. F4. A mistake due to Knight D4, and Ding has to find this move. I mean, this is on a silver platter. This has been served to him.
Something else.
And he hasn't done it.
But I wanted to mention one thing, Daniel. Maybe Bishop C5, Knight C2, Knight F5 bothered him. Maybe he was bothered by some concrete business here.
Ooh.
Maybe this was Jan's plan as well.
It's easy when the eval bar shows zeros, but there's mate threats circulating against black king as well.
Yeah, knight is weird, and okay, let's
H5.
Knight E1. Oh, but there's Bishop D6. Yeah, there is nothing here. No, there is nothing here.
But Ding has made a move on the other side of the board. He's gone H5. And probably not that bad either.
I think what happened is he trusts. What sometimes you do is you have little time. You trust the opponent. You think, okay, obviously he's on Knight D4. Obviously he has some plan. He just spent like 20 minutes in the last 3 moves. He has some plan. You just think, okay, it's dangerous. What are my options? Oh, h5, maybe not so bad. And you just dismiss the main move because you just trust the guy. You have little time, and you just play the second move, which is, by the way, decent. The computer doesn't dislike it. Yeah, h4 is the idea, pushing the knight forward, giving the king some room. So how is this line? h4, knight f5,
knight
bishop
f5, bishop g6,
knight e7, take, and king h. Bishop e7. Yeah, I was just thinking, can I afford that, or it's just checkmate?
That there must be. There's a queen f7, knight g8, knight f6.
Yeah, this is a hard one. I mean, this is also not. This is also scary. Like, this also would be scary. You have to just, you go back here. This is also barely holding, but this queen f7 move you mentioned, that's just a killer. You threaten this knight g8, deep puzzle rush style checkmate here.
Yeah, that is, Ray Robson would find that in, 1 millisecond.
Yeah. Yes, but anybody and everybody less talented than Ray would also realize bishop e4 is too dangerous anyway, and just
play bishop f7
or bishop e8 even. Yeah, the computer likes both moves. Yeah, and
bishop e8 is just a shutdown move, just shut down White's pieces completely.
And they're actually, in fact, they're all defending each other, but it's very clumsy construction. They're not attacking anything. They're just defending each other. Jan instead plays Jan plays c3, and now we are heading for this variation after h4.
Now, the knight doesn't have to jump to f5. Paradoxically, knight h1, knight f2 could be this positional idea to play prophylactically, make it hard for black to find useful moves.
Yeah, of course, you can do that. But let's just establish one thing. Things sort of have gone out of Jan's control somewhat anyway. Like, this was not the plan, and it looked really good. Here, he had a choice between a very beautiful endgame or winning a pawn. Instead, he wanted to win a pawn. Then he realized that this is a wrong pawn to win. There's queen d2, and then things just sort of spiraled slightly out of control. And now it's just
and you're not going to win any pawn.
Moves. Yeah, he's just making moves, and you're not winning any pawn. The pawn structure has become no longer this clear cut. The White's e4 pawn is potentially weak. Things just spiraled out of control, and I guess it's just okay for black somehow.
And Ding has not gone h4. Instead, he has pushed the pawn on the other side of the board. He's gone c4. Trying to fix the problem of that weak pawn. Obviously, we see that the developer is not a fan of that move.
But wait, we talked about this. It's blundering in a different... Oh, no. It's a different position. f5, I have h4 intermezzo.
Oh, but it's an
very
only
similar
move. And wait a second.
Yeah.
If we continue this line, knight e2...
Knight g5, though, no? Is that okay for black?
Oh, and maybe knight h1, knight f2. Maybe it's time for that prophylactic. But still, it's lackluster. It's lackluster. Queen e8 even.
Yeah, h4 is nice. Like, compared to the line we had just before, pawn on h6, this was losing a piece, remember? Knight d8, bishop 7, knight g5, h4. But now, yeah, this h4 is an important resource. So Ding reserves the move h4 for desperate times.
And of course, White can go h4, but that creates this huge hole on g4.
Yeah, I was also thinking about that, yeah. But you cannot really use this, though, at the moment. And f5 is a threat. So,
and if you drop the knight away?
Yeah, you can you could give the knight the space, as we know, with bishop e8 idea. Or you could also trade queens. And go for this endgame after all, which is nice for White. Yeah, it's a nice endgame, even f5, bishop c7. I don't know how much it is, but it's nice. Yeah, maybe this bishop e8 idea. Maybe that. Now I have the square.
Bishop c7, I know.
Oh, and before you know it, my knight is actually approaching a juicy square here. h5 hangs, though. h5 hangs. But anyway, knight h6, knight h4. Looks like enough counterplay for black somehow.
It's getting absolutely crazy here. Knight f4?
Yeah, it's concrete. Yeah? You'll attack my knight. The king will protect itself. And maybe there is no checkmate, yeah?
Wow.
Maybe bishop d6.
Bishop d6 to cut off the king.
Yeah, and just there's just no play. So bishop d6, and suddenly you realize there's just no play and you're dead lost. Or you got excited a bit before, but it's just not happening. Yeah, things can get concrete, and the time situation is becoming...
If you're Jan, you're banking mostly on the time situation at this point. H4, I like the move H4 from a practical perspective. The wider the decision tree is for black,
Yeah.
obviously the bigger the chance that a mistake happens before move 40 and H4 is played. Whew.
How is this G6 move? How bad is this move G6? Oh no, Queen
He's
D8.
played Queen D8 instantly.
Okay,
If
okay.
he believes that this is a salvageable endgame, he feels confidently that that's the case. Queen trade is forced.
Yeah, well, either that or he thinks that this is the best he's got, and he's lucky that he at least has an endgame that doesn't lose 3. Because because he might just have been really worried about this prospects of the F5 push, and now he's just happy to go into some sort of an endgame. And he knows it's an unpleasant endgame, but he thinks, okay, first of all, the other endgame with Queen C7 was worse, because now he's got a good version of things. He managed to push the queen side a little bit, and white weakened himself with F4, got a G4 weakness here. So he's thinking, okay, things are not too bad, let's go for an endgame.
And he knows he'll make move 40 in one
Yes.
piece, and then he will have that extra hour that he can and will use to ultimately probably hold the draw. I think he's over the hump.
Yeah. It's important indeed that once the position clarifies, these crazy lines we just looked at with knight coming to E7 or F5 and all this stuff, there you need a lot of time. Once you take queens off the board, you don't need time. You could just play things by hand, and not much can go wrong, or not much can change in any case. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Probably things will probably end okay for Ding, but he will suffer. He will suffer here.
But I guess
Yeah.
Jan, to continue that thread from earlier, Jan has to put out of his mind the idea that he could have gotten a much juicier endgame with Queen C7. So the irony is that in a roundabout manner, they will have reached an endgame, and one that is just incomparably more defensible for black.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering how big a difference it is. We can just take a look here just to compare briefly. So, okay, bishop c7 is even knight e6. So we have this endgame, let's say, versus.
Here, the knight, I guess, has a pathway to c5. Why did the knight not have c5 there? I guess because there's a pawn there.
Yeah,
there's the answer.
The pawns are already here, which is commitment by white. White can keep the pawns much more fluid, and black has already gotten c4, and I think a4. Yeah, a4 and but black has already gotten c4 there. So there are definitely some differences, and the differences favor black somewhat. You can tell that for sure. And Jan is thinking, I guess, about which version of the endgame to go for.
Yeah, so whether to play f5. Obviously, I briefly considered queen b7, but it's no, it doesn't work.
Same here. Also thought about queen b7.
There's this queen g7 knight f5 idea at the end.
Yes, I thought about the same. Can show that.
Actually, wait, knight f4. There's knight f5. Whoa! Knight f4, knight f5. And
it's so surprising. Just checkmate. Queen is hanging. So surprising. Oh,
so maybe there is an option to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, you have to defend like king g8 maybe. Just okay, maybe the king is better on here because knight f5 is coming. Maybe some move with the bishop here.
Bishop g.
G, yeah.
Oh gosh, such a hard decision to make. There's also bishop g6.
Bishop g6 allowing f5, but it's not the end of the world.
But white can make some intermediate move like bishop e7.
Yeah.
And then
what are
queen c7.
Bishop e8?
Wow.
Bishop e8 maybe, yeah. And you have queen d7 after knight f5 if needed.
And that might be the key idea, to sever the connection between the queen and the pawn on g7.
Yeah, this looks all right. Yeah, so queen b7, a little scare there you might have, but probably not a big deal after bishop e8. I think you don't want to start with f5, because if you start with f5, I will trade, and I'll activate my knight via c5 immediately, which is very nice. So if you trade, you should trade with queen d8, knight d8, and then f5, shutting down my knight.
No, but this is a very hard decision to make. I think Jan should go for queen b7. I think, and now that I saw this, I can't get it out of my head, like the song goes. And he's played it.
Yeah.
He has
Yeah, Ding will take a moment here. How much time does he have, and how many moves does he have to make?
So this is his 34th move. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more moves to make. And he's finally at the board. He doesn't have time to run between the rest area and the board. So he's going to be at the board for the rest of this segment. Bishop g6, bishop e8, bishop g8. Bishop g6, of course, drops c6.
Yeah. First, you establish
Pointed
if
out.
queen d6. Okay, he's very quickly spotted bishop e8.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, can't be great news for Jan. I guess he will just switch to an endgame after all. Knight f5, queen d7, and then just trade. Trade and just bring the king and just play this endgame. Slightly better still because of black's double pawns.
Can white insist on keeping the queens with queen d7, queen b8? Okay, knight
Yeah,
f5 played.
you can, yes. Probably you can, but I can also insist. Although,
Queen d8.
yeah, but then I probably have a worse version with black.
Although, again, the knight gets around to b7 and then through c5, which is the annoying part. There used to be a pawn there. Now the knight is a pathway out of b7.
Well, I mean, if the knight ever gets to b7, I could reestablish my bishop on b6 just to be sure that you're not going anywhere far. I don't think you will get too active. But the question is, yeah, if it's enough for white to win or not. Yeah, queen d7, is bishop g6 also? Or queen or c6 pawn is hanging?
Yeah. Bishop
I
g6,
cannot
queen
play bishop
c6.
g6. Yeah, queen d7 played.
Queen d7 played. And
Yeah,
now
now it's a
another
big moment for Jan.
mini decision. So queen b6 would be a blunder because of g6.
Yeah, you need to guard this bishop somewhat. So either queen b8 or you're okay with the endgame.
What if you zigzag? Queen b8, queen d8, queen a7. Queen d7, though, because you can't take a5 again because of this g6 resource.
Mm-hmm.
But you can pretend. And then
so after queen b8, but is there a threat? Like, can I make a move like maybe c5 or something, or is that just weakening? Or can I and then try to activate somehow someday?
It's a very foggy position. It's like hard to grasp. C5, maybe queen b6, but then queen c6.
Yeah, but like, what are you exactly? Why do you want to avoid the trade of queens with white right now? Because why do you want to keep the queens? What is your attack? I don't think you have so much.
No, I agree. The pieces are.
I think you should just go for
awkward.
the endgame and just be happy that you still have something because of the better pawn structure. Oh no, keeps the tension. Okay.
Yeah, queen d8 is very likely to happen quickly. Ding getting closer to the time control.
You think queen d8, yeah?
And then perhaps he will trade and allegedly get a better version, although it's not a given that the knight on b7 is a bad piece at all.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's not. Yeah, queen d8 is probably logical. I mean, again, I think I can make a move here, like I don't know, a4 or c5. I can make a move, but I'm not sure what for. Ding is checking if this is not the same position, but it's not. Knight f5, bishop e8 have been included.
Or he's also confirming just the amount of moves he needs to make.
Yeah, which is probably the case.
We've seen a couple of incidents throughout top level chess tournaments. Magnus or Vissel and Topalov, I think. I don't remember. Was it Magnus or Vesselin who lost a game like that in round 1 of Norway chess? I think. Just
Magnus to Vesselin, yeah.
Magnus had clerical error. You skip a move on your score sheet. Everybody does that from time to time. And with 3.5 minutes left, trying to get the queens off the board is Ding Liren. Queen d8 is the most straightforward option, but you're pointing out that black is under no obligation to force anything and can play a move like a4. But queen d8 is played.
Yeah, you are, first of all, a prophet, but also you're extremely good at predicting opponents' moves in the time scramble. So you guessed it correctly. It's indeed queen d8. I have to add, by the way, that the point you made about the move counter. So some opponents sometimes, I heard that they do it sometimes, so very rarely. They mislead you by not writing down the move. I think it's not allowed. But sometimes you check your own score sheet, you check opponent's score sheet.
You check your opponents, yeah.
But they can sometimes not write down the move, and that's
safety
happens,
numbers, and then claim that they made a mistake.
Yeah, of course. That has happened in the past as well. I heard some stories. But for now, yeah, the Ding is chasing that queen. He wants that endgame. He wants his endgame, which is slightly worse, but it's at least safe. He knows there is a limit to how bad this endgame can be. It has to still be a draw. He will make his time control, and then he probably will defend the game eventually.
Hikaru
like
was
his
at
clock.
that tournament.
Sorry?
Yeah. Apparently they had made clear that there was no additional time move 60. Magnus arrived late. So the lesson, don't arrive late to your round. Queen A7, Queen D7, I think, is what Nepo's in the process of realizing. Nothing there. You're going to lose a minor piece if you grab on A5. He has to accept it. I feel like he maybe is having a hard time accepting that the likeliest outcome in this endgame is going to be a draw, but you really have no way to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the tension, of course, and the pressure and so on. But as you said, there's just no option. I just wanted to point out that Ding, he's got this 3.14. Yeah, it's like the pi on his clock. This is quite a nice nuance there.
Long day. Nice. Yeah.
Not sure that's on his mind right now. I mean, playing the first game of the World Championship match, being under pressure for so long.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he's rehearsing the amount of digits that he knows, like 3.14159. That's all I know. Hey.
Yeah, if Jan drops down to 1 minute 59 seconds, we will have quite a lot of pi digits on the camera there.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen though. With Jan,
that's the maximum you can have on the clock.
Yes.
Is there any chance he leaves the queen on b8? No, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think you should be aware of knight c5 and knight d3. I mean, it's all the same until the knight comes in via c5 to d3. Then it's not going to be the same. Then suddenly b2 is hanging and it's time to take over. So I think all the endgames, they look to me similar as long as the knight stays passive inside black's territory.
Mm-hmm.
He's choosing the version, yeah. To me, it feels like, I don't know anymore, actually. I thought first knight on b7 is bad, but now I'm thinking maybe it's not. It's just as good there as anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance of a 7-hour game here. If the queens are traded, Jan's not going to let Ding get away that easy. And he's going to use a lot of that hour that he's going to get on move 40. So what is the likelihood that we get a marathon game 1? Anish, like, how insistent is Jan going to be on squeezing every last chance? I think pretty insistent, given that he knows earlier in this game he had excellent winning chances.
That is a good point. If you had nothing the entire game, you sort of were never excited. But if you had a big advantage at some point, it's hard for you to resign yourself to the thought that the game is going to be a draw. And I remember in the last tournament that Jan played, where I played as well, he was fine with grinding things out to the very end. He played long games, and I remember the game he had with Yesipenko. It was lasting. He was pushing it. It was a draw already for a long time, but he kept trying and trying and trying. So, yeah, I think Jan might just keep grinding this one out, but it's very solid for Black. Very solid.
Yeah, and now Black's next move, probably knight b7 on his own volition. I mean, the knight actually wants to go to b7, which is a polar opposite from the initial endgame that Jan could have gone into. And the difference is made entirely by the placement of Black's pawn, which is now on c4.
Yeah, I think Jan, he should... Oh, he went for knight d4.
Wait, so what if knight b7?
I think you want to stop knight c5, so you go bishop to e7, and then what if king to g8, right? So we go knight b7, bishop, I think, to e7.
That bishop is almost trapped after king. It is trapped after king f7.
Yeah, so wait, what is the idea? What is the idea of knight b7?
It couldn't be e5, could it? Because then I think take and bishop d7 even might be some sort of a fortress. Okay, we're about to find out.
Yeah. Let's see what's the point. e5 is possible, I guess. It's not what I expected.
Just feels like Jan is losing the thread here. This is a dumb question, but after bishop e7, king g8.
No, e5, e5. That's the point. Yeah, that was the point, yes. Now, if you take everything, the d-pawn is kind of weak, but maybe knight e6, and then knight c5. I'll move the bishop. I'll have knight b7, I have king e6. I'll move bishop to g6. Knight d7. Yeah,
Two
well,
more
I
moves
think
until time control.
I think taking the bishop on d6 is just very risky for black.
And
It's just very
Nepo
risky.
trying to follow your advice. Pose questions at the most inconvenient moment. This is the last chance you have to pose questions. Ding
That's
with
why he
2
did it.
minutes to make 2 moves. Yep.
That's why he did it, and that's why he went for knight d4 e5, because this is the only way to actually make Ding take a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, nice. I think white doesn't risk here anything, I would guess. I mean, I'm certain about that. Even in a position like that, even if you lose the e-pawn, with a knight against bishop, you can build a fortress. You can bring the king to f4, put a knight on e3, and just wait forever. So Jan doesn't risk anything, and he's asking Ding the final question. He's saying, Ding, this is my only question to you. The best question I got. I hope for a better one, but this is all I got. So answer it now.
And he's got now 1 minute and 20 seconds to answer that question. He's definitely calculating knight takes d6, ed, bishop d7, trying to figure out, does he have a fortress there? White even has the move b4 in that position. Very tricky. He can't take on Passant.
Without fe, yeah? That's a good one. I didn't realize. You were talking about knight d6, ed, bishop d7 without taking fe5. That makes sense. Because the king then doesn't have this path towards f4.
Although white has f5 and knight e6.
Ooh, that's
nasty.
Scary.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Doesn't
G8.
take, which
That's
is
too
probably
risky.
the simplest option.
King g8. Yeah, I think I wouldn't take such high pressure situation, so much at stake, so little. Like you're not gonna win anyway. So why? It's a huge risk to take. You don't need to take. Just keep the status quo. King g8 is classy, very classy.
Does white have one more question to pose? This is white's 40th move, but remember, black has to make his 40th move, folks, for that time to add. You can see white's clock has been adjusted. Ding with one more move to make.
Bishop d7, I think, is that move, no? Bishop d7 looks pretty neat to me. Because king f7, you allow it check. Bishop d7, e6, you can take, and then you take here. You go bishop d7 first, then you go king f7. Bishop d7, the only question I have is what about f5, but then you can take a knight c5, knight d3. Yeah, bishop d7 played. I like it.
Great call. Wow.
And it looks like
it's time control.
Yeah. And this is the opposite of what we were talking about. Now it happened that he just reached the time control and he just solved his last problem and everything worked out for Ding. So this can also happen, and this is actually what happened. Should be a draw now.
What defense for Ding, and just crazy. I mean, Nepo with 0 advantage here. White's not better in this endgame. It's not even that you can nominally torture your opponent. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is draw for territory. And now you actually can offer a draw because move 40 has been made.
Yeah, but this is a direct consequence of what Jan has tried to put maximum pressure and ask that last question. But the problem with that is if the question gets the right answer, then that's it. So Jan, of course, he definitely did exploit his advantage here. It was back and move 29 here, where he had lots of very interesting options. In particular, I think grabbing this pawn was very promising. I don't know if it's winning, probably not, but it's definitely a good opportunity. And what he has now, the question he asks with this knight d4 e5, that's not too difficult for a player like Ding. He basically just brings the king back to the center, and yeah, it's very little left here. White pawn structure is ugly now. Look at this hole on g4. He cannot create a passed pawn. E5 pawn is a passed pawn, but it's just completely blocked. Light square blockade here. Knight on b7, ready to jump via c5 whenever the bishop leaves. Simply a very comfortable position. I think is just a draw. Indeed, I don't think he'll offer it. He'll probably make a few moves, but yeah, it's I don't see any other outcome here being likely.
And as you pointed out, e6 fails tactically. Black plays bishop takes e6, and the bishop on d6 loses its supporter. So the knight on b7 goes from, villain to hero. It is now a key cog in Black's defensive machine, and we are very confident that the first game is going to end in peace. But the game is not over, and Jan is going to take some time and see if he can figure out some way to keep the now very small flame of his initiative alive. And that affords us a good opportunity to take our post-time control break. But before we do that, we wanted to remind you that if you dream of playing in the FIDE World Championship, and, well, who doesn't? Well, chess.com is going to make your dreams come true. Kind of. You can now challenge both world champion contenders in bot form. Liren and Nepomniachtchi bots are available right now. at chess.com/play/computer. So head over there and let us know if you can beat Nepo and Ding, the computer version. Use FWC bots, all one word, FWC bots in the chat for more information. Face off against Nepo and Ding and other chess.com exciting bots. Well, we will be back with more exciting action from round 1 of the FIDE World Championship in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
Some of you may remember when Puzzle Rush launched. It blew the chess world up, and it happened literally right in time for the World Chess Championship in 2018. And all those pieces just came together of like, and it was just awesome to see. Of course, it was excited. It was a new feature, which we hadn't done in years, and it was a really good one. And we're like, we like grew chess. We're done. Like, how cool is that?
I remember the word saying, like, guys, like after it came down early 2019, like, we all need to reset. Let's think about how we're going to add more features. What could maybe be something close to Puzzle Rush again, because we are never going to see growth like that for chess again. In 2018 Puzzle Rush, because the other thing that serendipitously went was the World Championship, our first feature in 3 years. God, I get anxiety. I know. It was our first feature. Like, those were the dark years that Eric and I joke about. There were tears during that time. It was hard. It was tough. But then, like, here comes Puzzle Rush. Here comes the World Championship. And here comes a fateful dinner where I had Queenies. Shout out to you, Hikaru. Take me to that small restaurant in the Isle of Man, the British Isles, because Hikaru picks it. Because Hikaru's a bit of a foodie, for those who don't know. And that was the dinner where I told Hikaru that I thought he could be the ninja of chess, and that maybe if he gave streaming a chance, he might be surprised. I spent 2.5 hours explaining what was the online content ecosystem to Hikaru and Sunil. And Hikaru embraces streaming partly because Puzzle Rush was such a fun feature to stream. Sort of not the, I don't want to say the tipping point, because there were so many incredible streamers who were committing to what would become the future of what we now know is like this incredible ecosystem online. The chess bras were like the OGs of committing to it, you know, at least as far as having a fully focused Twitch brand, right? And there were so many others, but we all knew, and Eric Hansen and I had talked a lot at the time, like we knew like the category needed a Hikaru, and we knew that it was going to be something that was going to take us to the next level. But I think partly the reason Hikaru committed is because it was so easy and fun because of Puzzle Rush. Like, that was it. And then the World Championship viewers, we were rating the chess bras and Hikaru every single day with peak viewership for the chess category. And it was like, the chess world peaked. Yeah, it peaked the end of 2018. That was what you asked about, right? We're talking, if that's all we're talking.
That was it. That was the high point of chess.
That was it.
But I do remember the first time Magnus played on our site. I remember that feeling. And I remember the goosebumps going on my arms of like, oh my goodness. That's like, yeah, okay. I mean, there's no better chess player in the world who's gonna ever play, well, maybe in the future one day, but that was like the thing. I remember the moment where I was like, oh my gosh, we have a grandmaster on our site. He's like kicking everyone's ass. He's just winning all of his games. What super strong grandmaster is this?
It was not a secret.
It was not.
Twist ending.
It was somebody cheating. And we're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to deal with this? It's hard to explain the whole process, but immediately right then, we're like, this is going to be make or break for our future. We have to invest here. And immediately started hiring like statistician, built an amazing team around this, and we've invested so much time, money, and resources just to protect this game that we love. We immediately knew how dangerous this could be, and remember that very first cheater was such a painful experience to see. So it's been at the core of what we've done, and it's challenging because it's not preventable.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title.
That's your 2022 FIDE Candid Champion, and just an absolutely stunning performance from Jan.
The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him. Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Liren has secured second place here.
Amazing. What a big last round win for Ding.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
We are 4 hours into round one of the FIDE World Championship between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liren, live from Astana, Kazakhstan, where Jan Nepomniachtchi is not looking too thrilled. Time control has just been made. An hour added to each player's clock after move 40 has been carried out. Grandmaster Nishigiri, this has been a frustrating last 10, 12 moves for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has watched his entire advantage slip away and turn to dust.
Yeah, absolutely. And he started with a big miss opportunity at one point, and then he had this potentially slightly better endgame, but he chose not to try and stabilize the position, not to try and bring the king to the center and slowly try to eventually maneuver around and go for something small. Instead, he put some pressure with this quick knight d4 e5 idea, hoping for Ding to somehow collapse. But Ding just replied in a very calm, collected way, brought his king back, brought his bishop here, and just solved all the problems.
Just a light square blockade, and Nepo, I mean, his face says it all. Levy says, Nepo, looking at the board the way I look at the last donut. Indeed, Jan kind of coming to terms with the inevitable, and he knows that with 56 minutes, there's just no way that... I mean, and Ding has more than one drawing option. Even knight c5, I would imagine, solves the problems concretely. Although maybe
I was thinking about that move. I was thinking about that move as well. Also, c5 comes to mind. c5, e6, bishop c, bishop. But that's maybe not so accurate. Bishop c8. But yeah, you're right. Knight c5, maybe king f7 is the easiest. Just king f7. Bring the king in.
Is there also a weird fortress like knight c5, bishop a5, f5? How does white make progress?
Oh,
maybe unnecessary.
He played that, by the way. Knight c5 is played. Yeah, fortress. You mean you want to, because you cannot play knight e6, yeah, just yet. But the question is, what is my move after f5?
Yeah, but
I don't think you need that. You can also bring the king to f7 as well, and then this knight is going to get active here and collect this pawn.
Yeah, and draw offers, by the way, they are allowed after move 40. So at this point, it would probably be Jan who would offer the draw, just because of the arc that the game has taken, and nominally he's still the one pushing. Bishop takes a5 played.
I guess so, especially now he's collected the pawn, so he is the one up a pawn. But I'm not sure at all if he's any better. Even just takes and king f7, let's say. Also, I think that's just very, very drawish at this point.
Yeah,
just
the pawn is
fine.
immobilized. Knight d3
This
is
knight's
coming.
here. Yeah, completely fine, I think. Yeah,
Ding.
definitely a bullet dodge there by Ding. And speaking of Gotham Chess, who showed up in comments, I think he already started recording his recap. To be honest, trying to be to be early there.
Yeah, the result of the game basically no longer in question. And obviously, there's a psychological battle that will have to be fought by Jan. And this is where your team of seconds and supporters really comes in. And this is where they prove their mettle. This is where they make you see the positives. And there are positives to take away from Jan. I think his general approach of, as you said, taking more risk and perhaps just having more fun in the opening, to put it in a very primitive way, has paid dividends. And the fact that he didn't extract the most out of the winning chances that he had doesn't take anything away from that.
Yeah, it is both a positive and a negative. I mean, the fact that you gain something in the opening, it's great. At the same time, I don't know how many of these ideas that does he have. Does he have like 5 more? Maybe. But maybe that was his best. Maybe that was his best idea, and maybe he doesn't have so much more against the anti-martial. Maybe now he'll have to switch to, I don't know, the Italian opening, and maybe there's no more such great ideas. So nowadays, especially, it's so hard to find these promising ideas like the one that he played today. Maybe he has many. Maybe he doesn't have many. We'll see. Definitely, I think definitely if he, and it seems like this game is ending in a draw. If it will end in a draw, I think Ding will be the one taking all the positives. He really dodged the bullet there for sure.
Dodged a bullet and dodged the opening bullet, and Hikaru suspects a draw for coming on the next move. Very likely, FE King F7. Ding is the speed with which he's playing demonstrates his total confidence in the fact that the game will be decided very shortly. Yeah, Nepo's next move could even be E6, accompanied to the draw for.
Oh, like that, yeah. Okay, I can take it with a bishop,
and then go like knight.
Can I tease you there a bit with black? Maybe E6, bishop takes, knight C6, knight D3. Because it's ugly. It's ugly what you have done there. So
that's the worst feeling, when you have the draw in your pocket and suddenly realize that you have messed it up to the point where your opponent is now playing for the win. I mean, plenty of games like that.
Yeah, but I mean, if black plays for a win here, it's probably not because you messed it up. It's just because black can afford to sort of, like, it's anyway equal, so black might as well keep making moves. I don't know. I mean, bishop C7 is a move as well, I guess. If knight D3, then maybe I can push the B pawns to B4, maybe, or maybe knight A4 first. Yeah, I don't know who has to be more accurate here. I don't quite understand it. We can we can try to. Yeah, we can try to see.
There's also there were some ideas with F5, FE, knight F3, but here
yes, but
garbage.
No longer, I think. No longer, yeah, because the bishop had to be on C7.
Right. You had to be making contact with the pawn.
Yeah. So is it? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it all happens so fast. I'm not sure who is playing for what. What about bishop? Let's say bishop to B4.
Knight D3.
And then E6 takes.
Threatening knight D8.
Threatening knight D8, but of course it's not. I mean, it's not a big deal. You just move the bishop back. Is white running some danger? Well,
the bishop guard. I think it must be a fortress.
Yeah, knight back to D4, king to F2. Yeah,
D3.
It's a fortress. Everything's protected. No entry points by both sides. This is one way to make a draw. Your E6 suggestion is just different. Yeah, E6 also gives black a chance to take with the knight and just go home.
Or the move itself could be accompanied also with a draw for, just to make sure Ding doesn't get any thoughts in his head.
I think that's a question. Like, what gives him the thoughts? I think the draw offer gives the thoughts. Sometimes it's better not to offer a draw if you want the draw, because by offering it you show vulnerability. So it works both ways.
Yeah, you show that you're suddenly you have the tiniest inkling of worry in your mind. So Ding, he dodges the bullet with black. He has white tomorrow. He struggled with white in Tata Steel. Do you think that tournament is going to sit on him, or do you think that because he had to hide essentially all of his opening preparation, that will not hurt his confidence with the white pieces at all?
No, I think I think after this game, he's forgotten about his entire life, and now all he remembers is the game one of the World
Right.
Championship match. Like before the start, yes, Tata Steel, everything, his youth in China, or everything that has happened in his life, it was all there. Now I think game one's been played, and that's what's impactful. And I think the negative takeaway for Ding is that he has seen in this game that he got hit again with the black pieces. Not only did he get hit with something he didn't expect, he started thinking earlier, but his response was not very good. He got worse. Then he got outplayed at some point. He was in quite some serious danger, and he showed vulnerability. So that is, of course, a small negative takeaway for Ding. But I think much more important is that he managed to defend, and at the end gets this half a point. But still, if there's something negative to take away, there's definitely that.
And I think something that is easy to forget, this knight c3, knight d5 idea. If Nepo had uncorked that, Ding probably would have seen it. Let's not overstate the case and claim that he would have taken on d4 and it would have been 1-0. But even without it, the position remained very, very dangerous. So this almost feels like a different reality, a different lifetime. But it was, in fact, the same game.
Yeah, I just
today.
briefly pointed out. We speak about this nice little tactic that was there. But to be fair, it was not a force. After h3, Black had this strong reply like rook f8, and it's just only slightly worse for Black.
But how findable is this move?
I think Ding would find it by elimination. I think you also at this point in the game he had more than an hour, like 1.5 hours on the clock, and he's a very good calculator. He would just find queen d4, knight d5 very quickly, and he would look at knight e6, bishop e6, bishop h5, realize it's all bad, then look at alternatives, and rook e8 would eventually come. It would take him a long time. He would need to verify it, but he would have found it in that situation, and the game would have continued. So again, even later, also Jan didn't have this. He didn't have like a clear-cut things, but there was definitely more to it than what he has now, because what he has now is. What he has now is just draw. Bishop b4 first.
He's chosen this move, bishop b4, knight d3, and maybe bishop d6.
Oh yeah, knight b2, and so we speak knight d3, bishop d6, knight probably can take on b2, right?
Yeah, there's no because the light square is under black control.
And then f5, maybe it forces a draw even more. Fe, knight f3. No, bishop f5, knight e5, king e6. So it's. Wow. I think that e6 line we showed. So knight d3, e6.
E6.
Takes. Bishop d7, knight d4, knight b2. That was nothing. King f2, king e3, and g3. That was just a draw.
Ironically, with Ding's habit of not coming to the board even during his move, he's not allowing Nepo to offer a draw. Nepo has the mannerism of someone who is about to.
Very much so.
Yeah, he seems like he's ready to offer the draw. Ding he's snacking away. He's opening up some water. This is a different Ding than the one who was wearing his hoodie, cuddled on that chair, deep in thought. He knows that this is in the bag now.
It was a jacket, I believe, with a hoodie, yeah, or is that? Yeah, basically, I think I'm like worried. Is it cold there? Maybe it's cold there.
Yeah.
But not cold enough to make him go sit at the board. So
I've never seen this amount of somebody with too much time on their hands will probably count the percentage of time that Ding spent away from the board. I would bet a silver dollar it's probably among the record setters in terms of World Championship games.
I think really the game changer was last World Championship. I think Magnus mentioned that as well. Like he was also surprised. Like the amount of time Nepo was away from the board, that was unprecedented. And now suddenly Ding took over that habit of him. And as Gotham just mentioned in chat, he's just ghosting. He's ghosting Nepo.
And Nepo himself has been at the board quite a bit as he gets up from the board, of course. And probably to find Ding to offer a draw.
He's looking. He's running after. He's running after him. Come, come! I want to offer my draw, please. He's running, trying to find Ding to offer.
Enough
the draw.
already. This is funny. I wonder what are the options. He's going to the bathroom, obviously. Although, if he needed to go to the bathroom, he would have gone immediately after he moves. I think he's going to find Ding.
Yeah, sometimes
this is a hilarious scene.
I've had these experiences. Okay, I think they have separate bathrooms, separate resting areas, by the way. But I've had this experience sometimes. Okay, so you make a move. So your opponent has already left to the bathroom. Then you make a move. You go to the bathroom. You meet the opponent in the bathroom because it's like the normal tournament, public bathroom. And then I feel like, should I tell him what I played, like in the bathroom, like washing hands, like, by the way, I played Rook E8, or like, should I? It's like, it's but it's different there because now they have each a separate restroom. That's what you get. Yeah. Once you become a challenger, they upgrade you. You don't have to share bathrooms with people. You get your own restroom.
Yeah,
and,
like
your own
I
snacks.
think it is old school to share the movie. Like I remember I was playing an old American international master, Joseph Bradford, very old tip, classic old school chess player, and I was walking back from the bathroom, and he just was going to the bathroom, and he just said F4, and I'm like, whoa. And then I quickly understood that this is what they used to do in the old days, because a few times, maybe this is just me, but I would come back from the board and I would actually have a hard time. It would be my move, and I would have a hard time actually for a second determining what move my opponent made, especially if it's like H3 or like, was the pawn always there?
On the topic of returning to find a move, like that was the most epic story was told to me by Svidler. I think he played against Jan Timman. I think it's a team championship. And at some point, they reach move 40, so Svidler leaves away from the board. He is up in exchange, but position is dead drawn. So he goes to the bathroom. He comes back to the board. Position was drawn before. And he finds himself with no opponent. Jan Timman has already left. The score sheet is signed. Jan Timman has lost. So Svidler has won. And he's wondering what has happened. Basically, my opponent has resigned in a drawn position and left before I even came back. And what happened was that Jan Timman, he touched the wrong piece after moving, which he would lose, without even making that move. He resigned.
Wow.
So there's like the move made on the board. And
so he didn't know that he had touched. He has no way of knowing that he had touched the wrong piece.
There is no way the Svidler could have known, but some people had. Okay, Jan Timman, also honorable, legendary player. He's not going to take the move. He's not going to play a move with a different piece. He already touched the piece, let alone maybe there are other people who've seen it. But Svidler didn't see it. So there was a remarkable case, like a drawn position. But he was so like, he resigned, and he was probably so miserable that he just wanted to leave and not even, not even see himself lose the game and see his opponent. So it was kind of a remarkable story by Peter. You go to the bathroom with after move 40, it's a draw. You come back and the opponent is gone. You won. Congratulations! Like, remarkable.
Insane. I mean, there's obviously a lot of stories of premature resignation, and there's stories of touching the wrong piece. But for those to be put together, it's and while somebody is in the bathroom, that confluence of events is quite the rarity. That's
you can't
awesome
make that
story.
up. I mean, I heard it from Peter himself. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was Peter Svidler. So yeah, it is. He probably didn't make that one up. It's a crazy story. Yeah.
It is frustrating when you're trying to resign. Your opponent is walking. You just want to end the game. But this match, of course, is not going to end anytime soon. We wanted to remind you folks that this is a marathon, not a sprint. There's a couple of rule changes compared to the Carlsen Nepo match. In particular, there are no consecutive colors. Colors always will alternate. Nobody will have 2 white games or 2 black games in a row. And the second big change is that there are more rest days. There will be 7 rest days over 2 weeks of play. That is, there will be no more than 2 days of chess in a row. The final game, if necessary, remember, this is a best of 7, best of 14. So technically, all you really need are 8 games. But if this goes down to the last game, it will be played on April 29th. If that last game ends in a draw and the match ends 7-7, then a tiebreaker consisting of Rapid and then Blitz and then Armageddon. If those are tied, will be played the following day on April 30th. April 30th, 21 days from now. What is the longest event you've played? Just sort of off the top.
Must be the Vaikansei. Oh no, but I'm thinking the vacancy is 13 days. The candidates is 14 rounds, so must be the candidates tournament because I played 2 of them. That must be the longest. But back in the day, like the Soviet Union, back in those days, they were playing some crazy stuff. Also, these candidates tournaments.
Yep.
Candidates with 4, like they play each other 4 times. That was also the case.
Quadruple round robin.
Yeah, so like how else was that? I mean, multiplication of 4 is really difficult. So yeah, a lot of rounds. And also I think some Soviet championships were also lasting. Also, they had the adjournments that they would stop the game by move 40 and resume it on the special day later on. You had to schedule that in as well. And of course, a lot of rest days because it's tiring. So these events, they lasted months, I think. And okay, Karpov Kasparov that you mentioned at the start of the show as well. So those
pulling an all-nighter to analyze was totally new because not everybody had the luxury of having Petrosian and Tal on call to analyze your games. That's, when the Soviets were playing world championship matches, they had an army of GMs ready to analyze your game while you slept. If you were a plebeian GM like my coach, Lapsakis, he was telling me that countless all-nighters were pulled trying to pull out a draw out of some endgame. Then you have to resume the game and then play another game. So, we think the good old days were relaxed with, the GMs with cigars dangling out of their mouths and, just kind of waving their arms around. No, the schedule in those tournaments was absolutely grueling. Speaking of grueling, I mean, Ding still has not arrived at his board. Is he deciding between knight d3 and knight a4? Is he contemplating the meaning of life? Is he choosing his restaurant for dinner? There we go.
Yeah, I think the knight d3, knight a4 is the option I select here. If I have to bet on something.
Yeah. And usually him coming back to the board means he's ready to make a move because he's done his thinking in the rest area.
Well, I can do a little bit more thinking there. Plenty of time on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just not sure there's a difference. I think knight d3 feels more normal. But it's listed the same thing, just a more normal route. Yeah, d3 is kind of a central square. Nice one.
Speaking of, I chose the restaurant example for a reason. One of my favorite is the wrong word because I don't mean to imply that it's funny. Vichy during the Vichy Carlsen match, you probably know exactly what I'm about to say. Vichy got a slightly annoying question that resembled like, were you actually trying to calculate a certain variation at a certain time? And this is just very classy. It's very Vichy because it's not it wasn't angry. It's just the most Vichy thing ever. He says, "No, I was thinking what to eat tonight." I just thought that was hilarious.
It was very, very good passive-aggressive press conference there.
Yes.
Because I think he lost as well. The journalist was like, "So Vichy, you spent here 1 hour. What were you thinking about?"
What does one think about in a position where Black has 2 queens? And that was that Nimzo Indian game where Carlsen promoted on like move 21 or something.
Yeah, and I was just thinking what to have for dinner. No, it was some press conferences are quite legendary. I don't know if we're gonna have. We're probably gonna have one today as well after this game. We'll see we'll see what is in store for us. But a lot of the stuff is really hilarious. You've got all sorts of different journalists from the chess world, also from the outside. The players are in all kinds of different moods sometimes, and all kind of stuff happens there. It's a competition of its own. The press conferences.
Mm-hmm. How hard is it? And I've had my share of press conferences in the U.S. Championship, but that's it. You've had press conferences all throughout your career. How hard is it to especially after a very painful game, to get yourself together and explain your thoughts? Is that just annoying beyond words, or do you get used to that? I mean, you don't
actually,
lose.
That's actually interesting. But it's actually an interesting question because I think for many people it's like therapeutical to discuss the game that they've lost because, and I think I'm also the kind of player who wants to take a good look at that game and to put it behind me. And in order to put it behind me, I need to really look at exactly what happened and where I lost, why I lost, what I lost. And talking about it is, I don't think the press conference is the part that hurts you. The part that hurts you is that you lost. And I think a press conference, in my case, could only be of help because you want to withdraw and hide yourself under a rock or whatever and not show up for breakfast. You don't want to look at anybody. You want to be kind of self-destructive after you lose. But going out to see people and confronting your loss and talking about it with other people listening, I think that I think for me would have a positive effect on my well-being, sort of. So I don't mind the press conference after I lose. I just mind losing. So it's a different
Yep.
thing.
That's the root. That's the root problem. I agree.
Yes,
Not.
exactly. You shouldn't. You shouldn't blame the press conference for the bad mood. It was the loss. I mean, that was
Misappropriation of blame. I think there's a
exactly.
term for it. And of course, Kasparov and Karpov, as Hikaru reminds us, played their share of. They played hundreds of games across their careers against each other. Most famously, the 1984-85 match. We mentioned it earlier. It was postponed, but that isn't even the most famous thing about the match. The most famous thing is that Gary Kasparov was down. This was a first to 6 wins, and that match is a big reason why this system was eliminated. Because after having 5 wins to 0, Gary Kasparov, through a series of draws, gained 3 wins, and ultimately the match lasted 5 months and was canceled because there was you could read about it for hours. And let's watch the game, because I think we're going to get a draw for literally any second. Unless Ding plays knight takes b2 here. And there will be no draw.
No. But then the game would also not last very long, I think, after 98.
No, either way.
Yeah. No, of course, yeah. He spent enough time now to notice the threat of 98 check. And I think bishop d7 is coming, and judging especially from the body language, it's clear that Jan has Jan has no hope for anything here. He doesn't have any intention here either.
Yeah, and the body language has evinced a desire to offer a draw for a long time, but the draw offer isn't actually it's not actually come from either player.
Yeah, but I think again it's a psychological. So first of all, even if you want to draw, if you offer it, and okay, your opponent will now, let's say, refuse, you still didn't get the draw, and then you've showed to your opponent that okay, I don't know, you thought because the only reason you offer a draw is you think that there is a chance you can lose, right? Or okay, or it's a dead draw because
or you're hungry.
So, yeah, okay, but I think this offering a draw is just something you just don't want to do very often, and the same with for both players. So they're just not offering it. And what should happen is either a move repetition or a trade of knights. I mean, we could see a move repetition somehow. I can't really construct one just yet, but the players are really good at this. They might manage.
I always like to share this story. I mean, I played a tournament where draw offers were forbidden in Corsica. There's a famous open tournament, and you just kind of exchange eye contact. I was playing a game with Bacro, and we exchange eye contact, and we start playing bishop b7 to a8, and he plays bishop b2 to c3, and we kind of smile, and that means okay, let's finish this thing up.
Yeah, except these two players, they don't want to smile to each other very much as the upcoming month. The other one is trying to destroy their entire live stream. So you're not going to be like, let's very nice.
Very funny, yeah. I missed the winning chances that could have put me ahead in a world championship match. Ha ha
ha. Sure, exactly. So it's a little less friendly there, but I think both players are, here. I mean, honestly, I was just thinking about one thing here. The white king could kind of leak in through these squares potentially, and that could potentially be an issue. But there are multiple ways of preventing it. I mean, f5 is a bit ugly, but it's possible.
Can I show you a funny line? King f3, bishop c8, king e4, bishop b7, king f5, g6.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is also possible. I was thinking of a more productive infiltration than that, but...
See, this is what I occupy my mind with. 6 hours.
No, you have this. All these bullet scenarios are in your mind, and probably this how a game of yours would end with the black pieces, possibly against me. But yeah, this.
Wait, how do you?
Yeah.
How do you stop it?
I think f5 is possible, and if king e3, you got this knight d1. This is a repetition I saw, knight d1, and then knight back. And
but what if I try knight d4 to f3? I play king e2 and then knight f3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't like the look of f5. It's a very ugly move because I'm controlling these squares and these squares as well. And after f5, I weaken the dark square. I don't like f5. Is there another way to stop it? A more elegant one, perhaps?
Well, Nepo has the same question.
We'll find out. I think we'll find out.
King f3 has just been played. Ding seems like he's checking his score sheet. He's like, when can I offer a draw again?
Yeah, because that is even after you do all that, I put a knight here. It's not like it's the end of the world, right? I mean, I have g3, I have knight f2, and I'll have counterplay. So I'm not saying that this is decisive. I mean, this is like, if we talk about all kinds of random things, there's still one thing to talk about in this position left, and that is this potential king infiltration. 5, you said king e2, yeah.
But still, even there, like once white plays knight f3, black can meet that with knight d3, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can start with knight d3 after king e2. And then king e3 you want. And then I have knight 1 probably. No, I mean, I think the margin is enormous here, to be honest.
You need about 8 moves in a row to... You can't even construct... It's hard to even construct a winning position. Like maybe with the king on b6 here. Would this be winning? Probably with the king on b6 it's winning here.
Probably not.
Although still not...
I mean, probably not.
Clear cut.
No, I mean...
You don't think so?
I don't think it's winning. Okay, maybe. But I would have counterplay. Knight d3, then knight f2, then knight e4. I'll go g5 somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, anyway, that's a hypothetical that is completely irrelevant. How do you get the king to b6 in one go?
No, it's like that famous story. This is apocryphal. I don't think it's a real story, but supposedly it's like Tarash and Shigorn were playing, and one of them was known for refusing drawers in dead drawn positions. So they got a completely locked position, and one of them like removes his own bishop from the board. And the point is that it's still a draw. And, that proves the point, and then they lived happily ever after.
Yeah, no, it's a nice story. I heard about it as well. Some kind of a locked position with a bishop, and the guy offers a draw. The Tarash refused, or the way around. Tarash offered a draw. And then, so the guy refused, and then he removes the bishop and says, I offer it again, or something like this.
Right.
But we are not there yet. It's not that close. We have these two, some space here through which the king can pass. But at the same time, yeah, I wonder if f5 is the best or not. I don't want to make this move, but if I look at the position, I think logically that seems to be the easiest way. But it feels a bit wrong. But maybe it's the easiest way. I don't know.
Yeah.
What can happen? What can happen? King e2.
Let's say king.
Let's say
I thought maybe king e3 to try to gain a tempo, but
yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, you are correct. That was the idea, and that's what you meant, yeah. Now you will get...
now king e2 and knight f3.
Do we go knight d3? King e3.
e3.
Bishop c6.
G...
Knight d4. I mean, it starts to get a bit nice for
yeah. Oh yeah, knight d4.
Maybe g3.
The bishop back to d7.
No, g3 you take. Yeah, knight d4. Yeah. Bishop back, exactly. I mean, this has to be this is quite clean, no? I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a crazy winning attempt. No, it's
knight
not even worth mentioning. I was thinking
g3.
Oh no, for black, I mean after knight d4, I was thinking bishop takes g2,
knight b5?
And then knight takes b5, g5. But
oof.
It's actually not the easiest thing to prevent.
Oof.
By the way.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's, suddenly we created so much life in this lifeless position.
Creativity is the mother of invention, I think. Is that how it goes? We have to manufacture interesting ideas, so we really scrape the bottom of the barrel for whatever we can find.
No, we're getting paid for this stuff, so we have to.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
So do the players, but they don't have to. That's the difference. The players can just do the uncreative stuff.
Ding has taken half of his extra time.
Yeah,
the thing is, you've got another 15 minutes on move 60.
The engine, because I had enough. I turned on the engine. The engine actually agrees that f5 is actually the zeros, and the other stuff is the 005, the smallest of advantages for white. So this is the easiest way to go, indeed, even though it's a little bit ugly. But even like the point is that even king e4 like this is also nothing, of course. And if you go g3, I will target that pawn as well some way.
Knight f2, knight h1.
Yeah, I was thinking about that exactly. I was just thinking about knight h1 here.
Yeah, GMTA, Ray Mines. Wow.
Yeah, it's a matter of taste here at this point, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Ding, he doesn't want to take another 30 minutes on this move. I mean, then Jan will legitimately start playing for a win.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When you have the position that it is kind of drawn pretty obviously, but your opponent also looks like he wants to draw, and then you have some doubts. Now the question is, how do you deal with it? Do you play quickly, or do you try to take your time? Because both are a little dangerous. If you play too fast, you run the risk of making an inaccuracy, making your task legitimately difficult. At the same time, if you think too long, you might still not find a clean way, but you've shown your opponent that you are worried. And I've seen a lot of games go wrong because of that. Like, opponent has no hope, but because you think so long, the opponent is like, why is he not making a draw? And then at some point he's like, is he really worried? And then he starts thinking like, okay, maybe I have something actually. So this works both ways. You cannot think too long here. So I think Ding should take his couple of minutes, like 5 minutes maybe, and make that move. Be it f5 or g6, just make something.
Yeah, and I mean, he understands. Let's not forget this is the World Championship. He knows what he's been through. So I think Ding, he knows this is the last hurdle, and if he crosses it successfully, he'll have a very pleasant evening, reminiscing about the bullet that he dodged today.
Yeah, talking with Richard about
yeah, about what he's going to play next game, like c4 and g4. Richard Report has reined it in a little bit when it comes to his repertoire. A couple of years ago, it was like he would play c4, e3, and g4. I mean, you probably remember that phase.
Yeah, there are three phases. So very young Richard Rapport, I don't know if you know, but at some point I was preparing for him for the second phase of his, but I looked up his first phase. So very young Richard Rapport, only one e4, only main lines, extremely well and narrow prepared, like your classical kind of well prepared kind of guy who is just playing like one thing all the time and like well prepared in that. And then at some point there was a shift from one day to the other. The whole e4 thing stopped, and it started to be only the wicked stuff, like the d4 knight c3, this reverse Chigorin, all sorts of c4 knight c3 g4. Only the weakest stuff was there. And now there is the third phase where he does both. Sometimes he goes for the main lines, sometimes he does the wicked stuff. And I think that is actually suiting him very well, just to be this balanced player who sometimes plays a solid Petrov and sometimes does some crazy Spanish where he sacrifices a piece on g4 like he did against MVL and the Grand Prix. Ding, meanwhile, made the choice. Knight d3, it's a more classy choice. This move f5 is ugly. It's clean, but it's ugly. Knight d3 is the more classy way to do it.
So what did we come up with against knight d3, king e4 again?
I just thought make waiting move, but the computer suggested very nice f5 as well.
Oh, and knight f5, knight f2. Or wait, is that the
yeah, that's good enough. Oh yeah, that's good enough. I mean, easily good enough.
For pet, because king f3, you can play bishop f5.
Yeah, this is so dead, yeah. The pawn is irrelevant. I can bring my bishop here and sit there, or forever. F5, yes,
yeah,
is
it's
nice.
Such a reassuring
5 is nice, and if you go here, I'll take here. So in fact, this is a better order, because after king e4, f5, you sort of, with black, you gain some time on this operation. You gain the tempo, actually. Nice. Good move. That's why it's there's the upside of taking time. You can nicely take your time and come up with something super accurate.
Yeah, and clearly he's seen f5, because that literally is the only move. And again, Jan is doing this lean back thing, where he seems to be about to offer the draw. But you're right; they're waging the psychological war. Let's see. We do want to take a break, but let's wait for Jan's move, because every move I think a draw for is increasingly.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take a break. Like maybe we we just work hard and then we take a break for the entire day after it's over. Yeah, it's a question here.
Yeah, I mean I'm fine either way. Yeah, but Ding is back in the room. King is back in his restroom.
Okay, G3. Jan.
So again, Nepo, again, the look to the side, okay, let's end the game here.
Well, one time I read his annotations to his win against Yuangi. One time he actually mentioned in his annotations, he said that he on purpose in the opening tried to appear as if he doesn't want anything, to confuse Yuangi into thinking that he doesn't want anything, and actually then to spring a surprise on him. Sometimes Jan's body language can be deceiving, but in this case, if you look at the position as well, I think he really doesn't want anything. I mean, it's not like he's hiding his devilish intentions. I think there's just nothing in there, and he just doesn't have much. After G3, I don't know. I mean, you can go F5. You can probably not go F5. I guess F5 is the easiest.
Oh yeah, F5 just boxes in. Although again, there's this whole King E3 monkey business.
No, the engine also suggests. I'm just looking at alternatives. This is actually very clean. This is a dead.
94.
Yeah, it's a dead draw. Yeah, F doesn't look like F5, but probably F5 is the. Is it also okay F5? Oh, he's actually losing. That's funny.
Because the bishop runs out of
squares. Yeah, it's Tsungswang. Yes. Oh yeah, this is actually very interesting. It's very similar to this women candidates tournament game between Lei Tingzhe and Sanzhongyi. But that
was an amazing endgame.
Yeah, that was a draw, but this is not a draw actually. She won as well, but this is actually a Tsungswang. Because in that position, quite interesting. I'll show you the difference. In that position, this was a stalemate. But
if we could bring up an analysis board, just so we could show that end game.
Yeah.
As Jan Nepomniachtchi takes his time, so we'll take this opportunity to show. Could we maybe replay Anish through that line one more time?
Yeah. So we're talking about this line. We don't have to do this, but okay, this is a draw, and now we can sort of suicide with F5, try to stabilize the pawn structure, and then we have this position which is very similar to that game, except there are some details like this pawn is there, and it's all kind of a little different. But this theme there was that you could go bishop e6. This was like a stalemate. Because king couldn't move. But here I've got this moves available to me.
C3 and B4 opens up some squares for the bishop, but I guess white's pawns are too far advanced. Although it's never actually as easy as it looks to win those types of positions.
You mean this?
C3 takes B4. You actually can win either. Probably you should go to the king side. Like the only reason you're winning maybe is because of the G6 pawn, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because side pawns, it's a draw.
Because the A pawn is also of the wrong color. That would no, you're. I mean, after AB, I have to think if you are right in your statement. But you probably are. I am pretty sure you are.
Ultimately, I guess the idea is you go around.
Yeah, here, you're right. The easiest is you just go around and you collect. Yeah. But it is completely irrelevant because here I just made this move F5, cutting off the diagonal for the bishop. Right. Instead, I just go here and just wait, I guess, and then go back, and that's it. So knight c1, knight b3 is another way to do it. And is that what he did?
There he goes.
That's what he did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Dink,
machine-like precision.
He doesn't like this F5 move. He finds it a bit ugly, so he wants to do without it. Understandable.
He goes again. There's a magnetic attraction to that chair. And Jan with that little half smile. There's a lot going on behind the curtains, but I've made an attempt as a commentator to not overestimate my ability to read body language, which is pitiful. I used to do way too much of that and claim for certain what this means and what that means. You don't know what any of it means. They could just be, they might not even know why they're making the facial expressions that they are.
Yes. So. And as a player, you also don't want to read too much into it. You do want to read some of that, but very often a player smiles because he had some very weird thought of what happened to him this morning. It has nothing to do with the game at all. Or and you suddenly start doubting your move because the guy remembered his breakfast. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just impossible to predict what goes on behind the scenes. Knight b3.
King e3
is about to happen.
King e3 is also an attempt to show that he doesn't even want anything. Like, I'm not even entering with the king to d5. It's just, I'm just done.
Hold
with
your fire.
I'm just done with this game and just.
I come in peace.
Yeah, I come in peace. Exactly. It's the message.
Now watch him decline the trade with like knight e2 and then
come back. Yeah, after bishop f5. Yeah. But I mean, you should also not. Okay, I'm not going anywhere, but you should not like. There's no point. No, I think he will make a bishop move here, like bishop d6, and takes, and that's it. Here you can afford to play f5, but you also don't need to.
Yeah, the game is about to end. Jan waiting for Ding to carry out knight b3.
A promising start, I have to say. I really like, as a professional, for me, like, the most interesting part is the opening, to be honest. Because unlike other tournaments, the players have spent so much effort, so much time, and they've had so much help of people and software and hardware and everything. And they really, they've done their best, and the motivation is the highest to come up with ideas. And I really like to watch the opening phases and see what ideas they brought. And today, the idea Jan brought to the table was really very interesting. Oh, just offered a draw. Yeah.
Yep. Handshake. Jan offered a draw. Ding took a second. Handshake has occurred. The first game of the 2023 FIDE World Championship has concluded in peace, but it was not a peaceful game. It was anything but a peaceful game. And Jan's facial expressions, we don't want to read too much into them, but we know one thing for certain. This is going to be a bitter pill to swallow in the early going of this match, because if you're Jan, you want to avoid the kind of here we go again mode where you start replaying what happened in the Magnus match, now what happened in this game, and for Ding, just a big bullet dodged, as you put it.
Yeah, for sure. Jan should probably just think to himself that was not a big deal, not a big chance. And some players, they don't even look at the computer afterwards. They ask the second, and the seconds often downplay the advantage that he had. The second should just tell him, you're a bit better, but it was not a big deal. Next time, like, you should probably improve there, here. But it's not a big deal. It was fine. Anyway, okay. And then okay. Both knowing deep inside that it was a missed chance, pretending it's not, just not to carry that psychological, that negative emotion for the next game.
That's really interesting insight. I guess that is.
Oh yeah, I've seen my own seconds do that to me. I mean, I've seen them do that to me, and I know deep inside that I've really missed. And they're like, it's fine. Like, okay, it's really not fine, but okay, whatever. Let's.
Yeah, no, for sure. But then there will be a extensive analysis in some, chess-based article where someone plugs that position to the engine for 15 minutes, and sometimes it ends up giving +6. But it might turn out that it was completely winning, or it might turn out that it was actually a draw.
Yeah, I mean, in today's case, I can't imagine that White was really winning. But nowadays, you never know. The engines are so advanced; they see it all to the end, and sometimes they say winning in a position that just looks better, but they just calculate to the win. They say it's over. It was all over.
Mm-hmm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was game one. The standings are pretty straightforward right now. Both players with half a point. Of course, a draw counts for half a point. A win counts for a point for the winner. 0 points for the loser. The first to 7.5, also known as best of 14, wins the 2023 World Championship. There it is. Game one is a draw. Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the black pieces tomorrow. And a completely new set of challenges. And, there's still that feeling of novelty in the first two games, because now it's Ding's turn to show, to fire the opening bullet and show what he's brought to the table.
Yeah, I'm very much excited. Looking forward to see, because Jan is... he showed that he came well prepared. He didn't come empty-handed. He surprised Ding, he surprised the commentators. Kudos to him. Now let's see if Ding can do that. I suspect he will do it in different openings, in closed openings, I guess. 1 d4, 1 knight f3, 1 c4. But we'll see what Ding has brought to the table. I'm looking forward.
I am as well. Folks, before we wrap up, a quick look at the schedule. At a glance, there are no more than 2 days of chess without a rest day. Tomorrow is, in fact, game 2. That is tomorrow at the same time, 2 a.m. Pacific, bright and early, 5 a.m. Eastern New York time, and 11 Central European Standard Time. Every game starts at exactly the same time, so mark your calendar. But don't forget, there is a rest day on Tuesday. Again, there's no more than 2 games without a rest day. Then Wednesday and Thursday, same time, and Friday is another rest day. So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, because this match is only going to get more hype. But folks, it's been a long day. Anish, I'll hand it over to you one more time before I wrap up for your final thoughts. What words, what descriptors come to mind? Are you satisfied with the level of play that we've seen here in game one?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a very normal situation, especially in the first game. There's extra excitement, extra pressure. I'm super familiar as a player with the feeling of missing a opening advantage at some point and letting things slip out of hand. I think this happens a lot. I think nothing special, nothing dramatic there. I do think the positives outweigh the negatives today, and we've seen some great prep by Nepo. It was really creative stuff in the opening, something new, something fresh. Got Ding thinking, got something going. I think that's promises something good for the match, and yeah, definitely something I enjoyed. And well, we'll see if that was Jan's best prep, or there's more to come. But definitely a good sign for Jan and his fans, and for Ding as well, who survived. He must be very happy because this is his first game in the World Championship match. Jan has played the previous one. This is Ding's first one, and he didn't fall flat on his face, as they say. So he managed to keep his composure and overcome it, survive. And tomorrow is his chance to make a mark with the white pieces.
It is going to be his first white game in his first World Championship match, and we will be on the edge of our seats. We'll be bringing you that game. But folks, we'd like to thank everybody, first of all, in the chat, the tens of thousands of you watching the 2023 FIDE World Championship, which has just begun. We have so much action ahead of us. We'd also like to thank our producer, Hala, and our entire amazing team at chess.com. It takes a village to produce this. There were some opening jitters, but I think everybody ended well. And Anish, great honor to commentate with you. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And for now, this was Grandmaster Anish Giri, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you coverage of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early for round 2. Goodbye. We're 5 minutes away from the start of the 2023 World Championship.
Sure, both players are very, 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 very nervous right now.
What move is Jan going to play? Anish, quickly, what's your call?
E4.
The game has started. It is, in fact, E4. Right now, big decision for Jan. Does he roll up his sleeves? Is this the time to play knight E2, or does he keep playing the waiting game?
Queen F4, very tempting. Queen F4, Queen B8, by the way. It's a Jan move. Infiltration with the queen, that's Jan's favorite topic.
He smells blood.
Watch this. I know this.
There
I know my man. I know my man.
F4 has been played. Ding is up from his chair. He's definitely surprised by this move.
Something's gone wrong here. Somehow he missed something and now he's just slightly lost the thread. Maybe should be 7 played. I like it. He just reached the time control and he just solves his last problem and everything worked out for Ding.
He knows that this is in the bag now.
Oh, he just offered a draw.
Handshake has occurred. The first game of the 2023 FIDE World Championship has concluded in peace.